Section 0 of Israel in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mpinedag. Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. Introduction. It was not without reason that Philo, the famous Greco-Jewish scholar of Alexandria, regarded Aaron's rod, which was budded and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds, as an emblem of his race. Torn from the stem that bore and from the soil that nourished them, and for nearly 20 centuries exposed to the wintry blasts of adversity and persecution, the children of Israel still bud and blossom, and provide the world with the perennial problem now known as the Jewish question, a question than which none possesses a deeper interest for the student of the past, or a stronger fascination for the speculator on the future. A question compared with which the Eastern, the Irish, and all other vexed questions are but things of yesterday, a question which has taxed the ingenuity of European statesmen ever since the dispersion of this Eastern people over the lands of the West. What to do with the Jew? This is the question. The manner in which each generation of statesmen, from the legislators of ancient Rome to those of modern Romania, has attempted to answer it, forming as it does a sure criterion of the material, intellectual, and moral conditions which prevailed in each country at each period, might supply the basis for an exceedingly interesting and instructive, if somewhat humiliating, study of European political ethics. Here I will content myself with a lighter labor. I propose to sketch in outline the fortunes of Israel in Europe from the earliest times to the present day. It is a sad tale, and often told, but sufficiently important to bear telling again. My object, insofar as human nature permits, will be neither to excuse nor to deplore, but only to describe and, in some measure, to explain. It is no exaggeration to say that the Jews have been in Europe for a longer period than some of the nations which glory in the title of European. Ages before the ancestors of the modern Hungarians and Slavonians were heard of, the keen features and guttural accents of the Hebrew trader were familiar in the markets of Greece and Italy. As early as the 4th century BC, we find the Hebrew word for earnest money domiciled in the Greek language, aravon, and as early as the 2nd century in the Latin, arabo, a curious illustration of the Jews' commercial activity in the Mediterranean even in those days. Note: the oldest Greek author in whose works the term occurs is the orator Aisios, who flourished BC 364. The earliest Latin writer is Plautus, who died BC 184. Of course, the word, though very good Hebrew, might have been imported into Europe by the Phoenicians, but it will be a bold man who would attempt to distinguish between Jewish and Phoenician merchants at this time of day. End of note. And yet, despite the length of their sojourn among the peoples of the West, the majority of the Jews have remained in many essential respects as Oriental as they were in the time of the patriarchs. A younger race would have yielded to the influence of environment, a weaker race would have succumbed to oppression, a less inflexible or unsympathetic race might have conquered its conquerors. But the Jews, when they first came into contact with Europe, were already too old for assimilation, too strong for extermination, too hardened in their peculiar cult for propagandism. Even after having ceased to exist as a state, Israel survived as a nation, forming the one immobile figure in a perpetually moving panorama. The narrow local idea of the ancient Greek state was merged into the broad cosmopolitanism of the Macedonian Empire, and that, in its turn, was absorbed by the broader cosmopolitanism of Imperial Rome. But the Jew remained faithful to his own olden ideal. Monotheism superseded polytheism, and the cosmopolitanism of the Roman Empire was succeeded by that of the Roman Church. The Jew still continued rooted in the past. Medieval cosmopolitanism gave way to the nationalism of modern Europe. Yet the Jew declined to participate in the change. Too narrow in one age, not narrow enough in another, always at one with himself and at variance with his neighbors, now, as ever, he offers the melancholy picture of one who is a stranger in the land of his fathers and an alien in that of his adoption. The upshot of this refusal to move with the rest of the world has been mutual hatred, discord, and persecution. each age adding a new ring to the poisonous plant of anti-Judaism. For this result both sides are to blame, or neither. No race has ever had the sentiment of nationality and religion more highly developed or been more intolerant of dissent than the Jewish. No race has ever suffered more grievously from national and religious fanaticism and from intolerance of dissent on the part of others. The Jewish colonies, forming, as they mostly do, small, exclusive communities amidst uncongenial surroundings, have always been the objects of prejudice, the unenviable privilege of all minorities, which stubbornly refuse to conform to the code approved by the majority. The same characteristics evoked a similar hostility against primitive Christianity and led to the persecution of the early martyrs. No one is eccentric with impunity. Notwithstanding the gospel of toleration constantly preached by sages and occasionally by saints, the attitude of mankind has always been and still is one of hostility towards dissent. Sois mon frère, ou je te tue is a maxim which, in a modified form, may be extended to other than secret revolutionary societies. The only difference consists in the manner in which this tyrannical maxim is acted upon in various countries and ages. Legal disability may supersede the massacre, or expulsion may be refined into social ostracism. Yet the hostility is always present, however much its expression may change. Man is a persecuted animal. To the Jews in Europe, one may apply the words which Balzac's cynical priest addressed to the disillusioned young poet. Vous rompiez ambitieux aux idées du monde, et vous n'avez pas et la considération que le monde accorde à ceux qui obéissent à ses lois. Now, when the mere outward nonconformity in matters of worship and conduct is superadded a radical discrepancy of moral, political, and social ideals, whether this discrepancy be actively paraded or only positively maintained, the outcome can be no other than violent friction. It is therefore not surprising that the black days should vastly outnumber the red ones in the Jewish calendar. That brief but most vivid commentary on the tragic history of the race. The marvel is that the race should have survived to continue issuing a calendar. At the same time, a dispassionate investigation would prove, I think, to the satisfaction of all unbiased minds, that the degree in which the Jews have merited the odium of dissent has in every age been strictly proportionate to the magnitude of the odium itself. Even at the present hour, it would be found upon enquiry that the Jews retain most of their traditional aloofness and fanaticism, most of what their critics stigmatize as their tribalism, in those countries in which they suffer most severely. Nay, in one and the same country, the classes least liable to the contempt, declared or tacit, of their neighbors are the classes least distinguished by bigotry. It is only natural that it should be so. People never cling more fanatically to the ideal than when they are debarred from the real. Christianity spread first among slaves and the outcasts of society, and its final triumph was secured by persecution. We see a vivid illustration of this universal principle in modern Ireland. To what is the enormous influence of the Catholic Church over the minds of the peasantry due, but to the ideal consolations which it has long provided for their material sufferings? Likewise, in the Near East, the wealthy Christians, in order to save their lands from confiscation, abjured their religion and embraced the dominant creed of Islam. The poor peasants are ready to lay down their lives for their faith, and believe that whosoever dies in defense of it will rise again to life within 40 days. It is easy to deride the excesses of spiritual enthusiasm, to denounce the selfish despotism of its ministers, and to deplore the blind fanaticism of its victims. But fanaticism, after all, is only faith strengthened by adversity and soured by oppression. Jewish history itself shows that the misfortunes which fan bigotry also preserve religion. Whilst independent and powerful, the Jews often forgot the benefits bestowed upon them by their God, and transferred the honor due to him to the strange gods of their idolatrous neighbors. But when Jehovah, in his wrath, hid his face from his people, and punished its ingratitude by placing it under a foreign yoke, the piety of the Jews acquired in calamity a degree of fervor and constancy which it had never possessed in the day of their prosperity. The same phenomenon has been observed in every age. When well treated, the Jews lost much of their aloofness, and the desire for national rehabilitation was cherished only as a romantic dream. But in times of persecution, the longing for redemption and for restoration under a king of their own race blazed up into brilliant flame. The hope of the Messianic Redeemer has been a torch of light and comfort through many a long winter's night, but it has burned its brightest when the night has been darkest. If at such times the Jews have shown an inordinate tenacity of prophetic promise, who can blame them? They who possess nothing in the present have the best right to claim a portion of the future. End of introduction. Section 1 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 1. Hebraism and Hellenism. In spite of the well-known influence which Greek culture and Greek thought exercised over a portion of the Jews under Alexander the Great's successors, the mass of the Hebrew nation never took kindly to Hellenism. Alexander proved himself as great a statesman as he was a warrior. An apostle of Hellenism though he was, he did not seek to consolidate his empire by enforcing uniformity of cult and custom, as short-sighted despots have done since, but by encouraging friendly intercourse between the Greeks and the various peoples that came under his scepter. Gifted with rare imagination, he entered into the feelings of races as diverse as the Egyptian and the Jewish. To the latter he allotted the borderlands which had long been the bone of contention between themselves and the Samaritans. He relieved them from taxation during the unproductive Sabbath year. He respected their prejudices, honored their religion, and appreciated their conscientious scruples. While, out of deference to Chaldean religious feeling, he ordered the temple of Bel to be rebuilt in Babylon, he forgave the Jewish soldiers their refusal to obey his command as contrary to the teaching of their faith. Conciliation was the principle of Alexander's imperialism and the secret of his success. The Ptolemies, to whose share, on the partition of the Macedonian Empire, Palestine ultimately fell, inherited Alexander's enlightened policy. The high priest of the Jews was recognized as the head of the nation, and it was through him that the tribute was paid. So fared the Jews at home. Abroad their lot was equally enviable. Some modern critics have doubted the settlement of Jews in Egypt until the 3rd century, but recent discoveries, notably Mr. R. Munn's Aramaic papyri, prove that the Jewish community existed in Egypt even in the centuries preceding Alexander. Now persuasion and the hope of profit drew many thousands of them to Alexandria, Cyrene, and other centers of Hellenistic culture. In all these places they lived on terms of perfect equality with the Greek colonists. The newly built city on the mouth of the Nile soon became a seat of Jewish influence and a school of learning for the Jewish nation. Under the benign rule of the Ptolemies, the Jews prospered, multiplied, and attained success in every walk of life, public no less than private. Of the 5 divisions of Alexandria, they occupied nearly 2. Egypt was then the granary of Europe, and the corn trade lay largely in Jewish hands. Refinement came in the train of riches, and freedom begot tolerance. The Jews cultivated Greek letters, and some of them became deeply imbued with the spirit of Greek philosophy and even of art. This friendly understanding between the Jewish and the Greek mind gave to the world the mystic union of Moses and Plato in the works of Philo and the Septuagint translation of the Old Testament, which was to prepare the way for the advent of Christianity. And yet the bulk of the Alexandrian Jews remained a peculiar people. Greeks and Egyptians had fused their religions into a common form of worship, but the Jews were still separated from both races by the invincible barriers of belief, law, and custom. They still looked upon Jerusalem as their metropolis, and upon Alexandria as a mere place of exile. In the midst of paganism, they formed a monotheistic colony. Their houses of prayer were also schools of Levitical learning, while the Torah was assiduously studied and expounded. Their one link with the state was their own ethnarch, who acted as supreme sovereign and judge of his people and represented it at court. Similar conditions prevailed in Palestine. There also Hellenic language, manners, feasts, games, and philosophy effected an entrance through the influence of the Greek colonies on the coast and a party of Jewish Hellenists was formed. In the land which once rang with the prophetic utterances of an Isaiah and a Jeremiah were now sung the love poems of Sappho and were quoted the witty sarcasms of the Athenian Voltaire Euripides. But the Torah, or Jewish religious law, was bitterly opposed to all innovations, and the anti-Greek section of the people, termed the pious, Hasidim or Hasidians, regarded with deep misgiving the inroad of the foreign culture. Hence arose the implacable feud between the liberals and the conservatives, who hated, anathematized, and later crucified each other as cordially as brethren only can do. But the Hasidim, though politically worsted, were all-powerful in the affections of the community, and the time was not distant when they were to assume the supreme command. In 198 BC, Palestine, after 100 years' struggle, passed under the sway of the Greco-Syrian Seleucids, who, unlike their predecessors, initiated a policy of forcibly assimilation, and aided by the Hellenistic party among the Jews themselves, compelled their subjects to adopt their own civilization and to pay homage to their own gods. However, neither the tolerance of the Greco-Egyptian nor the violence of the Greco-Syrian kings succeeded in reconciling the Jew to the ways of the Gentile. Antiochus Epiphanes might banish Jehovah from the temple of Jerusalem and enthrone Zeus in his stead. He might set up altars to the pagan deities in every town and village, and he might exhaust all the resources of despotism in the cause of conversion. The timorous were coerced into a feigned and transient acquiescence, but the bulk of the nation, baited into stubbornness, preferred exile or martyrdom to apostasy. The defiled temple remained empty and the altars cold, until the smoldering discontent of the outraged people broke out into flame, and passive resistance yielded to fierce rebellion. The movement was led by the heroic, devout, and first house of the Maccabees, a branch of the Hasmonean family, who, after a long struggle, distinguished by splendid endurance, astuteness, and unspeakable severity, delivered their people from the leveling Hellenism of the foreign rulers, instituted the Sanhedrin, Synedrion, and restored the national worship of Jehovah in all its pristine purity and narrowness. The victorious band finally entered Jerusalem with praise and palm branches, and with harps and cymbals and viols, and with hymns and with songs. Simon was acclaimed high priest and prince of Israel, and a new era was inaugurated. The restoration of the temple is still celebrated by the Jews in their annual 8 days feast of dedication, Chanukah, when lamps are lit and a hymn is solemnly sung commemorating the miracle of the solitary flask of oil, which escaped pagan pollution and kept the perpetual light burning in the house of the Lord until the day of redemption. But religious enthusiasm, though a powerful sword, is an awkward scepter, and it was not long ere the victorious family forgot, as the pious would have said, the cause of God in the pursuit of self-aggrandizement and earthly renown. The conservative elements had been united in the supreme effort to maintain their religious liberty, but the interest in gaining political independence was limited to the ruling family. The Hasmoneans, having established their dynasty, aimed at conquest abroad and at royal splendor at home. One of them surrounded himself with a foreign bodyguard, and another assumed the title of king. Of their former character they retained only the enthusiast's ferocity. Their family was torn with feuds, and stained with the blood of its own members. This policy of worldly ambition lost them the support of the Hasidim, who could tolerate bloodshed only for the sake of righteousness. Moreover, the Hasmoneans, in their new position as an established family, had more in common with the priestly aristocracy than with the poor fanatics by whose enthusiasm they had conquered that position. They therefore joined the Hellenizing party, and though a barefaced adoption of the foreign gods was no longer possible, they endeavored to effect by example what the Seleucids had vainly attempted to achieve by force. They were not altogether unsuccessful. Greek architecture was introduced into Jerusalem. The Greek numerals were adopted. Greek was understood by all the statesmen of Judea and employed in diplomatic negotiations. Greek names became not uncommon. The Hebrew bards ceased to hang their harps upon the willow trees. There was no longer need for bitter lamentation or lyric inspiration. prose, tame but sober, superseded the fire poetry of olden times. Hymns gave place to history. The Jews were at last enjoying with calm moderation their triumphs, religious and political, over their foreign and domestic enemies. But if the Hebrew muse was silent for want of themes, the Hebrew genius, which had dictated the ancient psalms and inspired the ancient prophets, was not dead. The national attachment to tradition and strict Judaism was manifested by the revival of Hebrew as a spoken tongue. It was employed on the coinage, in public edicts, and in popular songs. Patriotism was nourished by the celebration of the anniversaries of the national victories over the enemies of Judaism. In one word, the crowd refused to follow the fashions of the court. The Jew had tasted the fruit of Occidental culture and pronounced it unpalatable. Hellenism had been touched and found base metal, and notwithstanding his king's efforts, their Greek temples and Greek theaters, the Hebrew remained an Oriental. Cursed is the man who allows his son to learn the Grecian wisdom, was the verdict of the Talmud, and a Jewish poet many centuries after repeats the anathema in a milder form. Go not near the Grecian wisdom. It has no fruit, but only blossoms. Note: on the other hand, a famous Palestinian authority, Abahu, circa 279-320 AD, was a noted friend of Greek. He taught it to his daughters as an ornament. Of Abahu, it was said that he was the living illustration of Ecclesiastes 7:18. It is good that thou shouldst take hold of these, that is, the Jewish law, yet also from that is, Gentile culture, withdraw not thy hand, for he that feareth God shall come forth of them all. Hellenism might appeal sometimes to the Jew's head, though it never thrilled his heart. Compare page 39 below. End of note. But though the bulk of the nation agreed in its attitude towards foreign culture, there now appears an internal division into several parties, differing from one another in the degree of their attachment to the traditions of the past and in their aspirations for the future. Two of these sects stand out preeminently as representative of Hebrew sentiment and as the exponents of the two attitudes which have continued to divide the Jewish nation through the ages down to our own day. These are the Pharisees and the Sadducees, whose names are first heard under the early Hasmonean chiefs, but whose views correspond with those of the Hellenistic and national parties of the Seleucid period. The Pharisees were an offshoot of the Ascidian party, which, as we have seen, had waged a truceless and successful war against Hellenism. After their victory, the most enthusiastic of the pious retired from public life and nursed their piety and disappointment in ascetic seclusion. But the majority of the party were far from considering their mission fulfilled or from being satisfied with abstract devotion. They regarded it as a duty both to the faith and to the fatherland to take an active part in politics. The preservation of Judaism in its ancient exclusiveness was their program. All public undertakings, all national acts, as well as all private transactions, were to be measured by the rigid standard of religion. The law in the hands of the Pharisees became a Procrustean bed upon which the mind of the nation was to be stretched or maimed according to the requirements of nationalism and the interpretations of the scribes. This inflexible orthodoxy, with its concomitants of discipline and sacrifice of individuality, was in perfect accord with the Hebrew temperament, and the Pharisees must be regarded as the interpreters of the views dear to the great mass of their compatriots. As time went on, the Pharisaic attitude became more and more hardened into a theological creed, clothed in a web of ceremonial formalities, but vivified by an inspiring devotion to the will of Jehovah and an ardent belief in the ultimate triumph of his elect. Against this teaching arose the sect of the Sadducees, who played towards Pharisaism a part in one respect analogous to that played by the Protestantism towards Catholicism, in another to that played by the Cavaliers towards the Roundheads. They derived all their religious tenets from the letter of Scripture, rejecting the lessons of oral tradition and the legacies of the scribes. They refused to believe in angels or in the resurrection of the dead, and they repudiated the fatalistic doctrine that the future of the individual and of the state depends not upon human action, but upon the divine will, fixed once for all. They pointed out that, if this were the case, the belief in God's justice would be reduced to an absurdity, as saint and sinner would be confused in one indiscriminate verdict. The Sadducees held that man is master of his own fortunes. The Pharisees met the objection of their opponents as to divine justice by the non-scriptural doctrine of the resurrection of the dead, which had crept into Judaism in the latter years of the Babylonian captivity. If the saint and the sinner fared alike in this life, they argued, the balance would be restored in the next. The righteous would then rise up to everlasting bliss, and the wicked to everlasting shame. These and other minor points formed the ground of dogmatic difference between the two sects. Their difference in questions of practical politics and in social views was characteristic of their respective creeds. The Sadducees, far from expecting the salvation of the nation from a miraculous intervention of the deity, looked to human wisdom for help. They placed the interests of the state above the interests of the synagogue. They shared in the aristocrats' well-bred horror of disturbing enthusiasms and of asceticism. Though recognizing the authority of the law, they were temperate in their piety, and could not live by unleavened bread alone. They favored Hellenism and supported the Hasmonean kings in their efforts to shake off the trammels of ecclesiastical tyranny, the liberal and progressive, and, at the same time, degenerate tendencies of the Sadducean Protestants are seen under their most pronounced form in the sect of the Herodians, who later helped Herod the Great in his endeavor to render pagan culture popular among his subjects by the erection of temples and theaters, by the adoption of heathen fashions of worship, and by the encouragement of the Hellenic games. The body of the Sadducees included the great priestly families, the noble, and the wealthy, that is, the minority. Their opponents interpreted the feelings of the lower priesthood and of the people. Judaism, as understood by the Pharisees, was the idol for which the nation had suffered martyrdom, and the national devotion to that idol had gained new fervor from the recent struggle with Hellenism. The hatred of the Jews towards Hellenism may, in one sense, be regarded as a sequel to that older hostility which appears to have embittered the intercourse between Europe and Asia from the very dawn of history. It is an antipathy which, under various names and guises, continues prevalent to this day, revealing itself now as anti-Semitism, now in anti-Turkism, and again in the exclusion of Asiatic immigrants from English-speaking countries, a sad legacy received from our far-off ancestors and likely to be handed down to a remote posterity. Long before the appearance of the Jew on the stage of European politics, this antagonism had manifested itself in the hereditary feud between Hellene and barbarian, which the ingenious Herodotus traced to the reciprocal abductions of ladies by the inhabitants of the two continents, and of which, according to his theory, the Trojan War was the most important and brilliant episode. The same feud was in historic times dignified by the Persian king's gigantic effort to subdue Europe, and at a later period by Alexander's success in subduing Asia. Had the father of history been born again to celebrate the exploits of the latter hero, he would, no doubt, have described the Macedonian campaign as part of the chain of enmity, the first links of which he had sought and found in the romantic records of mythical gallantry. The modern student, while smiling a superior smile at his great forerunner's simple faith in legend and traditional gossip, cannot but admit that there was true insight in Herodotus's comprehensive survey of history. But examining things by the light of maturer experience, and with a less uncritical eye, he will be inclined to regard this venerable strife as the result of a far deeper antagonism between rival civilizations, rival mental and moral attitudes, the attitudes which, in their broadest outlines, may be defined as Oriental and Occidental respectively, in their narrower aspect, with which we are more immediately concerned, as Hebraic and Hellenic. End of section 1. Section 2 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 1. Hebraism and Hellenism, Part 2. The Jew had one quality in common with the Greek. They both saw life clearly and saw it as a harmonious whole. but they each saw it from an opposite standpoint. The thoroughness, consistency, and unity of each ideal by itself only rendered its incompatibility with the other more complete. It is to this incompatibility that must be attributed the failure of Hellenism in Western Asia generally and among the Jews in particular. A system of life reared upon a purely intellectual basis had no charm for a race essentially spiritual. The cold language of reason conveyed no message to the mind of the Hebrew, who, in common with most Orientals, looks to revealed religion alone for guidance in matters of belief and conduct. The Oriental never feels happy except in a creed, and the Hellene offers him nothing better than an ethical code. How mean and how earthy must this code have appeared in the eyes of men accustomed to the splendid terrors of the Mosaic law. Again, the intellectual freedom, the privilege of investigating all and testing all before accepting anything as true, which the Greek has claimed from all time as man's inalienable birthright, and upon which he has built his novel civilization, was repugnant to a people swathed in the bands of tradition and distrusting all things that are not sanctioned by authority. The Greek had no word for faith as distinct from conviction. He revered intelligence and scorned intuition. What man's mental eye could not see clearly was not worth seeing, or rather did not exist for him. Palestine was the home of revelation, Hellas of speculation. This one country has given us philosophy and the Platonic dialogues, the other the prophets and the Mosaic Decalogue. The former all argument, the latter all commandment. The following conversation between two representatives of the two worlds brings their respective attitudes into vivid relief. One is Justice Martyr, the other a mysterious personage, probably a fictitious character, who sowed in Justin's mind the seed of the new religion. Justin. Can man achieve a greater triumph than prove that reason reigns supreme over all things, and having captured reason and being borne aloft by it to survey the errors of other men? There is no wisdom except in philosophy and right reason. It is, therefore, every man's duty to cultivate philosophy, and to deem that the greatest and most glorious pursuit, all other possessions as of secondary or tertiary value. For if these are wedded to philosophy, they are worthy of some acceptance, but if divorced from philosophy, they are burdensome and vulgar. Stranger, what is philosophy, and what the happiness derived therefrom? Justin, philosophy is the knowledge of that which is and is true. The happiness derived therefrom is the price of that knowledge. Stranger, how can the philosophers form a correct notion of God, or teach anything true concerning him, since they have neither seen him nor heard of him? Justin, God cannot be seen with the eye, but only comprehended by the mind. Stranger, has our mind, then, such and so great a power as to perceive that which is not perceptible through the senses? Or can man's mind ever see God unless it is adorned with the Holy Spirit? Justin, to whom can, then, one apply for teaching, if there is no truth in Plato and Pythagoras? Stranger, there have been men of old, older than any of these reputed philosophers, saintly men and just, beloved of God, who spoke through the divine Spirit and predicted the things that were to be. These men are called prophets. They alone saw the truth and declared it unto men, neither favoring nor fearing anyone, not slaves to ambition, but only speaking the things which they heard and saw when filled with Holy Spirit. Their works are still extant, and the lover of wisdom may find therein all about the beginning and end of things and everything that he need know. They had not recourse to proof, for they were above all proof trustworthy witnesses of the truth. Pray thou above all things that the gates of the light may be opened unto thee. This diversity of view reveals itself in every phase of Hebrew and Hellenic life, political, social, religious, and artistic. The Greeks very early outgrew the primitive reverence for the tribal chief, the belief that he derived his authority from heaven, and that he was, on that account, entitled to unlimited obedience on the part of man. Even in the oldest form of the Greek state known to us, the Homeric, the king, though wielding a scepter given unto him by Zeus, is in practice, if not in theory, controlled by the wisdom of a senate
and by the will of the people. Monarchy gradually developed into oligarchy, and this gave way to democracy. Nor was the evolution effected until the sacerdotal character, which formed one of the king's principal claims to reverence and obedience, lost its influence over the Greek mind. In historic times, the impersonal authority of human law stood alone and paramount, quite distinct from any religious duty, which was a matter of unwritten tradition and custom. The divorce of the Church from the state in Greece was complete. Now, among the Jews, the opposite thing happened. Kingship remained hereditary and indissolubly associated with sacerdotalism. The Semite could not, any more than the Mongol, conceive a separation between the spiritual and the temporal government. The king of Israel in the older days always was of the house of David, always anointed, and always wore the double crown of princely and priestly authority. And when, after the return from Babylon, the house of David disappears from sight, its power is bequeathed to the hereditary high priest. To the Jew church and state, religion and morality continued to be synonymous terms. The distinction between the sacred and the secular sides of life was never recognized. All law, political and social, emanated from one heaven-inspired code. And while Greece was fast progressing towards ochlocracy, Judea remained a theocracy. The Greek was an egoist. He disliked uniformity. Although in the direction of his private life he voluntarily submitted to a variety of state regulations such as the citizen of a modern country would resent as an irksome interference with the liberties of the individual, yet, judged by the standard of antiquity, the Greek was anything but amenable to control, and as time went on, his attitude became little better than that of a highly civilized anarchist. There were limits beyond which the Greek would never admit his neighbor's right to dictate his conduct any more than his thoughts. He suffered from an almost morbid fear of having his individuality merged in any social institution. He would rather be poor in his own right than prosper by association with others. Discipline was the least conspicuous trait in his character, and self-assertion the strongest. The Greek knew everything except how to obey. The Jew, on the other hand, found his chief happiness in self-effacement and submission. His everyday life, to the minutest details, was regulated by the law. He was not even allowed to be virtuous after his own fashion. The claims of the individual upon the community were only less great than the claims of the community upon the individual. The strength of Hebraism always lay in its power of combination, the weakness of Hellenism in the lack of it. Equally striking is the contrast discerned between the aesthetic ideals of the two races. Much in Hebrew imagination is couched in forms which would lose all their beauty and freshness if expressed in color or marble, much that would look grotesque if dragged into the daylight of pure reason. Its effect depends entirely on the semi-darkness of emotional suggestion. Now the Greek hated twilight. He had no patience with the vague and the obscure in imagination any more than in thought. Hence, artistic expression was nothing to the Jew, everything to the Greek. Judaism shunned pictorial representation. Hellenism worshipped it. And as art in antiquity was largely the handmaid of religion, this diversity of the aesthetic temperament led to an irreconcilable religious antagonism. The Jew looked upon the pagan's graven images with abhorrence, and the pagan regarded the Jew's adoration of the invisible as a proof of atheism. Not less repugnant to the Hebrew was the Hellenic moral temperament as mirrored in literature, in social life, and in public worship, that temperament which, without being altogether free from pessimism, melancholy, and discontent, yet finds its most natural expression in a healthy enjoyment of life and an equally healthy horror of death. I would rather be a poor man's serf on earth than king among the dead, sighs Achilles in Hades, and the sentiment is one which his whole race has echoed through the ages, and which, despite 19 centuries of Christianity, is still heard in the folk songs of modern Greece. The Greek saw the world as it is, and upon the whole found it very good. He tasted its pleasures with moderation, and bore its pains with a good grace. He perceived beauty in all things, adoring the highest and idealizing the meanest. Even the shrill song of the humble grasshopper held sweet music for the Greek. He reveled in the loveliness and color of life. He was inspired by the glory of the human form. He extolled the majesty of man. The Hebrew mind was nourished by meditation. The Hellenic drew its nourishment from contemplation. Nature was the Greek's sole guide in taste as well as in conduct. From nature he learned the canons of the beautiful as well as the laws of right and wrong. Hence, no country has produced greater poets than Greece, or fewer saints. How could this view of things, so sane and yet so earthly, be acceptable to a race oppressed by this sense of human suffering as the fruit of human sin? Serve the Lord with joy, come before him with singing, urged the psalmist in a moment of optimistic cheerfulness. But it was only for a moment. Note: I am referring here to what seems to me characteristic of Hebraism in the earlier periods when it came into contact and conflict with Hellenism. In its subsequent development, Pharisaism, which gradually absorbed the whole of the Jewish people, avoided undue asceticism and laid stress on the joy of living. Judge's service became the keynote of Judaism and Jewish life in the Middle Ages, as it was the keynote of many Pharisees in the first centuries of the Christian era. The Essenes, though highly important in the history of primitive Christianity, had less influence on the main development of rabbinic Judaism. And of note, the true note of Hebraism is struck in another text. Vanity of vanities, saith the preacher, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. The Greek understood the meaning of the sad refrain, but he did not allow it to depress him. To the Greek, life was a joyous reality, or at the worst, an interesting problem. To the Jew, a bad dream, or at best, an inscrutable mystery. To the Hebrew mind, the sun that shines in the sky and the blossoms that adorn the earth are at most but pale symbols of divine love, pledges for a bliss which is not of this world. And yet Socrates emptied the cup of death with a smile and a jest, where Jove would have filled the world with curses and bitter lamentation. Laughter came as spontaneously to the Greek as breath, and the two things died together. The Jew could not laugh, and would not allow anyone else to do so. The truth is that the Greek never grew old, and the Jew was never young. Another lively illustration of the gulf which separated the two races is offered by the Greek games. These were introduced into Palestine by the Greek rulers and colonists, were adopted by the Hellenizing minority among the Jews themselves, and were denounced with horror by the conservative majority. Nudity, in the eyes of the latter, was the colophon of shamelessness, while by the Greeks the discarding of false shame was regarded as one of the first steps to true civilization. Thucydides mentions the athletic habit of racing perfectly naked as an index to the progress achieved by his country and as one of the things that marked off the Hellene from the barbarian. The Greeks were free from that morbid consciousness of sex which troubled the overclothed Asiatics. Nor were they aware of that imaginary war between the spirit and the flesh which gave rise to the revolting self-torments of Eastern aspirants to heaven. The peculiar characteristics of the Hebrew mind found their supreme manifestation in the sect of the Essenes, the extreme wing of the Pharisaic phalanx. The strictness of the Pharisees was laxity when compared with the painful austerity of their brethren. The latter aimed at nothing less than a pitiless immolation of human nature to the demands of an ideal sanctity. Enamored of this imaginary holiness, the Essenes disdained all the real comforts and joys of life. Their diet was meager, their dwellings mean, their dress coarse. Color and ornament were eschewed as satanic snares. The mere act of moving a vessel, or even obedience to the most elementary calls of nature on the Sabbath, was accounted a desecration of the holy day. Contact with unhallowed persons or objects was shunned by the Essenes as scrupulously as contact with an infected person or object is shunned by sane people in time of plague. They refused to taste food cooked, or to wear clothes made by a non-member of the sect, or to use any implement that had not been manufactured by pure hands. Their life, in consequence, was largely spent in water, for whosoever was not an Essene was, in the eyes of these saints, a source of pollution. Thus godliness developed into misanthropy, and cleanliness into mania. Thus these holy men lived, turning away from the sorrows of the earth to the peace of an ideal heaven, deriving patience with the present from apocalyptic promises of future glory, and waiting for the day when the unrighteous would be smitten to the dust, the dead rise from their graves, and the just be restored to everlasting bliss under the rule of the Redeemer, the Son of Man revealed to the holy and righteous, because they have despised the world and hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. Celibacy, seclusion, communion of goods, distinctive garb, abstinence, discipline, and self-mortification, ecstatic rapture, sanctimonious pride and prejudice, all these Oriental traits, gradually matured and subsequently rejected in their exaggerated form from the main current of Judaism, marked the Essenes out as the prototypes of Christian monasticism and as the most peculiar class of a very peculiar people. Could anything be more diametrically opposed to the genius of Hellas? Despite Pythagorean asceticism and Orphic mysticism, enthusiastic ritual, symbolic purifications, and emotional extravagances, Greek life was in the main sober, Greek culture intellectual, and the Greek mind eminently untheological. Those who delight in tracing racial temperament to physical environment may find the contrast between the two countries an exceptionally favorable illustration of their theory. There is more variety of scenery in a single district of Greece than in the whole of Palestine. Gray rocks and green valleys, roaring torrents and placid lakes, somber mountains and smiling vineyards, snow-clad peaks and sun-seared plains, glaring light and deep shade alternately come and go with a bewildering rapidity in the one country. In the other, from end to end, the plain spreads its calm, monotonous beauty to the everlasting sun, and the stately palms rear their heads to the blue heavens from year's end to year's end, severe, uniform, immutable. It is easy to understand why the one race should have drawn its inspiration from within and the other from without, why the one should have sunk the individual in the community and the other sacrificed the community to the individual, why the one should have worshipped the form and the other the spirit. It is especially easy to understand the Greeks' inextinguishable thirst for new things and the Jews' rigid attachment to the past. Everything in Greece suggests progress. Everything in Palestine spells permanence. The result of this fundamental discrepancy of character was such as might have been foreseen. The intense spirituality of the Jew was scandalized at the genial rationalism and sensuousness of the pagan, while the pagan in his turn was repelled by the morose mysticism and austerity of the Jew. History never repeats itself in all particulars, but so far as repetition is possible, it repeated itself many centuries after, when Puritanism, representing the nearest approach to the sad and stern Hebraic conception of life that the Western mind ever achieved, declared itself the enemy of Romanism, mainly because the latter retained so much of the pagan love for form and delight in things sensuous. Cromwell's Ironsides illustrated this attitude by marching to battle singing the psalms of the Hebrew bard. It is given to few mortals, blessed with a calm and truly Catholic genius, to reconcile the rival attitudes, and, with Matthew Arnold, to recognize that it is natural that man should take pleasure in his senses. It is natural also that he should take refuge in his heart and imagination from his misery. End of section 2. Section 3 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 2. The Jew in the Roman Empire. The animosity between Jew and Gentile grew in intensity and bitterness under the Roman rule, and its growth was marked by various acts of mutual violence which finally resulted in the disruption of the Jewish state and the dispersion of the Jewish race over the inhabited globe. Already in the first half of the 2nd century BC, we find a praetor peregrinus ordering the Jews to leave the shores of Italy within 10 days. This was only the commencement of a long series of similar measures, all indicative of the repugnance inspired by the Jewish colonists. The hostility was enhanced by Pompey's sack of Jerusalem and his severity towards the people and the priests of Palestine. Even in Rome, the hospitable harbor of countless races and creeds, there was no place for these unfortunate Semitic exiles, and their sojourn was punctuated by periodical expulsions. History is silent on the first settlement of Jews in the capital of the world, though the origin of their community may plausibly be traced to the embassy of Numenius. In any case, at the time of Pompey's expedition, they already had their own quarter in Rome, on the right bank of the Tiber, and their multitude and cohesion, even then, were such that a contemporary writer did not hesitate to state that a governor of Palestine, if unpopular in his province, might safely count on being hissed when he returned home. It was not long after that date that Cicero pleaded the cause of the praetor Flaccus, accused of extortion during his government of Asia Minor. The Roman Jews took a keen interest in the case, and many of them crowded to the trial, for among other charges brought against the ex-praetor was that of having robbed the Temple of Jerusalem. When Cicero reached that count of the indictment, he gave eloquent testimony to the importance of the Jewish element in Rome, to the feelings which he, in common with others, entertained towards them, and to his own want of spirit. Thou well knowest, says the orator, addressing the prosecutor, how great is their multitude, how great their concord, how powerful they are in our public assemblies. But I will speak in an undertone, so that none but the judges may hear. For there is no lack of individuals ready to incite those fellows against me, and all honorable persons. But I will not help them to do so. Then, in a lowered voice, Cicero proceeds to defend his client's conduct towards the barbarous superstition of the Jews, and his patriotic defiance of the turbulent mob who invade our public assemblies. If Pompey, he says, did not touch the treasures of the temple when he took Jerusalem, his forbearance was but another proof of his prudence. He avoided giving cause of complaint to so suspicious and slanderous a nation. It was not respect for the religion of Jews and enemies that hindered him, but regard for his own reputation. Every nation has its own religion. We have ours. Whilst Jerusalem was yet unconquered, and the Jews lived in peace, even then they displayed a fanatical repugnance to the splendor of our state, the dignity of our name, and the institutions of our ancestors. But now the hatred which the race nourished towards our rule has been more clearly shown by force of arms. How little the immortal gods love this race has been proved by its defeat and by its humiliation. Note: Pro L. Flacco, 28. All the references made to the Jews and Judaism in Greek and Latin literature have been well collected and interpreted by T. Reinach in his Texte de terre grecque et romaine relative au Judaisme, Paris, 1895. End of note. Time did not heal the wound. Pompey had already amalgamated the Jewish kingdom in the Roman province of Syria and carried the last of the Hasmonean princes captive to Rome. 5 years later, the proconsul Sabinius stripped the high priest of the last shreds of civil authority and divided Judea into 5 administrative districts. Frequent insurrections broke out in Palestine and were quelled with greater or less difficulty, the last of them resulting in the robbery of the temple of a great part of its riches by the proconsul Marcus Crassus, while not long after the quaestor Cassius, who acted as governor after the death of Crassus, sold 30,000 disaffected Jews into slavery, and this state of things lasted till the fall of the Roman Republic. Julius Caesar, like Alexander, was not slow to realize the weight of the Jewish factor in the complex problem presented by the conglomeration of nations which he had set himself to rule. The numbers of the Jews scattered throughout the empire entitled them to serious consideration. Their wealth, their activity, and their unity rendered them worthy of conciliation. Moreover, Caesar, with the eye of a true statesman, saw that the representatives of this race, so capable of adapting themselves to new climatic and political conditions, and yet so tenacious of their peculiar characteristics, might help to promote the cosmopolitan spirit which was the soul of the Roman Empire. These considerations were further reinforced by feeling of gratitude, for Caesar had derived great assistance from the powerful Jewish politician Antipater during his Egyptian campaign. He, therefore, like his illustrious predecessor, granted to the Jews of Alexandria special privileges, shielding their cult from the attacks of the pagan priests and affording them facilities for commerce, while in Palestine he reunited the 5 administrative districts under the authority of the high priest and restored to the Jews some of the territory of which Pompey had deprived them. In Rome, also Caesar manifested great friendship to the Jews. The Roman Jews showed that they were not insensible to these acts of kindness. At the tragic death of their benefactor, they surpassed all other foreigners in their demonstrations of grief. Amidst the general lamentation, to which every race contributed its share after its own fashion, the Jews, we are told, distinguished themselves by waking and wailing beside the funeral pyre for many nights. This spontaneous suffering of sorrow on the part of the foreign subjects of Rome forms the best testimony to the nobility of Rome's greatest son. Caesar might well claim the title of Father of Mankind. The end of Caesar's life proved also the end of the consideration enjoyed by the Jews under his aegis. Augustus, indeed, unbent so far as to order that prayers for his prosperity should be offered up in the Temple of Jerusalem, and even established a fund for perpetual sacrifice. But this was only an act of courtesy dictated by reasons of policy. His real feelings towards the Jews and their religion are better illustrated by his biographer's statement that, while treating the old established cults with the reverence to which their antiquity and respectability seemed to entitle them, he held the others in contempt. Among the gods deemed unworthy of imperial patronage were those of Egypt and Judea. During his sojourn in the land of the Pharaohs, Augustus refrained from turning aside to visit the temple of Apis. Nor was he more respectful towards Jehovah. On the contrary, he commended his grandson Caius for not stopping, on his passage through Palestine, at Jerusalem to worship in the temple. The ancient writer's juxtaposition of Apis and Jehovah, linked at last in common bondage, is as significant as it is quaint. Under the successors of Augustus, the Jews of Rome had more than neglect to complain of. Their suppression appears to have been now regarded as a public duty. The biographer of Tiberius, in enumerating that emperor's virtues, among other proofs of patriotism, includes his persecution of the obnoxious race. After describing the measures taken against outlandish ceremonies generally, and how those given to Egyptian and Judaic superstitions were compelled to burn all their ritual vestments and implements, he proceeds to inform us calmly that the Jewish youth, under pretense of having the military oath of allegiance administered to them, were distributed over the most unhealthy provinces, while the rest of the race, or those who followed their cult, were banished from the city under pain of perpetual servitude if they disobeyed. The indignation which these arbitrary measures must have stirred up among the Jews found vent in the following reign. The immediate cause of the explosion was Caligula's order that his own effigy should be placed in the Temple of Jerusalem, and that divine honors should be paid to him throughout the empire, an order which, however natural it might have appeared to a Roman, outraged the vital principle of Hebrew monotheism. The result was stern and unanimous resistance on the part of the Jews, bloodshed being only averted by the imperial lunatic's opportune death. Meanwhile, the Jews of Alexandria shared the woes of their brethren in Palestine and Rome. Their prosperity moved the envy of their Greek fellow citizens, and the two elements had always met in a commercial rivalry for which they were not unequally matched. If Hebrew astuteness found its hero in Jacob, Odysseus formed a brilliant embodiment of Hellenic resourcefulness. Both characters are typical of their respective races. They are both distinguished not only by strong family affections, by a pathetic love of home when abroad, and a passionate longing for travel when at home, by conjugal fidelity tempered by occasional lapses into its opposite, and by deep reverence for the divine, but also by a mastery of wiles and stratagems unsurpassed in any other national literature. It was, therefore, not surprising that the descendants of these versatile heroes should regard each other as enemies. The hostility was increased by social and religious antipathy, and by the favors which the Greek kings of Egypt had always showered upon the Jews. The fables and calumnies originally invented by the Seleucid oppressors of Palestine spread to Egypt, where they were amplified by local wits. Under Augustus and Tiberius, the lurking animosity was obliged to content itself with such food as the Greek genius for sarcasm and invective could afford. But the accession of Caligula supplied an opportunity for a more practical display of hatred. The governor of Alexandria, being in disgrace with the new emperor, and afraid lest that Alexandrians should avail themselves of the circumstance and lodge complaints against him in Rome, became a tool of their prejudices. Two unprincipled scribblers led the anti-Jewish movement. Insult and ridicule were succeeded by violence, and in the summer of 38 A.D., the synagogues of the Jews were polluted with the busts of the emperor. The governor was induced to deprive the Jews of the civil rights which they had enjoyed so long, and the unfortunate people, thus reduced to the condition of outlaws, were driven out of the divisions of the city which they had hitherto occupied and forced to take up their abode in the harbor. Their dwellings were looted and sacked, the refugees were besieged by the mob in their new quarters, and those who ventured out were seized, tortured, and burned or crucified. The persecution continued with intermittent vigor until the Jews resolved to send an embassy to Rome to plead their cause before the emperor. One of the envoys was the famous Jewish Hellenist Philo. Caligula, however, declined to listen to rhetoric or reason, but on the contrary, he issued the order for his own deification, which, as has been seen, was frustrated only by his death. Caligula's successor, Claudius, favored the Jews of Palestine for the sake of their king Agrippa, to whose diplomacy he owed in part his crown. But their brethren in Rome suffered another expulsion for continually disturbing the peace under the instigation of Christ. The confusion of the Christians with the Jews by the Roman writer is neither uncommon nor unintelligible. But if the Christians were persecuted as a Jewish sect, secret and therefore suspected, the persecution of the Jews themselves was frequently due to their peculiar superstition, that, in common with other products of the East, had found its way to Rome, where it acquired great vogue and exercised a strange fascination, especially among women and persons of the lower orders. Many Gentiles visited the synagogues, and some of those who went to scoff remained to worship. Horace, writing in the time of Augustus, makes frequent mention of Judaism, implying that it was spreading and that it formed the topic of conversation in fashionable circles. Josephus mentions a case of the conversion of a noble Roman lady in the reign of Tiberius. Persius, under Caligula and Claudius, sneers at the modern prayers and gloomy Sabbaths of the Jews and of Roman proselytes to Judaism, while Seneca, under Nero, declares that to such an extent has the cult of that most accursed of races prevailed, that it is already accepted all over the world. The vanquished have given laws to the victors. Juvenal, writing in the time of Titus and Domitian, bears similar testimony to the prevalence of Judaism among the Romans, many of whom, especially the poor, observed the Jewish Sabbath and dietary laws, practiced circumcision, and indulged in Hebrew rites generally. To the Roman satirists, these aberrations from good sense and good taste were a rich fountain of ridicule, but serious patriots regarded them with misgiving as detrimental to public morality. Hence we usually find the expulsions of the Jews and the suppression of their cult accompanied by similar steps taken against Chaldean soothsayers, Egyptian sorcerers, Syrian priests, and other purveyors of rites pernicious to the virtue of Roman men and women. Under Nero, the hostility towards the Jews was temporarily diverted against the Christians, and while the latter were ruthlessly made to pay with their lives for the emperor's criminal asceticism, the former enjoyed an immunity from persecution partly secured by feminine influence at court. But while the Jews in the West were purchasing a precarious peace and a miserable triumph over the Christians, their brethren in the East were preparing for one of those periodical struggles for independence which move at once the horror and the admiration of the student of Jewish history. The Jews could not bear the sight of the foreign despot in their country. His presence in Jerusalem was a daily insult to Jehovah. The reverses which they had hitherto sustained in their single combat with the masters of the world had not damped their desire for freedom. Disaster, far from crushing, seemed to invigorate their courage. And for the sake of the idea, they were ready to jeopardize the security and material comfort which they generally enjoyed under the equitable and tolerant rule of the Romans. In the eyes of the zealots, the sensible attitude of the higher classes, which acquiesced in the existing state of affairs, an attitude shared by famous rabbis such as Jochanan, son of Zakkai, who refounded Judaism when the temple fell, was nothing less than treachery to the national cause. It was felt that, if no attempt were made to check the seductive arts of Rome, the whole race would gradually sink into spiritual apathy. Bands of irreconcilables were, as in the time of the Seleucids, scattered about the country and set the example of insubordination by frequent attacks on the Romans and their partisans. These patriots were bound by a vow to spare no one who bended the knee to the hated foreigner, and they fulfilled it with all the scrupulous cruelty which characterizes the vows of enthusiasts. The pursuit of personal profit, as not unfrequently happens, was combined with the pursuit of patriotism, and there soon appeared a secret revolutionary association whose emissaries insinuated themselves into the very precincts of the temple, and there struck down those who had incurred their wrath. Sporadic assassination was gradually organized into a regular conspiracy, and the murderers of yesterday were now ennobled by the appellation of rebels. The voices of prudence and moderation were drowned in the clamor of patriotism. The peace party was terrorized into a zeal for liberty which it was far from feeling, and the standard of rebellion was unfurled. In the meantime, Alexandria witnessed another explosion of the Greco-Jewish feud. The Greeks determined to petition Nero for the withdrawal of the rights of citizenship restored to the Jews by Claudius. A public meeting was held in order to select the ambassadors who were to carry the petition to Rome. Some Jews were discovered in the amphitheater where the meeting was held, and 3 of them were dragged by the mob through the streets. Their co-religionists, fired with indignation, rushed to the amphitheater, threatening to commit it and the assembled Greeks to the flames. The governor attempted to pacify the crowd, but being himself a renegade Jew, he had little influence over his former brethren, who cast his apostasy in his teeth. Enraged thereat, he let his legions loose upon the Jewish quarter. This was soon converted into an inferno of multiform brutality, wherein 50,000 Jews are said to have miserably perished. To return to Palestine, the revolt against the Roman rule, begun in 66 A.D., ended in the famous fall of Jerusalem 4 years later. The desperate obstinacy of the defense and the terrible barbarity which had disgraced the rising provoked the conquerors to pitiless retaliation. The holy city, which had once been the joy of the whole earth and God's own habitation, was no more. Zion lay deserted. Her sons were slain, and her daughters sold into slavery and shame. And the prophet's words seem to have come true. Her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, being desolate, shall sit upon the ground. Those Jews who had not been put to death or driven forth to seek refuge among their brethren, already scattered over the east and west, were preserved to accompany Titus to Rome as prisoners of war, to supply food for the wild beasts of the arena, victims for the gladiators' sword in the amphitheater, and amusement for the sporting public of the capital of the world. Most awful calamity of all, the Temple of Zion, the sanctuary in which the pride and the hub of the whole race centered, was doomed to the flames, and its contents were carried off to grace the pagan victor's triumph. Among these treasures, hallowed by the veneration of 15 centuries, were the shittim wood table and the 7-branch candlestick of pure gold, both wrought out of the liberal offerings which the children of Israel had brought to Moses for the service of the tabernacle at the bidding of God in the desert. They were the works of wise-hearted men of old, selected for the task by the Lord himself and instructed thereto by his Spirit. For nearly 4 centuries these spoils of Zion served to adorn the Roman temple of peace, until an avenger arose and, having dealt with Rome as Rome had dealt with Jerusalem, transferred them to Carthage. This national catastrophe, commemorated as it was for all time on the imperishable marbles of the triumphal arch of Titus, left an indelible impression on the mind of Israel. It aroused the strongest feelings of the Hebrew nature and fixed a chasm between Jew and Gentile which even the lapse of long centuries proved unable to bridge. The conqueror's name was handed down the ages as a synonym for everything that is monstrous and horrible, and his language was tabooed even in epitaphs. The tombs in the Jewish catacombs at Rome bearing few Latin inscriptions, though Greek ones abound. Here we may pause to inquire into the causes of this persistent warfare. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 3 Judaism and Paganism. Over and above the two great causes of the unpopularity of the Jew already adduced, namely, man's intolerance of descent and the antipathy between the European and the Asiatic, there was another and more obvious barrier to a good understanding between the two elements. One sin which the Gentile could not pardon in the Jew, the Jew's infatuated arrogance, that contempt for all men born outside the pale of the synagogue, which national humiliation, instead of effacing, had deepened and embittered. It was this provincial spirit that had prevented the message of Moses from spreading abroad, as the message of Jesus and the message of Mohammed spread in after times. It was the same spirit that now forbade the Jew to feel at home in the presence of the Gentile. Judaism has always lacked the magnetic attraction of Christianity and Islam, not because the rule of life which it prescribes is less pure, or the prospect of peace which it holds out less alluring to the heart that yearns for rest, but because, unlike Christianity and Islam, it deliberately repels instead of inviting outsiders. The doors of Moses' heaven are jealously closed to the stranger, and those who have entered into it have at no time been more numerous than those who have come out of it. When Jehovah ceased to be the God of a clan, he became the God of a nation, but he could not, and would not, become the God of mankind. In spite of periodical attempts made by individual prophets and rabbis to soar above the barriers of narrow nationalism and to infuse their own noble spirit into the teaching of their predecessors and into the minds of their contemporaries, in spite also of the broadening of the conception of the divine, due to contact with the sublime religion of Babylon, Jehovah, to the ordinary Jew, remained an essentially tribal God. His interests continued to be bound up with the interests of the chosen people. An elaborate fence of ceremonial and custom separated these people from all other peoples. On leaving their native soil, the Jews carried away with them all the spiritual pride and all the pious prejudices which distinguished their ancestors. A wider knowledge of the world and its inhabitants failed to broaden their sympathies. Intermarriage with the Gentiles was prohibited as strictly as ever, in obedience to the old commandment, neither shalt thou make marriages with them, thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. And so it came to pass that, while they appeared to the Gentile a strange and unsocial species of man, to them the Gentile continued to be an unclean animal. Had it not been for its stern and exclusive spirit, the Hebrew cult might have excited the derision or the scornful curiosity of the pagans, but it would have hardly been made the object of systematic attack. The Jews would have continued their eccentric worship of the sky and the clouds, unmolested, though unrespected, and their temple, with all its uncanny emptiness, would have remained standing, for paganism was nothing if not tolerant. The religion of classical antiquity was a matter of convention rather than of conviction. The earnest and the unhappy sought solace in philosophy, the masses in superstition. Philosophy did not degenerate into theology, but left theology to the poets who, unfettered by doctrine, created or transformed to the popular deities and legends, purging or perverting them according to the promptings of their own imagination or the requirements of their art. The priests in pagan society counted for less than the poets. The word heresy in pagan Greece meant simply free choice and later a philosophical school. The terms orthodox and heterodox had hardly as yet acquired their invidious meaning. Religious rancor, that painful mother of manifold misery to mankind, was not yet born. There is no parallel in antiquity to that unremitting and systematic war of creeds by which, in later ages,
men tried to crush those who disagreed with them in matters of metaphysical conjecture. Tolerance and speculative freedom were never better understood than in pagan Greece and Rome. The pagan was content to navigate his own ship by his own compass, whether of head or of heart, without insisting that everyone else should adopt the same compass or be drowned. The total absence of dogma, which forms at once the charm and the foible of polytheism, while precluding persecution, encouraged a free exchange of religious traditions, not only between sister nations, as the Greek and the Italian, but even between entirely foreign and even hostile races. Thus, while the Latin writers hastened, more or less successfully, to identify the deities of Italy with those of Hellas, Greek travelers in the East, from Herodotus onwards, habitually sought and found, or imagined that they found, common attributes between the divinities of Olympus and those of Memphis and Sidon. Frequent intercourse facilitated the work of assimilation, and not only specific attributes, but whole gods and goddesses found their way from one pagan country to another, where they were welcomed. The doors of the Pantheon stood hospitably open to all comers. In this religious brotherhood of nations there was one disturbing unit. One race alone stubbornly and offensively declined to join the concert. The Jews held that their own religion was wholly true, the religions of others were wholly false. They arrogantly boasted that they alone were God's people. They believed themselves to be in league with the Creator of the universe, sharing His secrets and monopolizing His favors. For had not the Lord entered into a solemn and everlasting covenant with Abraham? It was they whom the Lord had selected to be a holy and a special people unto Himself, above all peoples that are upon the face of the earth. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servants whom I have chosen. It was for them that the laws of nature had been suspended, that the sea was made dry land, that the heavens rained manna, and the rocks gave forth water, that mountains had quaked, that the sun and moon had stood still, and the walls of cities fallen down flat at the sound of the trumpet. It was for them that prophets and inspired men had revealed the oracles and the will of God. If the pagan was ready to forgive Jewish eccentricity, no man could tolerate Jewish intolerance, and the resentment which the Jew's aloofness aroused in the breast even of the educated Gentile is palpable in the pages of many ancient authors. Only 3 Greek writers make a favorable mention of the Jews, the most eminent among them being Strabo, the geographer. He, curiously enough, speaks with admiration of the spiritual worship of Jehovah as contrasted with the monstrous idolatry of Egypt and the anthropomorphic idolatry of Greece. Less curious, but no less rare, is the writer's appreciation of the moral excellence of the Mosaic law and his reverence for the Temple of Jerusalem. Strabo's liberal attitude, however, was not shared by the Romans. They are emphatic and unanimous in their condemnation of Judaism. Horace, Juvenal, Persius, Pliny, and, above all, Tacitus. The great historian seems to give utterance to a common sentiment in denouncing the rites of the Jews as novel and contrary to the ideas of other mortals. He accuses the followers of Moses of holding profane all things that to us are sacred, and, on the other hand, of indulging in things which to us are forbidden. The Hebrew horror of the worship of images and of the deification of ancestors and emperors, as exemplified by the first storm which Caligula's mad order to have his own statue set up in the temple raised, gave great offense to the Romans, while the Jewish marriage laws, which permitted a brother to wed his deceased brother's wife, and an uncle his own niece, could not but be considered by the Romans as a sanction of incest. It is therefore not to be wondered at that the severe moralist should brand Mosaic institutions as evil and disgusting, owing their prevalence to their very depravity. Likewise, the national movement which, as already mentioned, under the splendid leadership of the Maccabees, resulted in the liberation of the Hebrew mind from the tyranny of Hellenism, to Tacitus is nothing more than a wicked rebellion against the Macedonian king's laudable efforts to improve the morals of their subjects by the introduction of Greek civilization. It cannot be denied that the victory of the national party was brought about by expulsions of citizens, destructions of cities, massacres of brothers, wives, and parents, and other atrocities in which the leaders freely indulged. But it certainly is less than the whole truth to assert that the movement had for its selfish object the restoration to authority of a royal family which, when restored, fomented superstition with a view to using the influence of the priesthood as a prop of its own power. Even the good points in the character of the Jews, their unswerving loyalty to their own kith and kin, and their prompt benevolence, which the truthful Tacitus acknowledges, are in his eyes vitiated by their hostility and hatred towards all aliens, and to him, as to so many of his compatriots and contemporaries, the Jews are a most vile race, and the Christian sect of them, at all events, the enemies of mankind. This common estimate of the Jew was, of course, very largely based on an ignorance of Jewish life and religion that would be ridiculous but for its terrible consequences. As early as 169 BC, we hear of the blood accusation which is still brought against the Jews by their enemies. When Antiochus Epiphanes desecrated the Temple of Jerusalem, among other fables that he and his partisans promulgated, it was rumored that there was found in the sanctuary a Greek kept for a sacrificial purpose by the priests who were said to be in the habit of killing a Greek every year and of feeding on his intestines. On the other hand, the Jews never did anything to dispel the ignorance which renders such grotesque myths credible. If the advocate of the Jew is inclined to charge the Gentile with intolerance, the advocate of the latter is amply justified in retorting the charge. A race which avoided the places of public amusement as sins of immorality and idolatry could not but be considered morose and unsocial. A race which, especially after the destruction of the temple, banished mirth and music even from its wedding feasts, would naturally be shunned as sullen and suspected as fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. A race which would neither eat nor sleep nor intermarry with strangers might expect to be represented as most prone to lust, and as holding nothing unlawful amongst themselves. The outward signs of Jewish aloofness were evident to the most careless gaze. The inward spiritual beauty and the moral worth of Judaism were not so easily recognized. Thus, prejudiced views, born of pagan ignorance and nourished by Hebrew intolerance, created a volume of animosity which, as has already been seen, caused its object many sorrows. But worse things were yet to come. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Israel in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mpinedag. Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. Chapter 4. The Dispersion. The struggle for freedom already narrated in its ruthless suppression were not calculated to diminish the Jews' unpopularity at Rome. Under the successor of Titus, we have fresh persecutions to chronicle. The Jews were heavily taxed, and heathen proselytes to Judaism were punished with loss of property, with exile, or with death, penalties from which not even kinship with the emperor could save the culprit. At last the Jews, driven from the city by an edict of Domitian, were forced to live in the valley of Egeria, which was gradually left out to them. The valley, once green with the sacred grove, famed in legend as the place where King Numa kept nightly tryst with his divine mistress, was now notorious as a desolation of malarious mud deposited by the overflow of the Tiber. In this miserable locality, the Jews were allowed to build their proseucha, or house for prayer, a rallying point for a congregation of poor wretches whose basket and wisp of hay are all their furniture. Thus Juvenal, in one luminous line, draws a picture as vivid as it is repulsive of the condition of Israel at Rome towards the end of the first century of our era. It may be added that the same edict which drove the Jews from Rome also expelled the philosophers, among them Epictetus. A streak of light amid the general gloom is shed by the reign of Domitian's successor. Nerva was one of the few emperors who knew how to reconcile absolute power with personal freedom, and the Jews shared with the rest of his subjects those blessings of justice and liberty that induced Tacitus to celebrate his short reign as the beginning of an era in which one was permitted to think what he chose and to say what he thought. The Jews were allowed to worship their God in peace, and the fiscal tyranny under which they labored was lightened. Nerva's toleration is commemorated by a coin bearing on the reverse the Jewish symbol of a palm tree and the inscription Fici Judaici calumnia sublata. However, kindness has as little effect upon the Jews as cruelty. Their religious and national antipathy to the alien ruler blinded them to the benefits of Roman administration. The memory of their defeat rankled, and the desire for emancipation was intensified by hunger for revenge. The prosperity of the present was valued only inasmuch as it enabled them to avenge their sufferings in the past. Their subjection was regarded merely as a trial and as a sign of the approaching advent of the deliverer destined to rebuild the temple and to raise the children of Israel to the sovereignty of the world, the Messiah whom the Lord had promised to his people through the prophets of old. The 40 years that had elapsed since the capture of Jerusalem by Titus were for the Jews of the empire at large years of comparative rest and recovery. All the strength gathered during that period was now put forth in a last desperate dash for freedom. The Babylonian Jews gave the signal for the Holy War by opposing the Emperor Trajan's plans of conquest in Mesopotamia. Thence the insurrection rapidly spread to Palestine, Egypt, Cyrene, and Cyprus. In every one of these countries, the infuriated rebel fell upon their neighbors, whom the suddenness and unexpectedness of the attack rendered an easy prey to the rage of the assailants. If 1/10 of the tales of horror related by Dion Cassius be true, it is sufficient to explain the hatred inspired by the Jews in after times, and to extenuate, if not to justify, the terrible retribution which followed. 220,000 Greeks and Romans were, according to Dion, butchered in Cyrene. Libya was utterly devastated. 240,000 Greeks were slaughtered in Cyprus. Great numbers of Greek and Roman heathens and Christians perished in Egypt, and many of the victims were sawed asunder after the fashion set by David and afterwards imitated by the Mohammedan conqueror of the Balkan Peninsula. It is even added that the butchers, not satiated by the mere sight of the mangled bodies, devoured the flesh, licked up the blood, girded themselves with the entrails, and rubbed themselves in the skins of their victims, abominations which are only credible to one familiar with the treatment mutually meted out by the inhabitants of the Near East at the present day. Note: it is, however, only fair to add that the Jewish records know nothing of these atrocities, and, as Mr. Reinach justly comments, the above details, for which Dion Cassius is our sole authority, inspirant la méfiance. The numbers of the victims, as reported by Dion, are in themselves sufficient to throw doubt upon the story. End of note. The insurrection was quelled, and temporarily calm restored by Trajan's successor Hadrian, who appears to have yielded to the Jews' demand for the rebuilding of the temple. The emperor's assent was received with wild enthusiasm. The Jews believed that the day of national rehabilitation had come. No more the death sound of the trumpet's cry, no more they perish at the foe's fresh hands, but trophies shall float in the world over evil. Dear Jewish land, fair town, inspirer of songs, no more shall unclean foot of the Greeks within thy bounds go forth. Thus sang an unknown Jewish poet of Alexandria, venting his spleen against the Greeks in Greek verse. But the dreamers were rudely awakened. The emperor was not slow to perceive that the restoration of the temple would mean a perpetuation of the Jewish problem. He therefore qualified his original concession by terms which were not acceptable to the Jews. Their bitter disenchantment and their hatred of Hadrian were concealed for a while. The emperor visited Palestine and endeavored to conciliate the Jews by bringing them into closer contact with the pagans. But he unfortunately adopted towards that end the very means calculated to defeat it. He proposed to rebuild Jerusalem on a plan which the Jews regarded as a deliberate desecration. He did not understand that what the nation wanted was not fusion with the foreigners, but rigid separation from them. Again the Jews concealed their feelings, and while the deluded emperor wrote to the Senate at home, praising the peaceful disposition and loyalty of this much maligned people, they were preparing for a fresh revolt. Arms were manufactured and hidden in underground passages, secret means of communication were established, and Hadrian had scarcely turned his back on Jerusalem when the Jews once more lifted themselves up to establish a vision. The rebellion was headed by Bar Kokhba, in whom the enthusiastic mob recognized the prophesied Messiah, and round whose standard they rallied in force sufficient to defy the imperial legion for 2 years. The Jewish Christians who refused to recognize the new Messiah and to take part in the Holy War were remorselessly persecuted, and the rebellion blazed from one end of the country to the other. However, Hadrian's army, under the able command of Julius Severus and of the emperor himself, prevailed in the end. Bar Kokhba was defeated, and the last sparks of the insurrection were extinguished beneath mountains of corpses. It is reckoned, though these figures are scarcely trustworthy, that no fewer than 580,000 Jews succumbed to the sword during the war, in addition to an unknown multitude starved or burned to death. Palestine was turned into a wilderness. All the fortresses were demolished, and nearly 1,000 towns and villages lay in ashes. The destruction of the Jewish state, commenced by Titus, was accomplished by Hadrian. The spot upon which the proud temple had once stood was now defiled by the plough, and all the holy sites were devoted to idols. The Samaritans shared the ruin of their secular enemies. Mount Gerizim also was polluted by a shrine to Jupiter, while on Mount Golgotha, where a century before the awful crime had been committed, a fane was dedicated to the goddess of lust. A pagan colony of Phoenician and Syrian soldiers who had served their time occupied part of Jerusalem, the very name of which was soon forgotten in that of Aelia Capitolina. Judaism was interdicted under heavy penalties, and the Jews were forbidden to enter the city of their fathers. The Babylonian captivity had been to the children of Israel only a fatherly road, but this last calamity proved their utter ruin. Henceforth they are doomed to wander among the sons of men, a sign and a scorn to the nations of the earth. The slaughter ceased as soon as there ceased to be any rebels to slay. A period of compulsion and persecution, as the Jewish writers term it, ensued, but the fear of further trouble having disappeared once and forever, the Romans forgot their anger. Though Israel had been extinguished as a state, it was suffered to live as a sect. The throne had perished, but the altar remained. At first, danger induced the Jews to compromise and to dissemble. A council of rabbis, secretly held at Lydda, decided that death by torture may be avoided by the breach of all the commandments, except the 3 vital prohibitions of idolatry, adultery, and murder. But the reign of terror and hypocrisy did not last long. Under Antoninus Pius, most of Hadrian's decrees were revoked, and a new red-letter day was added to the Jewish calendar. Though still forbidden to enter Jerusalem, the Jews were allowed to return to Palestine. Both in Italy and in the provinces of the empire, they enjoyed all the privileges that had been conferred on their fathers by the best of Antoninus' predecessors. While admitted to the dignities, and sometimes to the emoluments, of municipal life on terms of equality with their fellow subjects, they were suffered to maintain their social and religious independence under the jurisdiction of a patriarch whose seat was at Tiberias, and who exercised his authority and collected an annual tribute through his representatives in each colony. The follies of some emperors proved as beneficial to the Jews as the wisdom of others. Heliogabalus carried his superstitious veneration for the Mosaic law to the length of circumcision and abstinence from pork. The Syrian emperor Alexander Severus, nicknamed by the Greeks Archai-Synagogos, or head of the synagogue, expressed his eclectic friendliness to Judaism by placing in his private apartment a picture of Abraham next to those of Orpheus and Christ, and by causing the Jewish moral maxim, "Do not unto others what thou wouldst not that others did unto you," to be engraven on the imperial palace and on the public buildings. During this reign, the Jewish patriarch possessed an almost royal authority, and Hadrian's decrees, which forbade the Jews to enter Jerusalem and to exercise the functions of judges, were repealed. Under the circumstances, Israel throve and multiplied apace. Synagogues sprang up in every important city in the empire, and the Jews fasted and feasted without fear and often without moderation. Tolerance begot tolerance. Religious zeal, unopposed, lost much of its bitterness, and the Jews gradually reconciled themselves to their new position. Their hatred of the pagan was almost forgotten in their hatred of the Christian, and while they helped in the occasional persecution of the latter, they aped the manners of the former. The ladies of the Jewish patriarch's family esteemed it an honor to be allowed to dress their hair according to the Roman fashion and to learn Greek. The Jewish laws forbidding Hellenic art and restricting the intercourse with the Gentiles ceased to be enforced. But nothing shows the extent and the depth of the repugnance which the Gentile inspired in the Jew more clearly than the fact that the abrogation of the law of the synagogue, which prohibited the use of the oil of the heathens, was regarded as so daring an innovation that the Babylonian Jews at first refused to believe the report. Bread made by the heathens continued to be tabooed. The faith in the coming of the Messiah, indeed, was still as firmly held as ever, but in the absence of persecution from a definite expectation, it faded into a pleasantly vague hope. While cherishing their dream for the future, the Jews were sensible enough not to neglect the realities of the present. The subjugation of the earth by force of arms might come in God's good time. Meanwhile, they resolved to achieve its conquest by force of wit. And it was then that they developed that commercial dexterity and laid the foundations of that financial supremacy which have earned them the envy of the Gentiles, and which, in after ages, were destined to cause them so much suffering. Their skill and their knowledge, their industry and their frugality ensured to them a speedy success. By the end of the 3rd century, their European colonies had spread from Illyria in the east to Spain in the west, to Gaul and the provinces of the Rhine in the north, and it appears that, though trade, including trade in slaves, was their principal occupation, their prosperity in many of these settlements was also derived to some small extent from agriculture and the handicrafts. The civil and military services were also indebted to their talents, and, in a word, these Semitic exiles, though their peculiar customs were mercilessly ridiculed on the stage, could have none but a sentimental regret for the loss of Palestine. Their position in the Roman Empire at this period was a prototype of the position which they have since held in the world at large. Everywhere and nowhere at home, and everywhere and nowhere powerful. But the calm was not to last, and signs of the long terrible tempest, which was to toss the ship of Israel in after years, were already visible on the horizon. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 5 Christianity and the Jews, Part 1. In dream I saw 2 Jews that met by chance, one old, stern-eyed, deep-browed, yet garlanded, with living light of love around his head, the other young, with sweet seraphic glance. Around went on the town's satanic dance, hunger a-piping, while at heart he bled. Shalom Aleichem, mournfully each said, nor eyed the other straight, but looked askance. Israel Samuel. Christianity, long despised and persecuted, had by slow yet steady steps made its way among the nations, until from a creed of slaves it was raised by Constantine to the sovereignty of the Roman world. The cross, from being an emblem of shame, became an ensign of victory, and the great church of the resurrection, built by the first Christian emperor on the hill of Calvary, proclaimed to mankind the triumph of the new religion. But the gospel, which was intended to inculcate universal peace, charity, and goodwill among men, brought nothing but new causes of discord, cruelty, and rancor. Apostles and missionaries are apt to imagine that religion is everything, and national character nothing, that men are formed by the creeds which they profess, and that, if you extended to all nations the same doctrines, you would produce in all the same dispositions. The history of religion, however, conclusively demonstrates that it is not churches which form men, but men who form churches. An idea, when transplanted into foreign soil in order to take root and bear fruit, must first adapt itself to the conditions of the soil. The nations of the West, in embracing Christ's teaching, assimilated from it only as much as was congenial to them and conveniently overlooked the rest. Mercy, the essence of the doctrine, was sacrificed to the passions of the disciples. Henceforth, the old warfare between Jew and Gentile is to manifest itself chiefly as a struggle between the synagogue and the church, between the teaching of the new Hebrew prophet and the old Hebrew prophet, so beautifully imagined by a modern Jewish writer in the lines quoted above. The Jews were told that the observances of the Mosaic law were instituted on account of the hardness of their hearts and were no longer acceptable in the sight of God, that the circumcision of the Spirit had superseded the circumcision of the flesh, that faith and not works is the key to eternal life, that their national calamities were judgments for their rejection and crucifixion of Jesus, and that their only hope of peace in this world and of salvation in the next lay in conversion. Nor was the enmity towards the Jews confined to refutation of their doctrines and attempts at persuasion. The Jews had always been held by the Christians responsible for all the persecutions and calumnies with which their sect had been assailed. The other nations, says Justin to his Jewish collocutor in 140 A.D., are not so much to blame for this injustice towards us and Christ as Jew, because of their evil prejudice against him and us, who are from him. After the crucifixion and resurrection, you sent forth chosen men from Jerusalem throughout the earth, saying that there has arisen a godless heresy, that of the Christians. The accusation is repeated, among others, by Origen. The Jews who, at the commencement of the teaching of Christianity, spread evil reports of the word, that, forsooth, the Christians sacrifice a child, and partake of its flesh, and also that they, in their love for deeds of darkness, extinguish the lights and indulge in promiscuous incest. Here we find the sufferings of Christ linked to the sufferings of his followers, the crime of the Pharisees associated with those of their descendants, and, in defiance of the essential tenet of Christianity and of the sublime example of its author, the sins of the fathers are now to be visited upon the children. The Christians, while gratifying their own lust for revenge, flattered themselves that they avenged the wrongs of Christ. By oppressing the Jews, they were convinced that they carried out the decrees of Providence. Thus pious vindictiveness was added to the other and older motives of hatred, a new ring to the plant of anti-Judaism. But for the existence of those other motives of hatred, with which theology had little or nothing to do, the theological odium henceforth bestowed upon the Jews would have been merely preposterous. The founder of Christianity, himself a Jew, had appeared to his own people as the Messiah, whom they eagerly expected, and with all the divine prophecies concerning whose advent they were thoroughly familiar. They investigated his credentials, and as a nation, they were not satisfied that he was what his followers claimed him to be. Instead of remembering that his Jewish fellow countrymen were, after all, the most competent to form a judgment of their new teacher, as they had done in the case of other inspired rabbis and prophets, the Christians proceeded to insult and outrage them for having come to the conclusion that he failed to fulfill the conditions required by their scriptures. Saint Jerome, though devoted to the study of Hebrew, expressed his hatred of the race's enforceable language. Augustine followed in his older contemporaries' footsteps, and abhorrence of the Jews became an article of faith, sanctioned by these oracles of orthodoxy, and acted upon by the pious princes of later times. At first, Constantine had placed the religion of the Jews on a footing of equality with those of the other subject nations. But his tolerance vanished at his conversion. Under his reign, the Jews were subjected to innumerable restrictions and extortions. The faithful were forbidden to hold any intercourse with the martyrs of Christ, and all the gall which could be spared from the sectarian feuds within the fold of the Church was poured upon the enemy outside. Judaism was branded as a godless sect, and its extermination was advocated as a religious duty. The apostasy of Christians to Judaism was punished severely, while the apostasy of Jews to Christianity was strenuously encouraged, and the synagogue was deprived of the precious privilege of persecution, which henceforth was to be the exclusive prerogative of the Church. The Edict of Hadrian, which forbade the Jews to live in Jerusalem, was reenacted by Constantine, who only allowed them on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple to mourn on its ruins for a consideration. But the real persecution did not commence until the accession of Constantius. Then the rabbis were banished, marriages between Jews and Christian women were punished with death, and so was the circumcision of Christian slaves, while the communities of Palestine suffered terrible oppression at the hands of the emperor's cousin Gallus and were goaded to a rebellion which ended in the extirpation of many thousands and the destruction of many cities. But the Jews endured all these calamities with the patience characteristic of their race, until relief came from an unexpected quarter. In 361, Julian, whom the Church stigmatized by the title of apostate, ascended the throne of Constantine the Great. Julian's ambition was to banish the worship of the cross from his empire, to reform paganism, and to restore it to its ancient glory. Brought up under the wise Greek teachers, he was early imbued with a profound love and reverence for the beliefs and customs of Hellas. He felt strongly the instinctive repugnance of the Hellenic spirit to Oriental modes of thought. The Christian creed repelled him, and the pathos of Christ's career left him unmoved. To Julian, Jesus was simply the dead Jew. His philosophical attachment to paganism and contempt for the religion of Galileans were strengthened by his experience of the Christian tutors, to whom his later education had been entrusted by his cousin Constantius. While in his cousin's power, Julian had been forced to conceal his views and to observe outwardly the rules of a creed which he despised. Compulsory conformity deepened his resentment towards the Christian Church, without, however, blinding him to the beauty of the principle of toleration which she denied. Although, on becoming emperor, he favored those who remained faithful to the old religion, Julian did not oppress the followers of the new, holding that the intrinsic superiority of paganism would eventually secure its triumph. His confidence was misplaced. The classical ritual was no longer acceptable to serious men, and the Neoplatonic mysticism, which endeavored to transform sensuous polytheism into a spiritual philosophy, possessed no attraction for the multitude. Christianity had adopted enough of pagan speculation to conciliate the educated and more than enough of pagan practice to satisfy the ignorant. The Greek pantheon had ceased to have any reason for existing. All that imperial encouragement could do was to galvanize into a semblance of life a body that was already dead. But though Julian's success was ephemeral and the revival of polytheism impossible, yet the attempt brought for a while pagan tolerance to a world distracted by Christian sectarianism and the sanguinary squabbles of metaphysicians and priests. Towards the Jews, Julian proved particularly gracious. He introduced Jehovah to his chorus of deities and treated him with a special reverence. It was enough for Julian that Jehovah was a god. He cared little about the claims to universal and exclusive veneration advanced on his behalf by some of his worshippers. The emperor's desire to humble the Christians, combined with his genuine pity for the suffering Jews, suggested to him the design of rebuilding the Temple of Jerusalem, of investing it with its ancient splendor, and of recalling the children of Israel to the home of their fathers. Alypius of Antioch, Julian's faithful friend, was entrusted with the execution of this scheme, and was sent to Palestine for the purpose. The Jews saw the finger of God in the imperial enthusiast's resolve. It seemed to them that the long-expected day of redemption had dawned, and they answered the summons with alacrity. Leaving their homes and their occupations, they crowded to Zion from far and near, both men and women, bringing with them their offerings for the service of the temple, gold and silver and purple and silk, even as their ancestors had done, in obedience to the call of the Lord through Moses, and again on their return from Babylon in the days of yore. No pharaoh with a taste for monumental architecture had ever exacted from his subjects a larger tribute in money and labor than this pagan prince of Zionists now received freely from the children of Israel. To share in the work was a title to everlasting glory, while ignominy would be the portion of those who shirked it. But there were few who wished to do so. The building of the temple was a labor of love, and no sacrifice was deemed too great, no service too painful for the realization of the dream which so many generations of Jews had already dreamt, and which so many more were fated to dream in the future. Note: This account of the fervid response of the Jews to Julian's call, based on the authority of Christian writers, is pronounced by the Jewish historian Gretz purely fictitious. History of the Jews, English translation, Volume 2, page 606. At any rate, it seems to be a fiction that bears upon it a clearer mark of verisimilitude than many a historical document relating to this period. End of note. Alas, the glorious self-denial of a whole race was wasted, and its hopes were dashed to the ground by the emperor's untimely death. The work was abandoned 6 months after its inception. All traces of it soon vanished, and the site over which the plough had once been drawn remained a final loneliness. The pilgrims dispersed, disheartened and abashed, and their enemies rejoiced. The Christians, in return, detected the finger of God in this failure of the Jews to escape the lot assigned to them from above as a punishment for their sins, and continued to assist Providence. Under the Arian Emperor Valens, the Jews were left unmolested. Theodosius the Great also protected them against the attacks of fanaticism, and under the rule of Arcadius they were able to purchase peace by bribing the emperor's favorites. But with the accession of Theodosius the Younger, orthodoxy and intolerance, which had been interrupted by the short reign of heresy, were restored to power. The effects of this restoration were soon felt by the Jews. John Chrysostom had been denouncing them in Antioch, and the preacher's eloquence was translated into acts of violence by the people of the neighboring town of Imnestor. The occasion of the riot was the Feast of Purim, when the Jews celebrated their triumph over Haman by a carnival of intoxication and revelry, accompanied with the crucifixion of their enemy in effigy. The merriment, it appears, was further accentuated by coarse jokes at the expense of Christianity. The Christians of the town, who had frequently complained of these orgies in vain, now accused the Jews of having crucified not a straw Haman, but a live Christian lad. The charge led to the severe punishment of the revelers. Note that the Haman so burned was only an effigy is now clearly shown by an original Geonic responsum on the subject discovered in the Cairo Genaisa and published in the Jewish Quarterly Review, 16, pages 651 following. End of note. The same year witnessed a persecution of the Jews on a far larger scale in Alexandria. In that city, Jews and Christians had long lived on terms of mutual repugnance, which not rarely resulted in reciprocal outrage. An episode of this kind afforded Cyril, the dictatorial and bigoted patriarch, an excuse for indiscriminate vengeance. Early one morning, the pugnacious ecclesiastic led a rabble of zealots against the Jews' quarter, demolished their synagogues, pillaged their dwellings, and hounded the inmates out of the city in which they had lived and prospered for 7 centuries. 40,000 of them, the most industrious and thrifty part of the population, were driven forth to join their brethren in exile. The prefect Orestes, unable to prevent the assault or to punish the culprits, was fain to express his disapproval of their conduct, an indiscretion for which he narrowly escaped being stoned to death by the monks. In the meantime, the Christian inhabitants of Antioch volunteered to avenge the grievances of their brethren at Imnestor by ejecting their Jewish fellow citizens from the synagogues. The Emperor Theodosius compelled them to restore the buildings to the owners. But this decision was denounced by Simeon the Stylites, who, on ascending his column, had renounced all worldly luxuries except Jew hatred. From that lofty pulpit, the hermit addressed an epistle to the emperor, rebuking him for his sinful indulgence to the enemies of heaven. The pious emperor was not proof against reprimand from so eminent a saint. He immediately revoked his edict and removed the prefect who had pleaded the cause of the Jews. 2 years later, Theodosius the Younger abolished the semi-autonomous jurisdiction of the Jewish Patriarch of Tiberias and appropriated his revenues. He imposed many grievous restrictions on the celebration of Jewish festivals, excluded the Jews from public offices, and prohibited the erection of new synagogues. The harsh laws of Theodosius remained in force under his successors. The Jews were looked upon with contempt and aversion in every part of the Byzantine Empire. Their persons and their synagogues, in the towns where such existed, were frequently made the objects of assault, and the riots excited by the rivalry between the Christian factions in the circus often ended in combined attacks upon the Jewish quarter. Meanwhile, Palestine, with few exceptions, had become completely Christianized. Greek churches and monasteries occupied the places once held by the synagogues of the Jews, abbots and bishops wore sway over the land of the Pharisees, and Jerusalem, from a capital of Judaism, became the stronghold and the sanctuary of the cross. Suffering once more kindled the hope for the Redeemer. Moses of Crete, in the middle of the 5th century, undertook to fulfill the old prophecies and to gratify the expectations of his persecuted brethren. He gained the adherence of all the Jews in the island, and confidently promised to them that he would lead them dry-shod to the Holy Land, even as his great namesake had done before him. On the appointed day the Messiah marched to the coast, followed by all the Jewish congregations, and, taking up his station on a rock which jutted out into the sea, he commanded his adherents to cast themselves fearlessly into the deep. Incredible as it may appear to us creatures of common sense, many obeyed the command, to find the waters unwilling to divide. Several perished through the stubbornness of the element and their own inability to swim. Others were rescued from the consequences of excessive faith by Greek sailors. Moses vanished. Justinian aggravated the servitude of the Jews. In his reign, the holy vessels of the temple, which had already wandered over the east, been taken to Rome by Titus, and thence transferred to Carthage by Genseric the Vandal, found their way to Constantinople. The Jews of New Rome had the mortification to see these memorials of their departed greatness in the train of Belisarius, who, having destroyed the empire of the Vandals, carried into captivity the grandson of Genseric, and with him the sacred vessels, which were finally deposited in the church at Jerusalem. In the same year, the evidence of Jews against Christians was declared inadmissible, and 2 years later Justinian passed a law burdening the Jews with the expensive duties of magistracy, while denying to them its exemptions and privileges. Soon after, the Jews were forbidden by law to observe Passover before the Christian Easter. Under Justinian, the Samaritans fared even worse than the Jews. Oppression goaded them repeatedly to rebellion, and each attempt, accompanied as such attempts were with atrocities against the Christians, rendered the yoke heavier. One of these desperate revolts occurred in 556 A.D., when the Samaritans of Caesarea took advantage of one of the inevitable circus riots and, aided by the Jews, massacred the Christian inhabitants. The crime brought down upon them a heavy and indiscriminate punishment. A respite followed on Justinian's death, and it continued under his immediate successors. But the reign of Phocas witnessed a renewal of the feud. The Jews of Antioch suddenly fell upon the Christians, whom they slaughtered and burned, while they dragged the patriarch through the streets and put him to death. A military force suppressed the riot and wreaked vengeance on the guilty people. A few years later, the Jews seized an opportunity for venting their ill-concealed hatred of the Greeks. This was the advance of the Persians upon Palestine. A certain rich Jew of Tiberias, Benjamin by name, led the revolt and called upon his fellow countrymen to join the Persians. The Jews gladly complied and assembled from all parts of Palestine, bringing their fury and their fire to bear upon the Christians. With their assistance, the Persians took Jerusalem, massacred 90,000 Christian inhabitants, and sacked all the Christian sanctuaries, for their Jewish allies would spare none, and nothing that reminded them of their national humiliation. From the capital, terror and havoc spread throughout the land, the conquerors destroying the monasteries and killing the monks wherever they found them. An attempt to surprise and slay the Christians of Tyre during the Easter celebrations, however, failed. The latter, having been informed of the design, seized the Jews in the town, who were to act as secret auxiliaries of the assailants, killed 100 of them for each atrocity perpetrated by their accomplices outside the city, and threw the heads of the victims over the walls for the edification of their coreligionists. This performance had the desired effect. The besiegers, dismayed at the shower of Hebrew heads which fell upon them, beat a hasty retreat, pursued by the Tyrian Christians. For 14 years Palestine remained in the hands of the Persians and the Jews. Several Christians in despair embraced Judaism, among them a monk of Mount Sinai who changed his name into Abraham, married a Jewess, and renegade-like distinguished himself by joining in the persecution of the faith which he had betrayed. But the Jews, who had fondly hoped that their Persian allies would make the country over to them, were doomed to disappointment. Discontent culminated in a rupture with their friends and the banishment of many Jews to Persia. The rest then resolved to revenge themselves by a second act of treachery. They entered into negotiations with the Emperor Heraclius, and, on his promising to forgive and forget their past misdeeds, aided him to recover the province. The Persian invaders were driven back, and the Greeks reigned once more supreme over Western Asia. The Jews acclaimed their victor and his army with servile adulation, and entertained both with a liberality springing from cold calculation. But their enthusiasm was too transparent, and their atrocities too recent to delude Heraclius. At Jerusalem, the monks earnestly implored the emperor to punish the traitors, and with one stroke to remove forever the danger of a repetition of their crime. Heraclius objected to the breach of faith which the holy men so vehemently recommended, but his scruples were overruled by their offers to take the sin upon themselves, by their casuistical demonstrations that the extermination of the enemies of heaven was a meritorious deed beside which common honesty counted for nothing, and by the promise to fast and pray on his behalf. The Jews were persecuted, many of them were slaughtered, and others fled to the hills or to Egypt, where they were welcomed by their brethren. Thus double treachery ended in double disaster. The sufferings of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire were revived by Leo the Isaurian, who seems to have tried to recover the confidence of the clergy, forfeited by his iconoclastic proclivities, by a zealous persecution of those eternal enemies of orthodoxy. In 723 he issued a decree threatening with terrible penalties all Jews who refused to be baptized. Some submitted to the ordeal in order to save their lives. Others preferred to seek safety in voluntary exile, or glory in self-inflicted martyrdom. Many burned themselves to death in their synagogues. End of section 6. Section 7 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 5. Christianity and the Jews, Part 2. Under Leo's successors, though the Jews continued to be excluded from public offices, they were allowed full freedom in the exercise of their religion and in the pursuit of commerce. Basil, however, in the middle of the 9th century, renewed the endeavors of the Church to convert the infidels, and under his auspices public disputations were held between Christian and Hebrew theologians, the persuasive eloquence of the former being strengthened by promises of political preferment to converts. Many Jews hastened to profit by this opening to power, but on the emperor's death they exhibited an equal alacrity in returning to the old faith. Whereupon Leo the philosopher ordered that the backsliders should be put to death as traitors to the Church. This severity, however, was relaxed under his unphilosophical successors. Benjamin of Tudela, that invaluable guide to the medieval Jewry, who visited Constantinople about the middle of the 12th century, note: the exact date of the tour is disputed. It probably occupied the 13 years between 1160 and 1173. End of note. Describes the condition of his co-religionists as follows: they are forbidden to go out on horseback, except Solomon of Egypt, who is the king's physician, and through whom the Jews find great alleviation in the persecution. For the persecution in which they live is heavy. The Christians hate the Jews, be they good or bad, and lay upon them a heavy yoke. They beat them in the streets and hold them in a state of cruel slavery. But the Jews are rich and kind, loving mercy and religion, and they endured patiently the persecution. The quarter in which they live separately is called Pera. Briefly, the history of Israel in the Eastern Empire is a story of ecclesiastical persecution, tempered at times by imperial protection, until the Turkish conquest deprived the Christians of the means of oppression. Somewhat better conditions prevailed in the West. The Jews continued to live in Rome, Ravenna, Naples, Genoa, and Milan, devoted to the peaceful pursuit of commerce long after persecution had commenced in the East. Ambrosius, Bishop of Milan, it is true, denounced and derided the infidels, but he was prevented from an active demonstration of his theories on this subject by the firmness of Theodosius I. This emperor's feeble successor, Honorius, forbade the collection of the Jewish patriarch's tax in Italy, but the order was revoked 5 years later. In all the cities mentioned, the Jews formed separate, semi-autonomous communities, their only complaint being their exclusion from judicial and military dignities, which they did not covet, and the prohibition to build new synagogues or to own Christian slaves. The latter law, though bitterly resented by the Jews, was perfectly justified from the Christian, or indeed from an equitable point of view. The Jews were large slave dealers and slave owners, and it was their custom to convert their slaves to Judaism in order to avoid the presence of Gentiles under their roofs. All slaves who refused to be circumcised were, in obedience to the Talmud, sold again. It was therefore the duty of the Church to protect these helpless brutes in human form against proselytism. On the other hand, from the standpoint of the Jews, the prohibition was a severe blow at their power of competition, as in that age slave labor was, if not the only, certainly the most usual kind of labor available. The conquest of Italy by Theodoric the Ostrogoth, and the principles of toleration upon which, though a Christian and a heretic and a hater of Hebrew obduracy, this prince based his rule seemed to promise a perpetuation of the prosperity of Israel. How enlightened Theodoric's administration was is shown by the following incident. The Jews of Genoa, on asking for permission to repair their synagogue, received from the king this reply: "Why do you desire that which you should avoid? We accord you, indeed, the permission you request, but we blame the wish, which is tainted with error. We cannot command religion, however, nor compel anyone to believe contrary to his conscience." But the fanaticism of Theodoric's orthodox subjects, denied an outlet against the Arian conquerors, vented itself on the Jews, who suddenly found themselves exposed to the ferocity of the Italian rabble, were insulted and robbed, and saw their synagogues looted and burned, until the civil authorities intervened, stopped the havoc, and forced the aggressors to make reparation for the losses inflicted upon their fellow townsmen, thereby earning the cordial anathemas of the whole Catholic world. Thus ended the 5th century, nor did the position of the Jews deteriorate in the 6th. How happy and wealthy they continued to be in Italy under the Ostrogothic rule is proved by the brave resistance which they opposed to Justinian's general Belisarius in his conquering progress through the peninsula, and more especially at Naples. Byzantine domination over Italy ceased in 589, when the greater part of the country fell under the power of the Lombards, who also left the Jews in peace. Outbursts of popular intolerance disgraced the Italian peninsula from time to time, but as a rule Israel was able to secure official indulgence with the wealth which it amassed under the interested protection of the popes. Gregory the Great, although he persecuted the Manichaean heretics of Sicily and ordered the reclamation of the pagan peasants of Sardinia, etiam cum berberibus, and although in his anxiety to extinguish slavery he revived the ordinance of the Emperor Constantius and impressed upon the princes of Austrasia and Burgundy the necessity of forbidding the possession of Christian slaves by Jews, yet laid down the principle that no other means than friendly exhortation and pecuniary temptation should be employed in the conversion of the latter, and he sheltered them from the aggressive piety of the inferior bishops. In Gaul, Jews must have settled at a very early period, though the origin of their colonies is lost in the midst of unrecorded time, and no sure evidence of their presence in that province is extant before the 2nd century. Whether the first Jewish settlers north of the Alps arrived as prisoners of war or as peddlers, they make their appearance in history as Roman citizens, and as such they were treated with respect by the Frankish and Burgundian conquerors, who allowed them to practice agriculture, medicine, and trade without let or hindrance until the introduction of Christianity. The advent of the cross here, as elsewhere, proved fatal to the sons of Israel, nor could it be otherwise. Time had passed on, the Roman Empire had been swept away, and a new order of things had sprung into existence. Younger races dominated the regions over which the Roman eagle once spread his proud wings, and the worship of one god, the god of the Jews, had dethroned the many deities of paganism. The Jew alone had remained the same. Despite lapse of time and all vicissitudes, the Hebrew of Western Europe still was a faithful facsimile of his Asiatic forefathers. Like them, he continued hemmed in by an iron circle which he would not overstep and into which he reluctantly admitted outsiders. The Jews everywhere dwelt apart, suspicious and suspected. Jewish writers glory in this arrogant and dangerous isolation. In spite of their separation from Judea and Babylonia, the centers of Judaism, the Jews of Gaul lived in strict accordance with the precepts of their religion. Wherever they settled, they built their synagogues and constituted their communities in exact agreement with the directions of the Talmud. Such constancy, admirable in itself, was, from a practical point of view, pregnant with perils which were not slow in declaring themselves. In 465, the Council of Bonn forbade the clergy to participate in Jewish banquets because it was considered beneath the dignity of Christians to eat the viands of the Jews, while the Jews refused to partake in the viands of the Christians. This was the commencement of an active display of antipathy destined to endure down to our own day. In Burgundy, the conversion of King Sigismund to the Catholic faith inaugurated an era of oppression of all heretics, Arians as well as Jews. True believers, whether laymen or clergymen, were prohibited from taking part in Jewish banquets. From Burgundy, the spirit of hostility spread to other countries. The third and fourth councils at Orleans reiterated the above prohibition, and the Jews were forbidden to appear abroad during Easter because their presence was an insult to Christianity. Clerical fanaticism was invested with constitutional authority by Childebert I of Paris a few years after. Among these earlier persecutors of Judaism, none distinguished himself more highly than Avitus, Bishop of Clermont. In him the Jews of Gaul found an enemy as implacable as their brethren of Alexandria had found in Cyril. He repeatedly strove to convert the Jews of his diocese, and, on his sermons proving ineffectual, he incited the Christians to attack the synagogues and to raze them to the ground. But even this argument failed to persuade the stiff-necked infidels of the truth of Christianity. The good bishop, however, gave them the option of baptism or banishment, thus forestalling the King of England by 7 and the King of Spain by 9 centuries. One Jew chose baptism and paraded the streets in his garments of symbolic purity during the Pentecost. But another Jew undertook to interpret the feelings of his brethren by soiling the devout apostate's white clothes with rancid oil. The inopportune anointment led to a massacre and to the forcible baptism of 500 more Jews, while the rest fled to Marseille. This triumph of the faith of Clermont was received with great rejoicings in the neighboring countries, and Bishop Gregory of Tours showed a laudable lack of ecclesiastical jealousy by inviting a poet to sing in bad Latin the success of his colleague. 5 years later, the Council of Macon passed various enactments emphasizing the social inferiority of the Jews and the bigotry of the councillors. King Chilperic also dabbled in compulsory proselytism, and the later Merovingian kings, Clotaire II and Dagobert, carried on the work in grim earnest. The former of these princes, in obedience to the decrees of the Clermont and Macon councils, debarred the Jews from such official posts as conferred on the holders' authority over Christians, and in the following year the Council of Paris recommended their indiscriminate dismissal from all state offices. But the decline of the Merovingian thrones brought at last relief to the Jews of Gaul. In Spain, as in Gaul, Israel had pitched its tent very early, in all probability before the fall of the Roman Republic. The number of the colonists was subsequently increased by the captives carried off from Palestine by Titus and Hadrian and sold in various provinces of the empire, as well as by voluntary emigrants, so that the peninsula was gradually dotted with their synagogues. Many towns became known as Jewish, owing to the predominance of the chosen people in their population, and many Jewish families pointed with pride to lengthy pedigrees, real or imaginary, some dating their immigration from the destruction of the Second Temple, others tracing their ancestry to David. and not a few even claiming descent from settlers brought to Spain by no less a personage than Nebuchadnezzar. Here they remained unmolested until the conversion of the country to Christianity, when the familiar process began. The new religion, having wiped out idolatry, sought a fresh field among the Jews. Their infidelity justified persecution. Their wealth and their weakness invited it. As early as the reign of Constantine the Great, we find Bishop Severus of Magona in the island of Minorca burning their synagogues and forcing them to embrace Christianity, and Bishop Hosius of Cordova prohibiting Christians, under pain of excommunication, from trading, intermarrying, or otherwise mixing with the contaminated race. But the lot of Israel did not become unbearable until long after the Visigoths from the north invaded, devastated, and permanently occupied the peninsula. The first Arian kings, while persecuting the Catholics, allowed full liberty, civil and political, to the Israelites, who consequently rose to great affluence and to the most important dignities in the state. This happy period ended in the 6th century, when King Richard abjured the Arian heresy and was received into the bosom of the Church. Then came orthodoxy, and with it persecution. In 589, the Council of Toledo forbade the Jews to own Christian slaves and to hold public offices. The Jews tried to avoid the first restriction by offering a great sum of money to King Richard, but he refused the offer and earned the eulogies of Pope Gregory the Great, who compared him to King David, for as David had poured the water brought to him out before the Lord, so had Richard sacrificed to God the gold offered to him. This was precisely the principle which 9 centuries later dictated Ferdinand and Isabella's policy towards the Jews. Indeed, early Visigothic legislation supplies many curious precedents for medieval Spanish bigotry. As time went on, it doomed the whole Jewish race to servitude, and invented many of the maxims and methods afterwards adopted and perfected by the Inquisition. Throughout the 7th century, the helpless people experienced all the rigor of Spanish statesmanship, guided by priestly malevolence. Even bribery, the last resource of the oppressed, was provided against by regulations which in their stringency showed that, if the Jews were eager to purchase mercy, their ecclesiastical oppressors were not above selling the commodity. Under King Sisebut, the treatment of the Jews was a rehearsal of the tragedy acted in the same country 860 years later. They were imprisoned, plundered, or burned, and finally they were given the choice between apostasy and expatriation. The most stiff-necked amongst them preferred the loss of country and property to loss of self-respect. 90,000 yielded to force, and saved themselves by apparent conversion. The Church, while disapproving of compulsory proselytism, pronounced a heavy sentence on those who openly renounced the creed which nothing but the fear of punishment had driven them to embrace. Baptism became a mask and a mockery, but even outward conformity could not long be maintained unsupported by internal conviction, and many neophytes seized the first opportunity of throwing off the hateful cloak. Thereupon the Church, sorely scandalized at the sight of proselytes falling back into the slough when she had rescued them, induced Sisenand, one of Sisebut's successors, to restrain by force the Jews once baptized from relapsing into Judaism or from frequenting other Jews, and, furthermore, to order that the children of the former should be torn from their parents and be educated in monasteries and nunneries. Those who were discovered secretly indulging in Hebrew rites were condemned to lose their freedom and to serve the king's favorites. Side by side with these inhuman measures was carried on a less harmful, though not less stupid, missionary campaign. All the polemical arguments of the early fathers were now refurbished, but with no greater success than had attended them when brand new. However, these efforts of the Church notwithstanding, the nobles of Spain continued to extend their protection over the persecuted people until the accession of King Chintila, who, in a general council, wrested from them a confirmation of the anti-Jewish enactments of his predecessors, and moreover proclaimed a wholesale expulsion of all Jews who refused to embrace Christianity. Again, many Israelites were driven out of the country, and many into hypocrisy. It was hoped that this signal proof of piety on the king's part would break at last the inflexible infidelity of the race. The Church also decreed that every king in the future should at his coronation take a solemn oath to continue the persecution of heretics. But persecution presupposes a perfect accord between the civil authority and the ecclesiastical, and, as sometimes happened since, the secular power in Spain recognized certain limits to its capacity for obeying the spiritual. Chintila died in 642, and later sovereigns refused to carry out the decrees of the Church, while others tried to do so in vain. The Jews were too useful to be dispensed with. Political necessity overruled religious bigotry, and Spain, as every other country in Europe, continued to present the strange spectacle of a proscribed sect flourishing under the very eyes of the judges who had repeatedly pronounced its doom. Despite the manifold disabilities under which the Jews labored, they remained and multiplied in the peninsula, the pseudo-converts practicing Judaism in secret, some of the avowed Jews refuting the arguments of their assailants in polemical treatises, all nursing a sullen hatred of their rulers and waiting for an opportunity of gratifying it. Such an opportunity offered itself in the Arab invasion, and the Mohammedan caliphs found in these suffering children of a kindred race and religion ready and valuable allies. It is not improbable that the fear of such an alliance between the followers of Mohammed and those of Moses had intensified among the Christians of Spain the anti-Jewish feeling which found vent in the violent persecution of the Jews during the years immediately preceding the conquest of the peninsula. If so, the Spaniards, by their treatment of the Jews, created the situation which they feared. The Mohammedan invasion was prepared by the intrigues of the Jews of Spain with their co-religionists in Africa, who exposed to the Saracens the weaknesses of the Visigothic kingdoms. Tariq, the Mohammedan conqueror, in his triumphant career through the peninsula after the Battle of Xeres, where Roderick, the last of the Visigoth kings, had fallen, was everywhere supported by the Jews. Cordova, Granada, Malaga, and other cities were entrusted to the safekeeping of the Jews, and Toledo was betrayed to the invader by the Jews, who, while the Christian inhabitants were assembled in church praying for divine help, threw the gates open to the enemy, acclaiming him as a savior and an avenger. Persecution had again awakened the desire for redemption, which had never been allowed to remain dormant long. The new Messiah appeared in the person of a Syrian Jewish reformer named Serin. It so happened that the Jews of Syria were at that time suffering almost as cruelly at the hands of the fanatical Caliph Omar II as at those of the Christian Emperor Leo. When, therefore, the Messiah arose, promising to restore them to independence and to exterminate their enemies, many Eastern Jews lent an attentive ear to his gospel. The Redeemer's fame reached Spain, and the Jews of that country also, still smarting under the sufferings of centuries, and probably disappointed in the extravagant hopes which they had built upon the Arab conquest, hastened to enlist under his banner. But Serin's career was cut short by Omar II's successor. The commander of the faithful seized the Messiah and subjected him to a severe cross-examination. Whether it was due to the subtlety of the theological riddles propounded to him by the Caliph, or to some more tangible test of constancy, the prophet's courage failed him. It was even said by those who had refused to follow the Messiah, or who having followed were disillusioned, that Serin declared his mission to be only a practical pleasantry, at the expense of his credulous co-religionists. Be that as it may, poor Serin was delivered up to the tender mercies of the synagogue, and his disgrace dissipated the messianic dream for the time. But in less than a generation another reformer of the messianic type appeared in the Persian town of Ispahan to rekindle the enthusiasm and try the faith of his people. This was Obaya Abu Isa ben Ishaq. He, somewhat more modest than his predecessor, claimed to be only one, although the last and most perfect, of a line of 5 forerunners who were to prepare the way for the coming Redeemer. He also held out the promise to free the children of Israel from thraldom. Nor did he preach to deaf ears. One of the most striking inconsistencies in the Jewish character is the combination which it presents of unlimited shrewdness and suspiciousness with an almost equal capacity for being duped. The people who in every age have been hated as past masters of deceit have themselves often been the greatest victims of imposture. Religious belief is so strong in them that, especially in times of suffering, nothing seems improbable that agrees with their predisposition. Leventer hominis id quod volum credunt. 10,000 Jews rallied round Obiah's standard. The war for independence began at Ispahan and for a while seemed to promise success. But the prophet fell in battle, and though his memory was kept green by his followers, who endured till the 10th century, none proved able to carry on the work of deliverance. End of section 7. Section 8 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 6. Middle Ages. Part 1. Jews massacred in France. Jews massacred in Germany. Jews massacred in England. Jews massacred in Germany and France. Jews massacred in Spain. Again and again and again. These headings, not to mention expulsions, oppressions, and spoliations without number, stare us in the face as we turn over the pages of the history of medieval Europe, and the cold lines assume a terrible significance as we peruse tale after tale of bodily and mental torment such as no other people ever suffered and survived. And as we read on and try to realize the awful scenes, the desolate cry of the sufferers rings in our ears, like a long-drawn wail borne across the centuries. How long, O Lord, how long? It would, of course, be an absurd exaggeration to assert that the life of Israel through the Middle Ages was an unbroken horror of carnage and rapine. There were spells of respite, some of them fairly long, during which the Jew was permitted to live and grow fat. But these Sabbaths of rest can be likened not inaptly to the periods during which a prudent husbandman suffers his land to lie fallow in the hope of a richer harvest. They are only intervals between the acts of a tedious and bloody tragedy, with a continent for its stage and 7 centuries for its night. But, though covering so vast an extent in space and time, the drama is not devoid of unity, the unity of plot. The motives and the characters are ever the same. Each scene ends in strict accord with the foregoing, and the performance is a masterpiece of mournful monotony. Nor is it easy to bestow the crown of excellence on any European nation of actors without being unjust to their colleagues. The drama naturally divides itself into 2 periods, the period of spontaneous but unsystematic hostility, and the period of deliberate and organized persecution. While the Church was engaged in disseminating the gospel abroad, in rooting out heresy at home, and in establishing her own authority, she had little time to devote to the persecution of the Jews, and the only canon law against them was the prohibition to dwell under the same roof with Christians and to employ Christian servants, a law which, in the absence of rigorous supervision, often remained a dead letter, and much oftener was observed simply because neither side felt any violent desire to break it. The Jews consequently throve amazingly, their synagogues grew in number and splendor, and their antipathy to outside influences, though continuing to be as implacable as ever, found its chief expression in social isolation tempered by commercial exploitation. In every country and in every city in Europe, they remained sharply separated from their Christian neighbors, shunning intermarriage with them, and forming a perfectly distinct body of people, with the synagogue for its center and its soul. The synagogue elected its own officers in accordance with the traditions of the temple and the instructions of the Talmud, passing communal ordinances which, as in ancient times, regulated the whole of Jewish life, enforcing monogamy, prohibiting shaving, fixing the tax on meat, restraining gambling, forbidding the promiscuous dancing of Jews and Jewesses, dictating marriage settlements and divorce, defining the dress and diet of men and women. The state frequently levied the taxes on the Jewish community in a lump sum, leaving the assessment among individual members and the collection to the officers of the synagogue. Justice was also administered by the Beth Din, or Jewish religious tribunal. Thus, despite much external interference, the juries constituted self-governing colonies, a strange oasis in medieval society. Their members were neither villeins nor freeholders, neither men-at-arms nor mechanics. Feudalism concerned them as little as Catholicism. They took no more part in the martial exercises than in the spiritual devotions of their neighbors. They belonged neither to the knightly orders nor to the commercial and industrial corporations, but they lived a life of their own in closer communion of interests and tastes with their brethren in Cairo or Babylon than with their fellow townsmen. In the ninth century, for instance, Babylon was to the Jews of Western Europe what Rome was to the Catholics, the oracle of divine knowledge. The rabbinical decisions issued therefrom were obeyed as implicitly as papal bulls. The medieval Jews were as indifferent to the beauties of chivalry as to its duties. The notes of the minstrel fell dead upon their ears, and the sterile subtleties of Talmudical exegesis thrilled them more than the amours of romance. Latin, the language of Western Christendom, was abhorred by the descendants of those whom the Roman destroyer of the Temple had driven into exile, and the study of the Torah was the one form of literature to which all Jews, old and young, rich and poor, devoted themselves with a single-minded earnestness worthy of the ancient Pharisees and scribes. Even in their mutual greetings they retained the Oriental formula, "Peace be to thee a goodly blessing." This ominous isolation was to the Jews a source of pride with which no bribe could induce them to part. The thought of making themselves one with the uncircumcised was as repugnant to them as it had been to their ancestors on entering Canaan. Their poetical literature, which through the Jewish hymn book supplied a bond of sympathy between all the scattered sections of medieval Jewry, is a lasting monument of their sorrows and of their self-glorification, of their faith in the promises of the past and of their firm trust in the future. All these sentiments may be regarded as embodied in that love for an idealized and idolized Zion which brightened many a gloomy hour, and which was for the Jews what political ambitions and aspirations were for their Christian neighbors. They looked upon themselves but as sojourners in the land, and upon their residence among their Gentiles as an evil dream from which the Lord in his time would awaken them and lead his people back to the land of their fathers. Israel still was the slave of the idea and its victim. This social isolation was symbolized and perpetuated by local segregation. The Jews everywhere dwelt together in special quarters, distinguished even amid the gloom and squalor of a medieval town by a darkness and dirtiness which contrasted curiously with the occasional magnificence of the interior of the houses and with the personal cleanliness of the inmates. In these quarters they resided, many families in one house, eating meat killed and cooked in a special manner, frequently fasting when their neighbors feasted, and feasting when they fasted, or, worse still, sometimes, by a fatal coincidence, celebrating their deliverance while the Christians mourned the sufferings of their Saviour, as a rule, resting on the day on which the others worked, and working on the day on which they rested. They attended no Mass, partook of no sacrament, showed no reverence for the crucifix and the saints, but they lived unbaptized, unblessed, and circumcised, worshipping their own God after their own fashion and in their own tongue, indulging in mysterious ablutions, observing the new moons and 1,000 quaint rules of conduct, abstaining from touching fire from Friday evening till Saturday night, from eating pork, from drinking wine and milk, or from using vessels touched by a Gentile. Their religious symbolism was alien to that of their neighbors. Their allegorical wedding costumes, their rejoicings in their wailings equally weird, their music as wonderful as their symbolism, the nasal sing-song strains that floated out of the windows of the synagogue of a morning, or those that filled the night air, with their strangeness, as a funeral procession hurried through the street, sounded horribly harsh, unmelodious, and unmeaning to non-Hebrew ears. Their very children were unlike the children of the Gentile. Precocious in worship as in work, they knew nothing of the sprightly brownies, elves, and fairies of European folklore, but believed in the solemn and sober spirits of Asiatic mythology. Altogether, they must have seemed a singular and sinister people, with usury for their favorite pursuit, and prayer for their main recreation. Thus they lived, and when they died they were buried in special cemeteries, emphasizing the amiable principle that there could be no union or intercommunion between the Jew and Gentile, even in death. Is it to be wondered at that the Jews everywhere were looked upon with aversion and suspicion? The chastity of Jewish life, the gracious charm of the Sabbath, the serene beauty of the Jewish home were unknown, for Jewish homes in the Middle Ages rarely received a non-Jewish guest. If an inquisitive Catholic strayed into a synagogue on a Sabbath morning, what he saw therein would tend to strengthen his antipathy. He would find a congregation of men with their heads covered, gathered together in a place which had none of the attributes of a church: no images, no font, no altar, no holy water stoup, a club room rather than a house of the Lord. He would see some of these men absorbed in learned study, and others in lively gossip, some chanting and others chattering aloud, many dropping in casually at odd times, all heedless of the precentor, whose thrilling airs soared aloft in triumphant discord, amid the pandemonium of tongues, now melting into melodramatic tears or hysterical laughter, now drowned by the shrill blast of the ram's horn. How could the ignorant Gentile know that these listless and belated worshippers had already prayed abundantly at home, and, like people who go to a public banquet after having enjoyed a good dinner in private, had no appetite for further devotion? To him the whole scene, with the din of children crying and running about, and the free and easy nonchalance of the men, must have appeared an orgy of indecorous levity. Worse still, he might have surprised this congregation discussing lawsuits or prices of goods, for the synagogue was much more than a prayer house to the Jew, and in it were made proclamations and bargains such as the medieval citizen was accustomed to see made in the marketplace. Everything that the visitor witnessed would impress him as uncouth, unchristian, and uncanny, and he would go away amazed and scandalized, if not disgusted. And yet, such is the apparent inconsistency of human nature, it was to this despised and detested assembly that the Christians of the lower orders, when ill, often had recourse for medical assistance. As in the old days at Rome, so in medieval Europe the Hebrew rites commanded the veneration of the Gentiles. The mystery of the unknown fascinated them. Many people who ordinarily shunned the Jewish community, in time of trouble repaired to the synagogue, took part in its processions and ceremonies, and made votive offerings that ailing friends might recover, that seafaring relatives might reach harbor in safety, that women in childbed might be happily delivered, and that the barren might rejoice in offspring. The real proficiency of the Jews in medicine encouraged the popular superstition, for medicine and magic were as closely associated in the medieval mind as they still are in the minds of the less advanced races. Jewish women were dreaded as sorceresses, and the rabbis were believed to be on terms of intimacy with the powers of darkness. It was held that unregarded herbs and flowers and blossoms display undreamt of powers when gathered by them. And Christian knights applied to them for scraps of parchment covered with Hebrew text as protective charms for their persons and castles. Even so, at the present day, the Christians of the East resort to Mohammedan friars for charms and amulets of all kinds, and Mohammedans make offerings to Christian saints. Creeds may be mutually exclusive. There is free trade in popular religion. This liberalism, however, is not incompatible with the deep and abiding abhorrence. It is not the deities but the demons of the rival race that the ignorant strive to propitiate. The act is the outcome of fear, and the help received implies no gratitude. Consequently, the medieval Jews and Gentiles, like modern Christians and Turks, despite superstitious sympathy, contiguity of centuries, occasional intercourse for festive purposes, and interchange of gifts, cherished no fellow feeling for each other. Even genuine personal friendship could do little to counteract national and religious antipathy. The Jews were still aliens and infidels, therefore enemies, and they frequently fell victims to insult and assault, and sometimes to massacre, at the hands of the populace. Hostility found an appropriate occasion for self-manifestation on the great festivals of the Church, and more especially at Easter. At those times the sight of a Jew reminded the Christians of the old crime, and the maltreatment of him suggested itself as a natural deed of piety. The sentiment was holy, the practical expression of it partly childish, partly fiendish. At Toulouse, for example, it was the traditional custom to slap a Jew on the face every Good Friday. The Count opened the ceremony by publicly giving the president of the Jewish community a box on the ear and his subjects followed suit until the blow was commuted for a tribute in the 12th century. At Béziers, pious wantonness took the form of an attack on the Jews' houses with stunts from Palm Sunday till Easter. The use of other weapons was contrary to the rules of the game, but none other were needed. A sermon from the bishop was the regular preamble to the commencement of hostilities, and this Christian pastime continued in public favor year after year until a prelate, less cruel or more practical than his predecessors, abolished it for a consideration. In May 1160, a treaty was concluded providing that any priest who should stir up the people against the Jews should be excommunicated, while the Jews on their side pledged themselves to pay 4 pounds of silver every Palm Sunday. Elsewhere, an old pagan rite for the propitiation of the powers of vegetation was cloaked in the devotional cremation of a straw Judas during Holy Week, a custom still surviving in many parts of Europe. But racial and religious animosity, especially when fueled by material grievances, knows no seasons. In Germany, Jew baiting was a perennial amusement of gentlemen impoverished by usury, and the Judenstrasse, or Jews' Street, a not unusual field of ignoble distinction. However, during the earlier Middle Ages, the Jews, though exposed to popular hatred, were generally shielded from popular outrage by the princes, spiritual and temporal, who countenanced their usury, sharing their profits, and availed themselves, not without strict precautions, of their medical skill and administrative ability. We find them as landowners, physicians, and civil officials in Provence and Languedoc. At Montpellier, under the wing of the Count de Toulouse, there flourished a Jewish academy where medicine and rabbinical literature were cultivated successfully, an institution which helped much to create and promote a medical profession throughout southern Europe, while the great school of Salerno also owed much to Jewish talent. In a word, medical studies in the Middle Ages were deeply indebted to the Hebrew doctors. They were the first to discard the ancient belief in the demoniacal origin of disease and to substitute physics for exorcisms. Their adoption of rational methods in the treatment of patients helped to revolutionize the theory and practice of medicine, to emancipate the European mind from superstition, and to earn for them the cordial detestation of the monks and priests, whose relics and prayers were discredited and whose incomes decreased in proportion to the Jewish practitioners' success. Thus the animosity of the lower clergy against the medieval Jew may, in part, be traced to professional rivalry. In Spain, the Jews had always been most numerous and prosperous. Under the Saracen conquerors, with few exceptions, as, for instance, the persecution of Ibn Tumart, they enjoyed a peace such as they had seldom experienced under Christian rule. The liberty usually accorded to them enabled the Spanish Jews to attain distinction in other fields of activity besides money lending. They were farmers, landowners, and slave dealers. The last kind of trade was particularly encouraged by the caliphs of Andalusia, who formed their bodyguards of picked Slavonian slaves. They also were physicians, financiers, civil administrators, and they vied with their Mohammedan masters in learning as well as in material splendor and love of display. The influence of Moorish culture on the spiritual and intellectual development of the Spanish Jews has been very ably outlined by a modern Jewish writer in the following words: "The milder rule of the Moslem gave the Jew a needed pause in the struggle for existence, and the similarity of the Semitic genius in both prevented the perceptible tendency to narrowness, and brought the Jewish mind again into free contact with the world's thought. The first aim of the caliphs, after the victory of Islam was assured, was to resuscitate Greek science and philosophy. Translators were employed to bring forth from their Syriac tombs Aristotle and Galen, and the Jews at once took part in this Semitic renaissance." The writer might have added that it was mainly through the instrumentality of the Jews that this Arabic resuscitation of Hellenic philosophy and science was transmitted from Islam to Christendom. Learned Jews, familiar with both languages, rendered the Arabic translations of Aristotle into Latin, thus bringing them within reach of the schoolmen, who valued these versions highly, not only for their fidelity to the original, but also for the explanatory comments which accompanied the text. In fact, the first acquaintance of medieval Europe with any of the Aristotelian writings, other than the Organon, was due to the Arabs and Jews of Spain. Thus these two Semitic races, by a dispensation of fate, the irony of which was not to become apparent until our own day, were the first to stimulate in Western students a thirst for Hellenic literature and to supply them with the means of gratifying it. The first school founded by the Jews in Spain was that of Cordova, 948, followed by those of Toledo, Barcelona, and Granada. All these institutions were thronged with eager students and formed centers of light, the rays whereof shone all the brighter amid the gloom of the Dark Ages. Not only Talmudic, biblical, and Kabbalistic lore were there cultivated, but secular philosophy was diligently studied, and Aristotle was revered as the disciple of Solomon. Poetry, music, mathematics, astronomy, metaphysics, and medicine were also included in the curriculum, and the Spanish Jews, as the result of this encyclopedic training, were men of the broadest and most varied culture, the same individual often combining in his own person the subtleties of the rabbinical scholar with the elegant taste of a poet, the sagacity of a financier with the practical skill of a physician. All these talents are found embodied in Abu Yusuf Chastai of Cordova, a European in every respect except religion and name. From his father, Chastai inherited great wealth and liberal views of its uses. He studied the science of medicine, but he shone especially as a patron and man of letters and as a diplomatist. Hebrew, Arabic, and Latin were almost equally familiar to him. He rendered brilliant political services to Caliph Abdul Rahman III in his relations with the Christian sovereigns of northern Spain and other European potentates, and he was rewarded by his master with a post which in reality, though not in name, represented the powers of a minister of foreign affairs, of trade, and of finance, all in one, an elevation which enabled Chastai to take the oppressor's yoke from his people and to break the scourge that wounded it. Fate decreed that envoys from the Byzantine persecutors of the Jews should come to Cordova to solicit the aid of the Western against the Eastern caliphs, and they were received by the Jewish minister. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 6 Middle Ages Part 2. Under the paternal, if at times despotic, rule of the caliphs, the Hebrew character cast away some of its sternness and austerity, a change which is pleasantly reflected in the literature of the period. The Hebrew muse ceased to weep and wail over all misfortunes, and the lays of the Hispano-Jewish minstrels laugh with the sunshine or sigh with the lyric tenderness of their new country. These traits are brilliantly illustrated by the work of the Castilian poet Yehuda Halevi, born in 1086, and thus described by an enthusiastic co-religionist. Pure and true, without blemish, were both his song and his soul. When the Creator had formed the soul, pleased with himself at his work, he kissed the beautiful creation, and the glorious echo of his holy kiss trembles yet in every song of the poet, sanctified through this divine grace. There is nothing mournful in Halevi's poetry. In his early youth he sang of wine out of the gazelle-like eyes of his beloved, of her rosy lips, of her raven hair, and of her unfaithfulness. In his manhood he studied the Talmud, natural science, and metaphysics. He also, like many other Jewish writers, practiced medicine, not with conspicuous success, as he naively confesses in a letter to a friend. I occupy myself in the hours which belong neither to the day nor to the night with the vanity of medical science, although I am unable to heal. Halevi's heart remained wholly devoted to poetry, and his masterpiece is the Songs of Zion, wherein he pours forth all the deep veneration for the past and that ardent belief in the future glory of Israel which have inspired Jewish genius through the ages. Yehuda voices the national sentiment in the following Taugean lines. O city of the world, beauteous in proud splendor, from the far west behold me solicitous on thy behalf. Oh, that I had eagle's wings, that I might flee to thee, till I wet thy dust with my flowing tears. My heart is in the east, whilst I tarry in the west. How may I be judges, or where find my pleasure? How fulfill my vow,
O Zion, when I am in the power of Edom, and bend beneath Arabia's yoke. Truly Spain's welfare concerns me not. Let me but behold thy precious dust, and gaze upon the spot where once the temple stood. Nor was the longing a mere matter of sentiment. Jehuda was earnestly convinced that Israel could not have a national existence outside the Holy Land. He urged his people to quit the fields of Edom and to seek its native home in Zion. But the cry aroused no echo. The Jews of Spain, allowed to enjoy the comforts and luxuries of existence, felt no desire to exchange the real for a wild chase after the ideal. The poet, however, proved his own sincerity by undertaking a weary pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Leaving his peaceful home, his only daughter, his friends, his pupils, and his studies, he set out on his adventurous journey, accompanied by the good wishes and praises of numerous admirers through Spain. The long and stormy voyage and the hardships thereof did not quench the poet's enthusiasm for the Holy Land. The sea rages, my soul rejoices. It draws near the temple of its God. At Alexandria, Halevi was met by a crowd of Jews to whom his name was known and dear. They entertained him sumptuously, but could not prevail upon him to relinquish his aim. Once more Halevi resisted the seductions of safety and comfort, and set out for Jerusalem, which he found in the possession of unsympathetic Christian princes and bishops. His sentiments of disillusion and sorrow are commemorated in the lines, "Mine eye longed to behold thy glory, but as if I were deemed unworthy, I could only tread on the threshold of thy temple. I must also endure the sufferings of my people, therefore I wander aimlessly about, as I dare not pay homage to any other being." This prophet and singer of Zionism died in the land which his soul loved so dearly. Another great Jew of Spain was Moses Maimonides, born at Cordova in 1135. He came of a long line of rabbis who traced their descent from the royal house of David, and he might be described as a Talmudist by inheritance as well as by training. He had scarcely completed his 13th year when Cordova was taken by the fanatical sect of the Almohades, who offered to the Jews and Christians of the city the alternatives of Islam or death. The ancient Jewish community was broken up, and the family of Maimonides migrated to Almeria. But this town also, 3 years later, fell into the hands of the same fanatical Mohammedans, and the Jews and Christians were once more driven forth to seek freedom or worship elsewhere. Henceforward the family of Maimonides wandered hither and thither through Spain, unable to find a home. But this roaming life did not prevent the youth from attaining great proficiency in various branches of learning, sacred and profane. His father's teaching was always ready at hand, and his own quick and clear intellect found it easy to acquire and to digest the lessons of experience. Aristotle, as has been said, was much studied, though little understood, by the Jews and Arabs of Spain. Maimonides' intellect had much in common with the Greek philosopher's scientific mind, while he possessed a sense of religion to which the Greek was a stranger. In the character of Maimonides, the two temperaments, the Hebraic and the Hellenic, the reasoning and the emotional, met in harmonious combination. Truth in thought as well as in action was the object for which he strove, and the idle fictions of poetry were as severely condemned by him as by the medieval monks. But he was far from adopting the monastic definition of poetry as the devil's wine. His earnestness was free from fanaticism, and he could be severe without being savage. Unsparing in his scorn of what he considered false, he was most forbearing towards the victims of falsehood. Like many earnest men, Maimonides was born a missionary. Neither fatigue of body nor pain of mind deterred him from the diffusion of what he deemed to be the light, and to the propagation of rational Judaism he devoted his whole life ungrudgingly and unfalteringly. To this end he made himself master of all the knowledge accessible in his time. He studied ancient paganism as well as contemporary Islam and Christianity, philosophy, medicine, logic, mathematics, and astronomy. Thus equipped, he entered the arena. His people, after 10 years wandering in Spain, had repaired to Fez, where persecution had driven many Jews to assume the mask of Mohammedanism, a form of compulsory hypocrisy examples of which abounded in every country. A zealot wrote a pamphlet denouncing these apparent renegades as traitors to the cause of Israel. Maimonides, who was one of them, undertook to vindicate their conduct, but while defending their prudence, he strove to combat their lukewarmness and to confirm the wavering, endeavors which nearly cost him his life at the hands of the Mohammedans. In the dead of night, he and his family embarked on board a vessel bound to Palestine. After a month's perilous voyage, the refugees landed at St. John d'Acre, Acre, whence they proceeded to Jerusalem, then in Christian hands, and finally reached Egypt. There Maimonides lost his father first, and then his brother, suffered severely in his health and fortune, and was obliged to eke out a modest livelihood by the practice of medicine. But in the midst of all afflictions and occupations, he continued his first great work on the Talmud, which appeared in 1168 under the characteristic title, The Light. This work, though it failed to make its mark among the Jews of Egypt, gradually brought fame to the author abroad. In 1175 he was already revered as a great rabbinical authority, and questions bearing on religion and law were submitted to him from all parts of Israel. At the same time he busied himself with the affairs of the Cairo community, of which he was made rabbi. In 1180 he completed his religious code, in which he wedded Judaism to philosophy. The object of the book was to introduce light and limit into the chaos of biblical and Talmudical teaching. The code attained wide popularity, and copies of it were diligently conned in every corner of the Jewish world, from India in the east to Spain in the west. The learning, as well as the character of Maimonides, excited universal respect, and many were the titles bestowed upon the sage by his admiring coreligionists. Maimonides was proclaimed the enlightener of the eyes of Israel. Opposition and calumny, the involuntary tributes which envy pays to success, came in due course. But Maimonides, who had not been intoxicated by praise, did not suffer himself to be intimidated by obloquy. His reputation as a physician was almost as great as his theological renown. A Mohammedan poet declares that Galen's art heals only the body, but Maimonides the body and soul. Saladin, then vizier of Egypt, engaged him as his physician, and Richard Coeur de Lion, who during his crusade in the Holy Land heard of Maimonides, invited him to be his physician in ordinary, an honor which the sage declined. Thanks to the high esteem in which he was held by the Mohammedan rulers of Egypt, Maimonides was, in about 1187, made supreme and hereditary head of all the Egyptian communities. While at the height of his power and popularity, Maimonides found himself once more exposed to the danger which he had so narrowly escaped in Morocco. A traveler from that country recognized in the official chief of the Hebrew community of Egypt his pseudo-Mohammedan friend of Fez, and denounced him as an apostate. The penalty for apostasy prescribed by the laws of Islam is death. Maimonides, however, succeeded in convincing the vizier of the Moorish visitor's mistake, and thus was enabled to return to the calm pursuit of his labors, communal, medical, and philosophical. Soon afterwards, Palestine was reconquered by Saladin, and the Jews were allowed to settle in Jerusalem, a boon for which Maimonides is supposed to be responsible. In the midst of his manifold duties and his feud with the rival rabbi of Baghdad, Maimonides found time to produce another philosophical work, the Guide to the Perplexed, a work which forms the crown of his intellectual achievement and which has been pronounced perhaps the most remarkable metaphysical tour de force in the history of human thought. At any rate, it is a brave attempt at reconciliation between Aristotelian philosophy and Judaic religion, between rationalism and revelation, between Hellenic free thought and Hebrew feeling. Therein is propounded the eternal problem of the origin and destiny of things, and solved in a manner that carried conviction at the time. The book has, indeed, been a guide to the perplexed for many generations, and, though it has not always commanded obedience among the Jews, it has served as a stimulus to inquiring minds, and, through medieval scholasticism, has exercised an abiding influence over Christian theology. If metaphysical speculation be of any value to mankind, the world owes a great debt to the work of Maimonides. He died in 1204 at the age of 70, full of years and honors, and his end was followed by a general outburst of grief. In Egypt, both Jews and Mohammedans held a public mourning for 3 days. In Jerusalem, a public fast was proclaimed, and similar funeral services and fasts were observed in many synagogues all over the world. The verdict of his contemporaries was, "From Moses the prophet till Moses Maimonides, there has never appeared his equal." Posterity was not so unanimous in its appreciation. His tomb at Tiberias was adorned with the epitaph, "Here lies a man, and yet no man. If thou wert a man, angels of heaven must have overshadowed thy mother." This inscription was in later times replaced by the following, "Here lies Moses Maimonides, the excommunicated heretic." The two epitaphs form an epitome of the sage posthumous career, characteristic, though hardly unique. Maimonides had to share the fate of all advocates of compromise ere he was accepted as the oracle of Jewish orthodoxy. The condition of Israel across the Pyrenees must now engage our attention. Charlemagne, the great founder of the Frankish Empire, in spite of his enthusiasm for the advancement of the Catholic faith and in defiance of the decrees of a church which he adored and by which he was afterwards honored as a saint, considered it his duty to contribute to the progress of the Jewish colonists in France and Germany. If the churchmen saw in the Jews the enemies of Christ, the statesmen saw in them useful subjects through whose international connections the interest of his empire might be served. Among other liberties, he allowed them to act as intermediaries in the slave trade, exempt from the burdens as well as from the honors of chivalry on one hand, and from the degradation of the peasantry on the other. The Jews at this period devoted all their energies to commerce. But Charlemagne was more than an imperial shopkeeper. The spiritual needs of his subjects, Jewish no less than Christian, received as much attention from him as their material welfare. Though his own learning was of very late and limited growth, this great soldier was keenly alive to the value of scholarship, and he endeavored to diffuse education by encouraging learned men of both creeds to bring their lights from Italy to the dark regions of the north. Under his long reign, the Jews prospered and spread over many parts of Germany. In the 9th century, great Jewish colonies were to be found in Magdeburg, Merseburg, and Ratisbon, whence they penetrated into the Slavonic lands of Bohemia and Poland. But even Charlemagne could not quite overlook the chasm which separated the Jew from the Christian. In deposing against the Christian, the Jewish witness was obliged to stand within a circle of thorns, to hold the Torah in his right hand, and to call down upon himself frightful curses if he spoke not the truth. The Jews were also forbidden to buy or sell sacred church vessels, to receive Christian hostages for that, and to trade in wine and cereals. The favorable condition of Israel in Western Europe, with the exception of the above prohibitions, lasted under Charlemagne's successor Louis, who, a pious Catholic though he was, did not refrain from bestowing benefits upon the Jews and from defending them against popular prejudice and ecclesiastical oppression. Influenced partly by the principles of enlightened statesmanship which he had inherited from his father, and partly by the Philo-Judaism of his second wife Judith, he showered many favors upon the Jews. The works of the Jewish writers Josephus and Philo were assiduously studied at court. Jews and Jewesses were received and petted in royal circles, and their coreligionists were held in high esteem by the nobility. They were exempt from the barbarous punishment of the scourge and from the ordeals of fire and water. They were permitted to employ Christian workmen and to own Christian slaves, to settle their disputes in their own courts of justice, to build new synagogues, to farm the revenues of the realm, and to carry on trade freely. For their sake, the market day was changed from the Sabbath to Sunday. In return for all these privileges, they had to pay a tax to the treasury, which exercised a supervision over their incomes. But this very toleration excited the resentment of strict Catholics who could not see without disgust the canons of the Church disregarded and her enemies honored. The clerical party, under the leadership of Saint Agobard, Bishop of Lyons, wished to reduce the Jews to the position which they occupied under the bigoted Merovingian dynasty. An opportunity for the expression of these feelings offered itself in an incident such as has often proved the immediate cause of bloodshed between the faithful and unbelievers in the Ottoman Empire. A female slave of a rich Jew of Lyons ran away from her master and sought freedom in baptism. The Jews demanded the restoration of the slave. The bishop refused to comply. The court supported the Jews, the clerical party the bishop. The emperor endeavored to restore peace by summoning a council wherein the bishops and the heads of the Jewish community might settle their differences by argument. The adversaries met and roared rather than spoke to each other. The council broke up, and the feud continued to rage. The bishop preached to his flock sermons hostile to the Jews. The friends of the latter intrigued in the imperial court on their behalf, and prevailed upon the emperor to command Saint Agobard to desist from his oratorical exercises, and the governor of Lyons to lend his assistance to the Jews. The bellicose saint paid no heed to the imperial mandate, and the emperor was obliged to send 2 courtiers to enforce respect for his orders, but they failed. The bishop then appealed to his brother prelates, entreating them to bring home to Louis his sinful conduct. His appeal met with hearty response. It was generally felt that the question was a test of the relative strength of church and court, and the supporters of the one were as determined to uphold their cause as were the partisans of the other. A number of prelates met at Lyons and held a consultation as to the best means of humbling the Jews and bringing the emperor to the path of orthodoxy. The fruit of this meeting was a joint letter of protest concerning the superstitions of the Jews, addressed to Louis. The manifesto produced no result, and in the following year the Bishop of Lyons joined the conspiracy of the emperor's sons against their father, was worsted, and paid for his treason by temporary exile to Italy, whence, however, he soon returned on condition, it seems, that he should leave the Jews alone. The struggle only served to demonstrate the emperor's power and determination to protect his material interests in the teeth of ecclesiastical opposition. Nor did Louis the Pious withdraw his countenance from the Jews even after the scandalous apostasy of his favorite bishop Bodo to Judaism, an event which produced an enormous shock through Frankish Christendom, especially as it occurred directly after the bishop's visit to Rome. It is probable that a closer inspection of the Holy See accelerated Bodo's resolution, though contemporary indignation traced it to the direct agency of Satan. The golden age of Franco-Jewish history continued under Charles the Bold, son of Louis and Judith, who numbered amongst his closest friends the Jewish physician Zedekiah and another Jew called Judah. But the same causes brought about similar effects. The favor shown to the Jews by Louis' successor excited the enmity of the pious, who found a leader in Agobard's successor and other bishops, and held several councils with the object of inventing means for the curtailment of imperial power, the exaltation of ecclesiastical authority, and the suppression of the Jews. Again, letters were addressed to the emperor, in which he was recommended to enforce towards the murderers of Christ the measures which had been originated by Constantine the Great and Theodosius the Younger, adopted by the Spanish Visigoths and the Merovingian kings of France, and sanctioned by the unanimous intolerance of so many synods in the East and West. But these new enemies of the Jews proved no more successful than their predecessors. Charles the Bold contented himself with extorting 1/10 of their earnings from the Jews, while his Christian subjects paid 1/11. Thanks to their commercial enterprise and integrity, the Murderers of Christ continued to prosper under the judicious fleecing of the Carlovingians until the partition of the empire into a number of small states, the wane of the secular, and the growth of the spiritual power brought about a change. Charles the Simple was induced by his love of God and fear of the Pope to surrender all the lands and vineyards of the Jews in the Duchy of Narbonne to the Church. Boso, King of Burgundy and Provence, also made to the Church a gift of the property of his Jewish subjects, and this cavalier treatment of the wretched people continued under the first Capetes, their degradation keeping pace with the progress of papal influence. So deep was the suspicion now inspired by them that when King Hugh Capet died in 996, his Jewish physician was generally accused of having murdered him. A parallel evolution took place in Germany. When Otto the Great wished to show his piety by endowing the newly built church of Magdeburg, he did so by bestowing upon it the revenue which he derived from the Jews. Likewise, Otto II, 16 years later, made an offering of the Jews of Merseburg to the local bishops. At the beginning of the 11th century, there occurred in Germany an event which may be regarded as the prelude to the subsequent persecutions of Judaism. The chaplain of the Duke Conrad suddenly scandalized the Christian world by going over to the synagogue, and exasperated the brethren whom he had forsaken by producing a scurrilous lampoon on Christianity. The Emperor Henry caused to be published a reply in every respect worthy of the apostate's pamphlet. 6 years after the Jews were driven forth from Mayence, a decree was issued ordering the Jews of various towns to be branded, that they might not seek refuge in baptism, and so rigorous was the persecution that a contemporary Jewish poet commemorates it in lugubrious songs, wherein he expresses the fear that the children of Israel may be forced to forget the faith of their fathers. But the alarm was premature. Though, as a general rule, traffic in goods and in money were the only callings left open to the Jews, in some of the German states they still possessed the rights of citizenship and were permitted to own real estate. Thus the first period of the medieval drama came to a close, as the second was opening. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 7 The Crusades, Part 1. Towards the end of the 11th century, there arose in Europe a gale of religious enthusiasm that boded no good to infidels. This zealous temper, which at an earlier period had found a congenial pursuit in the extirpation of heathenism from Saxony, Lithuania, Poland, and the Baltic provinces, and in the suppression of heresy among the Vaudois, the Cathari or Albigenses, and others at a later, was now to be diverted into a different channel. During the preceding ages, the authority of the popes had been advancing with stealthy but undeviating and steady strides. Their own industry, foresight, and prudence laid the foundations of their political power. The piety and the ignorance of the nations which recognized their spiritual rule consolidated it. Every succeeding age found the Bishop of Rome in a higher position than that occupied by his predecessors, until there came one who was fitted to make use of the immense heritage of authority bequeathed to him. Gregory VII, surnamed Hildebrand, ascended St. Peter's throne in 1073. Though born in an obscure village and of humble parentage, he was a person endowed by nature with all the qualities necessary to make a successful master of men. Strong and ambitious, and possessed of an ideal, he was a stranger to fear as to scruple. It was related of him that, whilst a lad in his father's workshop, and ignorant of letters, he accidentally framed out of little bits of wood the words, "His dominion shall be from one sea to the other." To his contemporaries the story was prophetic. We may be content to regard it, true or not, as characteristic of his career. Gregory's dream was to deliver the papacy from the secular influence of the emperor and to establish a theocratic empire. This was the guiding principle of his policy, and, though his plans were flexible to circumstance, his purpose remained fixed. Like all great men, Hildebrand knew that where there is a strong will, all roads lead to success. The first step to this end was the purification of the Church of the corruption into which it had sunk under his depraved predecessors, and the organization of its soldiers under strict rules of discipline. This was effected by the suppression of simony and the enforcement of celibacy on the clergy. At the same time, Gregory did not neglect that which was the main object of his life, to make Europe a vassal state to the pontifical see. The thunderbolts of excommunication, which Gregory, the son of Bonic the carpenter, wielded with Zeus-like majesty and impartiality, were freely hurled against his enemies in the east and west. In the Emperor Henry IV,
the Pope met an adversary worthy of his heavenly artillery. But, undismayed by Henry's power and unrestrained by considerations of humanity, he plunged Christendom into that long-drawn strife between the Guelph and Ghibelline factions which makes the history of Europe for generations a melancholy tale of murder and outrage, ending in a blood-stained triumph for St. Peter. After having temporarily humbled Henry IV and forced him in the dead of winter to do penance in his shirt, the Iron Pope turned his weapons against the Jews. In 1078 he promulgated a canonical law forbidding the hated people to hold any official post in Christendom, and especially in Spain. Alfonso VI, King of Castile, 2 years later received an apostolic epistle congratulating him on his successes over the Mohammedans and admonishing him that he must cease to suffer the Jews to rule over the Christians and to exercise authority over them, for such conduct, His Holiness affirmed, was the same as oppressing God's church and exalting Satan's synagogue. To wish to please Christ's enemies, he added, means to treat Christ himself with contumely. However, Alfonso was too busy in the campaign against his own enemies to devote much attention to the enemies of Christ, or of Gregory Hildebrand. Nonetheless, the letter marks an epoch. What hitherto was prejudice now became law. In Germany also the Pope's anti-Jewish decrees met with only partial obedience. Bishop Rodiger of Speyer granted many privileges to the Jews of his diocese. Their chief rabbi enjoyed the same judicial authority over his own community as the burgomaster over the Christian burgesses. The Jews were allowed to buy Christian slaves and to defend themselves against the intrusion of the mob. For all these boons they paid 3.5 pounds of gold annually. The Emperor Henry IV, Gregory's antagonist, confirmed and augmented these privileges. He forbade his subjects, under severe penalties, to compel the Jews or their slaves to be baptized. In litigation between Jews and Christians, the Jewish law and form of oath were to be followed, and the former were exempted from the ordeals of fire and water. But in spite of these favors, their lot was such as to encourage messianic expectations. The Redeemer, a prince of the house of David, was confidently awaited about this time, 1096, to lead the chosen people back to the Holy Land. However, fate had other things in store for them. It was a time when the eastern and western halves of mankind agreed in regarding the conversion, or at least the extermination of each other, as their divinely appointed task. If the followers of Mohammed considered it an article of faith that the propagation of Islam at all costs was the supreme duty of every true believer, the propagation of the belief in the divinity of Christ, or the annihilation of those who denied it, was not less firmly held by all Christians as a sacred obligation. A collision between the rival creeds was inevitable. All that was wanting was union on the part of the Christians equal to that which characterized the Mohammedans. This consummation was prepared by Peter the Hermit and was brought about by the exertions of the Pope. At the Great Council of Clermont, Urban II described to the noble crowd of prelates and barons assembled from all parts of Western Christendom the sufferings of the Eastern Christians at the hands of the Saracens. With burning eloquence and no doubt considerable exaggeration, he depicted the dark deeds of the enemies of God, their destruction and desecration of Christian churches, their slaughter, torture, and forcible conversion of Christian men, and their violation of Christian women, and he ended with a passionate appeal to all present to hasten to the assistance of the Holy Land, enslaved by the godless and calling aloud to be delivered, promising at the same time a plenary indulgence and general remission of sins to all who should enlist under the banner of the cross. The effect of the pontiff's harangue on his chivalrous, sinful, and bigoted hearers was stupendous. It was the first official instigation to that hatred of the non-European and non-Christian which, however loath we may be to acknowledge the fact in a less furious form, still survives amongst us. Many obeyed the summons with fervor born of pure piety, many more saw in the enterprise a comparatively cheap means of obtaining pardon for all their crimes, past and to come, while others welcomed an opportunity for satisfying their adventurous dispositions, for gaining wealth and renown, or for quenching in the blood of foreigners that fanatical zeal which could not find its full gratification in the butchery of fellow countrymen. Among such foreigners, Asiatic at once and infidel, the nearest were the Jews. Cruelty, like its opposite, begins at home. It was natural that the champions of the cross should begin the vindication of their sacred emblem by the extermination of the race which had made so criminal a use of it. The shadow of the old crime once more fell upon the hapless people and darkened their lives. Religious frenzy kindled the ancient feud, and greed fanned it. This vast and motley rabble of savage peasants who, under the command of a monk and the guidance of a goat, followed in the wake of the knightly army, incited by the lower clergy, fell upon the Jewish colonies which lay along their route through Central Europe, at Rouen, on the Moselle and the Rhine, at Verdun, Treves, Espierres, Metz, Cologne, Mayence, Worms, Strasbourg, massacring, pillaging, raping, and baptizing without remorse or restraint. But the Jews, as on so many occasions before and since, so now proved in a practical and ghastly manner that they dreaded death less than apostasy. Many of them met bigotry with bigotry, and cheated their assailants of both glory and gain by committing their property, their families, and themselves to destruction. Martyrdom is a pathetic yet forcible reply to oppression. At Treves, the Jews, on hearing that the Holy Army was drawing near, were so terrified that some of them killed their own children. Matrons and maidens drowned themselves on the Moselle in order to escape baptism or disgrace, and the rest of the community vainly implored the hard-hardened bishop for protection. His answer was that nothing could save them but conversion. Thereupon the wretches hastened to be converted. This sin must have been a perfect study in the grimly ludicrous. The enemy was outside, ready to pounce upon his prey. The latter said to the bishop, "Tell us quickly what to believe." The bishop recited the creed, and the converts repeated it after him with all the fervor and fluency which the fear of death can only inspire. At Speyer, the Jews stoutly refused to be baptized, and many were, therefore, massacred. Those who succeeded in escaping sought shelter in the palace of the bishop, who not only protected them, but incurred the censures of his contemporaries by ordering the execution of some of the holy murderers. A similar tragedy was acted at Worms, where some of the victims were temporarily saved by the bishop, while a few were baptized, and the rest, men and women, committed suicide. At Mayence, they were slaughtered in the archbishop's palace, where they had taken refuge, and many murdered each other rather than betray their faith. At Cologne, the majority of the community were rescued by the good burghers and their humane Bishop Hermann III. The Emperor Henry IV, also, on his return from his third Italian campaign, publicly denounced the crimes of the Crusaders, instituted proceedings against the Archbishop of Mayence, who had shared the spoils of the Jews, and permitted the surviving converts to return to Judaism, thereby drawing down upon himself an indignant reproof from his own antipope, Clement III, on whose behalf he had undertaken that expedition to Italy. For however grateful Clement might be to Henry, he could not conscientiously connive at his impious interference with the designs of Providence. Similar sins were repeated at the Second Crusade. Pope Eugenius III issued a bull announcing that all who joined in the Holy War would be released from the interest which they owed to the Jewish money-lenders. Saint Bernard seconded the Pope's recruiting efforts. Peter the Venerable, Abbot of Cluny, exerted himself by might and main to inflame King Louis VII of France and other noble crusaders against the Jews. "Of what use is it," wrote he to the king, "to go forth to seek the enemies of Christendom in distant lands, if the blasphemous Jews, who are much worse than the Saracens, are permitted in our very midst to scoff with impunity at Christ and the sacrament? Yet I do not require you to put to death these accursed beings, because it is written, 'Do not slay them.' God does not wish to annihilate them, but like Cain, the fratricide, they must be made to suffer fearful torments, and continued reserve for greater ignominy, and to an existence more bitter than death." In conformity with this charitable doctrine, the Jews of France were forced to yield their ill-gotten gains for the service of the cause of God. Far worse was their fate in Germany. Even the partial protection which the citizens of the Rhineland had afforded the persecuted people in the First Crusade was now withdrawn, and the undisciplined mob gave the reins to the gratification of his religious zeal and of his lust. Saint Bernard endeavored to curb the demon of fanaticism which his own eloquence had raised, by admonishing the enthusiasts, with more earnestness than consistency, that the Jews are not to be persecuted, not to be butchered. But his well-meant efforts produced no other effect than to turn the fury of the mob against himself, for the rival monk, Rudolf, had been going up and down the Rhineland, everywhere preaching, with tears in his eyes, that all Jews who were found by the Crusaders should be slain as murderers of our dear Lord, an appeal far more acceptable to the brutal herd of besotted hinds to whom it was addressed. The persecution commenced at Treves in August 1146, where a Jew was seized by the Crusaders, and, on refusing to be saved by baptism, was murdered and mutilated. Soon afterwards, a Jewess at Speyer was tortured on the rack. Many others were waylaid and made to suffer for their constancy at Wurzburg and elsewhere. From Germany the frenzy passed into France. At Carenson, Rameau, and Sully, the Jews were hunted and massacred. For one who, in the face of such deeds, strives to preserve his faith in human nature, it is reassuring to note that the German bishops exerted themselves on behalf of the miserable victims, and, by accepting a simulated and temporary conversion, rescued many from martyrdom. The emperor also extended to them his protection, but this favor was to cost the recipients dearly. Henceforth the German Jews were regarded as the emperor's protégés, which gradually came to mean the emperor's serfs. All they possessed, including their families and their own persons, were the emperor's chattels to be bought, sold, or pledged by him at pleasure. They were designated chamber servants, servicamera, or Kammernächte, a servitude, however, that had the advantage of making it the emperor's interest to safeguard them against oppression, and to suffer no one to fleece them but himself. And yet, such is the wonderful vitality of the race, the Jewish traveler, Benjamin of Tudela, who visited the Usury on the Rhine only 70 years after the first and 20 after the second Crusade, describes these colonies as rich in money and culture and hope. The brethren whom he found there as hospitable, cheerfully alive, and awaiting the Messiah. This expectation had never been entertained in vain. The wish had always yielded its own fulfillment. About this time it gave rise to David Alroy, another Redeemer destined to delude the hapless nation for a while. He appeared in Asia Minor and summoned his brethren to his banner. Many gave up all they possessed in order to respond to the call, and the enthusiasm spread from Baghdad to east and west. But the Messiah was excommunicated by the synagogue and murdered by his own father-in-law while asleep. According to another version, Alroy, when face to face with the Sultan, exclaimed, "Cut off my head, and I shall yet live." He thus astutely exchanged prompt death for lingering torture. Many Jews, however, continued to believe in him for generations after his death. The same spirit of religious mania which gave birth and sustenance to the Crusades animated other movements, more enduring in their results, if less romantic in their form. In 1198, the throne of St. Peter was filled by Innocent III, a young and zealous priest, fired with a lofty ambition to make Romanism the dominant creed over East and West, and himself the autocrat of a united Roman Catholic world. His genius was all but equal to this titanic task, and in a reign of 18 years, Innocent, favored by the convulsions and feuds which rent the whole of Europe, succeeded in raising the papacy to a pinnacle of power only dreamt of by his predecessors and attained by few of his successors. A worthy spiritual descendant of Gregory VII, he made and unmade emperors and kings at will, visiting the disobedience of princes upon whole nations, or compelling them to submission by releasing their subjects from their oath of allegiance. He exercised an absolute sway over the conscience and the mind of contemporary Christendom, and his pontificate was distinguished, in Gibbon's scathing phrase, by the two most signal triumphs over sense and humanity, the establishment of transubstantiation and the origin of the Inquisition. It was he who, by a rigorous interdict laid upon the kingdom of France, compelled the headstrong Philip Augustus to recall the wife whom he had dismissed, who by the ban of excommunication forced John, King of England, to lay his crown at the feet of his legate, and who, by the execution of a like sentence against the Emperor Otho, John's nephew, had humbled that mighty and haughty monarch to the dust. It was under his auspices that the Fifth Crusade was undertaken, and it was with his connivance that the forces, ostensibly recruited for the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre from the infidels, were employed to subjugate the Christian empire of the East, and thus to pave the way for the advent of the Turk. However, these and many other triumphs notwithstanding, Innocent's dream of worldwide dominion could not be fully realized while such a thing as individual conscience remained in the world, and individual conscience could not be abolished without persecution. Innocent was too great a despot to shrink from the difficulties of the work, too sincere a Catholic to show any pity to unbelief. The 13th century opened under evil omens for dissenters. Immediately on his accession, Innocent had demanded the suppression of the Albigenses of southern France, those unfortunate forerunners of the Reformation, because they, choosing to follow the dictates of their own conscience, refused to conform to the practices of the Church and to comply with the commands of her clergy. Raymond VI, Count of Toulouse, however, declined to consider the massacre of his subjects one of his duties as a sovereign, and was excommunicated. In the following year the Pope, seizing the pretext offered by the murder of his legate, proclaimed an unholy war against the heretics. And so great was the Pope's power over the superstitious and unscrupulous world of medieval Europe that thousands volunteered to carry out the pontiff's atrocious orders. Raymond, who alone among the Christian princes had ventured to raise his voice in defense of the persecuted, had meanwhile been stripped of his dominions, dragged naked into the church, scourged by the Pope's legate, and was now forced to lead the crusade against his own people. The harmless population was almost exterminated by the most barbarous means, their heresy was all but quenched in blood, and one of the most prosperous and civilized provinces of Europe was laid waste. The ferocity of the soldiers was eclipsed by that of the monks and priests, great numbers of whom swelled the ranks of the butchers. On the 22nd of July, 1209, the city of Béziers was taken by storm. The abbot Arnold, being asked how the heretics were to be distinguished from the true believers, replied, "Slay all, God will know his own." "We spared," said the same monk in his report to the Pope, "no dignity, no sex, no age. Nearly 20,000 human beings have perished by the sword." After that great massacre, the town was plundered and burned, and the revenge of God seemed to rage upon it in a wonderful manner. So fared European heretics within the Church. Infidels of alien blood could hardly expect better treatment. The popular notion that the dispersion and sufferings of the Jews were divine punishment for the crucifixion of Christ was raised by Innocent to the dignity of a dogma. It followed as a logical corollary that it was the sacred duty of Christ's vicar on earth to make the culprits feel the full rigor of the sentence. After the fashion of fanatics, Innocent mistook his own intolerance for holy enthusiasm, and, while indulging his own hatred, he imagined that he was only hating the enemies of heaven. It was also currently believed that the example and the teaching of the Jews tended to pervert their Christian neighbors and to encourage protest and heresy. The Albigensian sect in France, already mentioned, like the Hussite reform movement in Bohemia 2 centuries later, was attributed to Jewish influence. For both these reasons, their own infidelity and their tendency to foster infidelity in others, the Jews ought to be crushed. The times were propitious. In 1167 the assassination of Raymond, Viscount of Béziers, had deprived the Jews of their protector. His successor, Roger, who favored the Albigensian heretics, had Jewish sheriffs, but his partiality to these two classes of enemies of Catholicism had provoked the wrath of the Pope and led to the prince's tragic death. At Montpellier, William VIII and his sons excluded the Jews from the office of sheriff. But these restrictions were not sufficient. Innocent began to attack methodically in 1205 when he wrote to Philip Augustus, King of France, complaining of the usurious extortions of the Jews in that country, of their being allowed to employ Christian servants and nurses, and of the fact that Christians were not admitted to the post against Jews, things which were contrary to the resolution of the Third Lateran Council, held under Pope Alexander III. Moreover, Innocent complained that the Jewish community of Sens had built a new synagogue which rose to a greater height than the neighboring Christian church, and disturbed the service in the latter by loud and insolent chanting, that they scoffed at Christianity, and that they murdered Christians, and he ended by exhorting Philip Augustus to oppress the enemies of Christ. A similar epistle was addressed to Alfonso, King of Castile, threatening him with St. Peter's displeasure should he continue to allow the synagogue to thrive at the expense of the church. 3 years later, a pastoral epistle to the same effect was sent to the Count of Nevers, urging him to coerce the Jews and condemn them to serfdom, for they, like the fratricide Cain, are doomed to wander about the earth as fugitives and vagabonds, and their faces must be covered with insult. The writer further pointed out that it is disgraceful for Christian princes to receive Jews into their towns and villages, to employ them as usurers in order to extort money from the Christians, and to allow them to press wine which was used in the Lord's Supper. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 7. The Crusades, Part 2. All the above exhortations were systematized by the Council of Avignon. By the statutes then passed, the Jews were officially pronounced as polluted and polluting. It was decreed that Jews and harlots should not dare to touch with their hands bread or fruits exposed for sale. The old church law, which forbade the Jews to employ Christian servants, was renewed and enforced. The faithful were warned neither to receive services from Jews nor to render services to them, but to avoid them as a pest. All who had any dealings with Jews who transgressed these decrees were threatened with excommunication. Raymond of Toulouse, the protector of the Albigensian heretics and friend of the Jews, and all the barons of free cities were bound by oath to carry out the decisions of the council. Once more, oppression from without fanned the longing for redemption in the hearts of the Jews. The yearning after Zion, invigorated by Yehuda Halevi's poetry, impelled more than 300 rabbis of France and England to emigrate to the Holy Land, where they visited the spots hallowed by the spirits of the past, wept over the ruins of their departed glory, and built synagogues and schools in order to keep alive the memory and the hope of a better day. Meanwhile, the Pope did not allow the iron to cool. In 1215, a great ecumenical council was convoked in Rome, under his presidency, to complete the ruin of the Albigenses, to stimulate the Crusades against the Saracens of Spain and Palestine, and, generally, to promote the kingdom of God on earth. The Jews, knowing from experience that any measures taken to that end could not fail to redound to their detriment, hastened to send deputies to Rome in order to ward off the blow. But their endeavors proved fruitless. 4 out of the 70 canonical decrees passed by the council referred to them. The King of France, the Duke of Burgundy, and all other princes were called upon to lend their help in reducing the doomed people in their respective dominions to that state of bondage which was ordained for it by the divine will, as interpreted by theological bigotry. The Pope's order met with general obedience. In most European countries, the Jews were forbidden to hold any public appointment of trust, or to show themselves in the streets at Easter. They were obliged to pay tithes to the church that persecuted them, and the head of each Jewish family was forced to subscribe an annual sum at the Easter festival. They were compelled by heavy fines and penalties to wear a yellow badge of distinction, which in their case meant a badge of shame, and the Christians were exhorted by their pastors not to allow their homes or their shops to be defiled by the presence of heaven's enemies. However, papal decrees and anathemas notwithstanding, self-interest might have prevailed over religious fanaticism, and the sovereigns who had hitherto sold their connivance to the Jews might have continued to shield them. In fact, the Duke of Toulouse and the barons, despite the oath which they had been obliged to take, continued to invest the Jews with public dignities, and in Spain the Pope's commands were strenuously ignored. But there now came into being a power of persecution even more formidable than papacy itself. The pan-Catholic enthusiasm, which had inspired Innocent's anti-Jewish policy, was bequeathed to two bodies of apostles, through whose organized zeal it was destined to spread far and wide, and, like a poisonous breath, to blight many a noble flower in the bud. The age of stationary and corpulent monks was succeeded by the age of lean and wandering friars. A few years after Innocent's death were instituted the Order of Dominic and the Order of Francis, the precursors of the stakes and scaffolds of the Inquisition. The latter order had been called into existence with the special object of stamping out the Albigensian heresy, but an essential part of the mission of both bodies was to hunt out dissent, to root out free thought, and to realize the bigot's ideal of spiritual peace by means of intellectual starvation. Uniformity was their idol, and to that idol they were prepared to sacrifice the moral sense of mankind and the lives of their fellow creatures. The Jews supplied them with a splendid field for the exercise of their missionary ardor. Numerous, obstinate, rich, and unpopular, they offered a prey as tempting as it was safe. The friars were, in some ways, an undoubted power for good, but the Jews experienced none of this better side of their activity. In 1227, a council at Narbonne confirmed the canonical ordinances against the Jews, and many ancient decrees of the Merovingian kings were revived. Not only were the Jews forbidden to take interest on money and compelled to wear the badge and to pay taxes to the church, but they were again prohibited from stirring abroad during Easter. Shortly afterwards, two other councils at Rouen and II reenacted and enlarged the anti-Jewish statutes of the Council of Rome. But the Dominicans were as subtle as they were zealous. They felt that the citadel of Judaism, which had held out for so many centuries, could not be carried by storm. They resorted to less crude tactics. With a patience, perseverance, and ingenuity worthy of their high ambition, they devoted themselves to the study of the Hebrew language and literature, their master Raymond de Peñafort prevailing upon the kings of Aragon and Castile to found special colleges for the purpose. The prophets of the Old Testament had already supplied the apologists of the Church with proofs of the truth of Christianity. Note: in the 1st century of our era, Aristo of Pella is said to have been the author of an attempt to prove from the prophets that Jesus was the Messiah. Justin Martyr followed in his path, and the latter writer's arguments subsequently reappear in the works of Tertullian and other fathers. See W. Trollope's edition of S. Justini Dialogus, page 4. End of note. The Talmud was now to supply them with fresh proofs of the falsity of Judaism. From the pages of that marvelous compilation of novel thoughts and multifarious absurdity, they culled everything that was likely to reflect discredit on the morality or the intelligence of their adversaries. In this campaign, the Dominicans were fortunate enough to enlist the services of renegade Jews who, after the fashion of renegades, strove to prove their loyalty to the faith they embraced by a bitter persecution of the one they deserted. One of these apostates, Nicholas Donin by name, in 1239 submitted to Pope Gregory IX a minute indictment of the pernicious book and induced him to issue bulls to the kings of England, Spain, and France, as well as to the bishops in those countries, ordering a general confiscation of the Talmud and a public inquiry into the charges brought against its contents. The Pope's instructions, so far as we know, appear to have produced no impression in the first two kingdoms, but in France there reigned Louis IX, known to fame as Saint Louis. In mundane affairs, a brave, high-minded, just, and humane prince, but not far in advance of his age in things celestial. In fact, he possessed all the prejudices of an ordinary medieval knight, and more than the superstition of an ordinary medieval monk. He was sincerely convinced that the road to heaven lay through Jerusalem. Acting on this conviction, he led the last two Crusades and laid down his life in the cause of Catholicism, a sacrifice which earned him a place among the saints of the Church. Such a prince could not, without flagrant inconsistency, ignore the pontiff's wishes. He therefore ordered that a careful search for the suspected book should be made throughout his dominions, that all copies should be seized, and that a public disputation should be held, in which 4 rabbis were to take up the challenge thrown down by Donin. The antagonists met in the precincts of the court, and a brilliant assembly of secular and spiritual magnates formed the audience. Donin warmly denounced the Talmud as a farrago of blasphemy, slander, superstition, immorality, and folly, and the rabbis defended it as warmly as they dared. The debate, though distinguished by all the scurrility and more than all the ferocity of a village prize fight, seems to have been conducted on the principle that whichever side had the best of the argument, the Christian should win, and the court of inquisitors returned a verdict accordingly. The Talmud was found guilty of all the charges brought against it and was sentenced to the flames. Execution was delayed for 2 years through bribery, but it was carried out in 1242. 14, some say 4 and 20, cartloads of rabbinical lore and legislation fed the bonfire. The grief of the French Jews at the loss of their sacred books was bitter, and the most pious amongst them kept the anniversary of the cremation as a day of fasting. Note: Heine's famous satire Disputation well characterizes the futility of these public controversies. Der Jude bear background was Lessing's grim summary in Nathan der Weise. See also Schechter, Studies in Judaism, pages 125 following. End of note. 21 years later, a similar tourney took place in Barcelona by order and in the presence of Jaime I, King of Aragon. Don Jaime had borrowed from his northern neighbors the axiom that the Jews were to be treated as royal chattels. Moreover, his conscience was in the keeping of Raymond de Peñafort, the master of the Dominicans, a great inquisitor born before his time. King Jaime had led an amorous and not immaculate youth. He was therefore in his old age peculiarly susceptible to his confessor's admonitions. The sins of love should be atoned for by acts of persecution. The religious freedom of the Jews should be offered up as a sacrifice of expiation. It was the logic and the morality of the Middle Ages. The outcome of Jaime's remorse was a theological contest at the royal court of Barcelona. There again, the lists were held for Christianity by a Dominican friar of Jewish antecedents, while the champion of Judaism was Nachmanides, famed in the annals of Israel as the greatest philosopher, physician, theologian, and controversialist of his age. Pablo Cristiani politely endeavored to prove that the prophets of the Jews had predicted the advent and recognized the divinity of Jesus. Nachmanides, with equal politeness, denied that they had done anything of the kind. After 5 days' refined recrimination, the court unanimously pronounced in favor of Christianity. The books of the Jews were expurgated of all anti-Christian passages. Nachmanides' account of the controversy was burned publicly as blasphemous, and the author, then in his 70th year, banished from Spain, ended his days in Jerusalem. Pablo, whose ambition was kindled by victory, undertook a tour through the Iberian Peninsula and Provence, and, armed with a royal edict, compelled the Jews to engage in religious controversy with him and to defray the expenses of his missionary journeys. Missions to the Jews became the fashion of the day, and the kingdoms of the West were overrun by itinerant dialecticians seeking whom they might convert. The Jews were forced to attend church and to listen to sermons against their own religion. Thanks to their long training in rabbinical subtleties, the benighted people sometimes proved more than a match for their assailants, and, if fair play were not contrary to the laws of ecclesiastical warfare, they might succeed in converting the would-be converters. But though religious discussion was invited, nay, forced by the Church, it was always on the clear understanding that the Christians might beat the Jews, but that the Jews should under no circumstances be allowed to beat the Christians. To prevent any misconception on this subject, Thomas Aquinas, justly celebrated as one of the least bigoted of theologians, and distinguished among schoolmen for his tolerance of Judaism, gravely cautioned his readers to have no intercourse with the Jews, unless they felt sure that their faith was proof against reason. In later years, the work of conversion in the various countries was entrusted by the popes to Dominican friars and inquisitors, who carried it on with a diligence never practiced except by men fanatically believing in the truth of their doctrines and with a ruthlessness only possible in men too firmly persuaded of the holiness of the end to be scrupulous about the means. These apostles were authorized to reinforce the powers of their eloquence by an appeal to the secular arm. Even so, modern missionaries in China have been known in time of peril to forget that an apostle should be above earthly weapons and to clamor for a gunboat with which to ensure respect for the gospel. And while disappointed theologians represented the Jew's loyalty to his religion as a proof of his anti-Christian tendencies, scholars represented his aloofness as a proof of his antisocial nature, and they both agreed in denouncing him as an enemy of mankind. This lesson, to use the words of a distinguished Jewish writer, was dinned into the ears of the masses until the calumny became part of the popular creed. The poets formulated the idea for the gentry, the friars brought it to the folk. The animosity thus fomented against the Jews found frequent opportunities of translating itself into acts of horror. In France, after the war declared against the unfortunate people by the Church, they lost the royal protection which they had enjoyed hitherto, and were henceforth exposed not only to the spasmodic fury of the populace, but also to systematic persecution on the parts of bishops, barons, and towns. Bishop Odo of Paris, in 1197, forbade the Christians to have any dealings, social or commercial, with the Jews. The Crusaders, called to arms by Gregory IX, attacked the Jewish communities of Anjou, Poitou, Bordeaux, Angoulême, and elsewhere, and on the Jews refusing to be baptized, the holy warriors trampled many of them, men, women, and children, to death under the hoofs of their horses, burned their synagogues, and pillaged and sacked their private dwellings. St. Louis encouraged the conversion of the Jews, permitting the children of baptized fathers to be torn away from their unregenerate mothers. By a decree of the Council of Béziers, the disabilities of the Jews were once more confirmed, and the Christians were now forbidden to call in Jewish doctors, thus depriving the Jews of the profession which they had hitherto almost monopolized in Europe. A few years after Pope Alexander IV, who had just established the Inquisition in France at the request of St. Louis, issued another bull in which the ruler of that kingdom and other princes were again exhorted to enforce the distinctive garb upon the Jews and to burn all copies of the Talmud. To omit minor acts of oppression, the fanatical sect of the Shepherds, following the example of the Crusaders, massacred the Jews on the Garonne in 1320. In Germany, the sufferings of Israel were equally severe. The Emperor Frederick II, despite his infidelity and his enmity towards the papacy, adopted the Pope's anti-Jewish decrees. He excluded the Jews from public offices. He censured the Archduke of Austria for tolerating and protecting them. He enforced the use of the badge in his Italian and Sicilian dominions, and he oppressed them with heavy taxes, dwelling with especial satisfaction on the dictum that the Jews were the emperor's serfs. In the troublous period which followed Frederick's death, the Jews were slain and burned in great numbers at Weissenberg, Magdeburg, and Erfurt, while other cities year after year witnessed wholesale slaughter, and Jew roaster became a coveted title of honor. In addition to occasional massacre, from the end of the 12th to the middle of the 15th century, the German Jews underwent 8 expulsions and confiscations in their communal property: Vienna, 1196, Mecklenburg, 1225, Frankfurt, 1241, Brandenburg, 1243, Nuremberg, 1390, Prague, 1391, Heidelberg, 1391, and Ratisbon, 1476. In Switzerland, the persecution commenced about the middle of the 14th century, and several expulsions are recorded in the ensuing century. In Eastern Europe, the Jews suffered in Russia and Hungary. The semi-civilized and semi-Christianized Magyars, who had hitherto tolerated the Jews, were incited to acts of oppression by the Western friars. Poland and Lithuania were the only European countries where the Jews of the later Middle Ages found shelter, and consequently both these countries received large numbers of fugitives from the western fields of carnage. Credulity joined hands with bigotry. No story told of the Jews was too extravagant for belief, no charge brought against them too trivial for repetition, provided it afforded an excuse for persecution. Some of the odious crimes attributed by the heathens in the early centuries to the Christians as a justification of their suppression were now revived by the Christians against the Jews. The latter were accused of inveigling Christian children into their houses and sacrificing them for ritual or medicinal purposes, of travesting the sacraments of the Church, of poisoning wells, and of committing all kinds of abominations which plainly rendered their utter extermination a public duty. Similar charges, curiously enough, are still brought against the Jews by the Christians of Eastern Europe, by the Jews themselves against Hebrew converts to Islam in Turkey, and by the Chinese against Protestant missionaries, charges of gross personal immorality and of kidnapping and mutilation of children, which, however monstrous and malevolent, are not the less, but the more serious, because they are firmly believed by the ignorant audiences to whom they are addressed. To the vulgar, all that is strange is sinister. The free propagation of these heinous and disgusting myths among the vulgar masses of medieval Europe led, as it had done in ancient times, and as it has done more recently, to a horrible persecution of those against whom they were leveled. The Jews were ruthlessly burned by order of Duke Theobald at Blois, were massacred by the populace in Languedoc and central France, and on the plague breaking out in the following year, they were burned en masse, men, women, and children. A season of alternate persecution and toleration ensued until they were banished from central France and finally driven out from the rest of the country by the insane King Charles VI at the end of the 14th century. In Germany, wherever the dead body of a Christian was found, the murder was promptly laid at the door of the Jews, who on such occasions were bidden to be baptized or die. So firm a hold had the blood accusation got up on the minds of the people that there was no mystery which could not be cleared up by a simple reference to the Jews. The outbreak of the Black Death in Germany also was attributed to Jewish malevolence. It is now held that this scourge originated in India and was conveyed to Europe by trade routes and armies, or that it arose from the insanitary conditions of medieval life. But the medieval world was convinced that it could only be the work of the Jews. Their comparative immunity from the disease, due perhaps to their superior temperance, lent color to the theory. Confessions extorted by torture dissipated all doubts on the subject. It was commonly believed that the Jews of Spain, those redoubtable professors of the Black Art, had invented this fiendish method for the extermination of Christianity, that they had dispatched emissaries with boxes of poison concocted of basilisks and lizards, or even of Christian hearts, to all the Jewish congregations in Europe, and had persuaded or compelled them to disseminate death among the Christians by poisoning the wells and springs. The arch-poisoner was even indicated by name. The Jews were in consequence subjected to a widespread persecution at the hands of a mob maddened by the terrible and mysterious epidemic. Despite the emperor's energetic efforts to save his serfs, the more disinterested exertions of humane burgomasters, sheriffs, and municipal councils, and Pope Clement VI's bull, in which the absurdity of the poison charge was solemnly exposed, the wretched people were slaughtered and burned by thousands in many parts of Germany, and at last they were banished from the empire. Yet their services were so valuable that they gradually returned, only to submit to new social restrictions and contumelious enactments on the part of the Church. Similar scenes were performed through the length and breadth of Switzerland and Belgium. In Poland alone, which had long been a haven of refuge to the hunted Jews, these abominable calumnies found a very limited market as yet. It was there enacted that a charge of ritual murder brought by a Christian against a Jew, unless the accuser succeeded in substantiating it, should be punished with death. This generous treatment of the Polish Jews, it is said, was partly due to King Casimir IV's love for a Jewish mistress. Through her influence, the children of Israel obtained many privileges which placed them on a footing of social equality with the Christians. At a time when they were oppressed, reviled, and butchered in almost every Western country, in Poland their lives and liberties were as safe as those of the nobility itself. Whilst the native peasants were still treated as serfs, the Jews were allowed the aristocratic privilege of wearing rapiers. Any Jew might, by simply renouncing his religion, become a nobleman. As stewards of the estates belonging to the Polish magnates, the Jews possessed even the power of inflicting capital punishment on the Christian slaves of the soil, so much so that during the terrible pestilence, not more than 10,000 Jews were massacred in Poland. End of section 11. Section 12 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 8. Usury and the Jews. Another cause of the hatred inspired by the medieval Jew was usury, a term which was then synonymous with money lending generally. For an age accustomed to regard lending money and interest as a purely economic transaction, the rate of interest as an economic phenomenon obeying the law of demand and supply, and the whole thing as a question of commerce rather than of ethics, it is not easy to understand the theological wrath vented on moneylenders in all times. Yet in the Middle Ages, trade in money was treated as a heinous sin, and those engaged in this occupation, to us perfectly legitimate, as criminals of the deepest dye. Dante, in whom 10 silent centuries found a voice, expresses the medieval feeling on the subject by placing Cahors, a Syro province, notorious in the 13th century as a nest of usurers, beside Sodom in hell. E pero lo minor giron sugela, del signo suo e Sodomnae corsa. It was a superstition of very ancient growth, and its origin can be traced back to the constitution of primitive society. In the youth of a human race, when the members of each community looked upon themselves as members of one family, it was naturally very bad form for those who had more than they needed to refuse a share of their superfluity to a brother in want. The sentiment, once rooted, continued from generation to generation and survived the tribal system in which it arose. From a social law it became a religious tenet, and inspired legislators lent to it the sanction of their authority. It is found incorporated both in the Old Testament and in the Koran. Moses said, "Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury." And many centuries after, the psalmist sung, "Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that putteth not out his money to usury." Mohammed, following Moses, emphatically declares that they who devour usury shall not arise from the dead, but as he ariseth whom Satan hath infected with the touch. This shall happen to them because they say, "Truly selling is but as usury," and yet God hath permitted selling and forbidden usury. He therefore who, when there cometh unto him an admonition from his Lord, abstaineth from usury for the future, shall have what is past forgiven him, and his affair belongeth unto God. But whoever return to usury, they shall be the companions of hell fire, they shall continue therein forever. Philosophy in this case failed to rise superior to theology. Plato regards usury as a source of distress, discontent, and unrest. Usurers as creating, by their extortions, a dangerous class of drunks and paupers in the state, and in his laws forbids lending money at interest. Although the Greek for interest is offspring, tokos, Aristotle pronounced that money was barren, and therefore to derive profit from lending it out was to put it to an unnatural use. The tradition was carried on through succeeding ages, as Plutarch, in the midst of his numerous labors, found time to denounce usurers. The fathers of the Church adopted a sentiment which accorded so well with the communistic ideals of early Christianity, and Saint Chrysostom anathematizes moneylenders as men who traffic in other people's misfortunes, seeking gain through their adversity. Under the pretense of compassion, they dig a pit for the oppressed. The medieval Church, as was natural, inherited the venerable doctrine of the sinfulness of lending money at interest and of speculative trade, and prohibited such transactions in theory. But in practice the prohibition was found impossible, nay, in many cases injurious. No capitalist would part with his money, or tradesman with his goods, without profit. In the absence of loans and middlemen, commerce would come to a standstill, and large numbers of people would be doomed to choose between a sinful life and virtuous starvation. The dilemma was an awkward one, but not too awkward for scholastic subtlety, and the sophists of the church devoted much time and ingenuity to hair-breadth distinctions, attempting to explain the inexplicable and to reconcile the irreconcilable by arguing that rent for a house or a horse was lawful, but interest on money unlawful, and, like their brethren of the law, they tried to avoid practical mischief by the sacrifice of intellectual sincerity. The scholastic position, being absurd, met with general acceptance. However, in the earlier Middle Ages, there was little temptation for transgression, little scope for commercial speculation, while, on the other hand, casuistry afforded abundant devices for evasion. The Church was, as a rule, content to enforce the law on clerics, but towards laymen she was more lenient. Nay, she encouraged traders to buy and sell goods unaltered, despite St. Chrysostom's sentence that such traders are ejected from the temple of God. And yet she refused, as much as Mohammed did, to accept the common-sense view that selling is but as usury, and, while sanctioning the one, continued to condemn the other. But so long as the papacy was too weak to persecute, the condemnation remained a dead letter, the Church being obliged to connive at a sin which she was powerless to conquer. Meanwhile, as European society developed, money lending went on increasing, and what would now be regarded as the inevitable accompaniment of material activity was then denounced as a symptom of moral degeneracy. At the same time, the power of the Church grew, and her eagerness to suppress what she considered a sin grew with her ability. Under Gregory VII, the hurler of thunderbolts, the papacy entered upon that career of political conquest which achieved its highest triumphs under Innocent III. Gregory had been on the throne for 10 years when one of those missiles fell upon usurers, a term which, it must be remembered, in that age applied to all money-lenders alike. The warfare inaugurated by Hildebrand was carried on with unabated vigor by his successors. A decree issued by the Lateran General Council of 1139 deprived usurers of the consolations of the Church, denied them Christian burial, and doomed them to infamy in this life and to everlasting torment in the next. The religious enthusiasm aroused by the Crusades and the economic ruin which they threatened accentuated the common prejudice against the outlaws of the Church. Many of the holy warriors were obliged to resort to the usurer's hoard for the expenses of these campaigns, and the Church felt that it was her duty to see that her champions were not left destitute and homeless. Pope after pope throughout the 12th century, from Eugenius III onwards, absolved crusaders from their financial embarrassments, and Innocent III went so far as to ordain that the Jews should be compelled to refund to their debtors any interest that might have already been paid to them. The prejudice was further strengthened and disseminated by the religious orders of St. Francis and St. Dominic, which soon attained a degree of official and unofficial influence calculated to enforce their precepts. Members of both orders compiled moral codes which were accepted throughout Western Christendom as manuals of Christian ethics and guides of Christian conduct. One of the principal sins condemned in those books was usury, and the doctrine, thundered from the pulpit, preached in the marketplace, and whispered in the confessional, carried with it all the weight which attaches to the words of persons invested with the power of loosing and binding in this world and in the world to come. And yet, despite pontifical anathemas and public opinion, things pursued their natural course, and usurers were to be found even among the tenants of ecclesiastical and monastic estates, until Gregory X, in 1274, issued a bull forbidding the letting of lands or houses to the accursed tribe. But though the pious execrated the money-lender, the needy could not dispense with his services. The chief effect of the prohibition of money-lending and of the superstitious disrepute in which it was held was to force this important branch of economic life into the hands of the least respectable members of the community. Usury was by no means eschewed by the Christians, as Dante shows, but the masses of medieval Europe, especially in the north and center, were too superstitious to brave the ban of the Church, too stupid and ignorant and thriftless to succeed in a business requiring dexterity, alertness, and economy. Thus, trade in money, as most other kinds of European trade, fell from the very first into the hands of the Jews, the only people who had capital to lend and no caste to lose. Moreover, there was little else for the Jew to do in feudal Europe. The laws and the prejudices, which in many countries forbade him to own land or to engage in various handicrafts and trades on one hand, and his own religious scruples on the other, narrowed his range of activity, and the current of energy and intelligence, compressed into one channel, ran with proportionally greater force. The reputation of the Jews for usury dates from the 6th century, but money lending really became their characteristic pursuit since the commencement of the persecution already narrated. Then the Jews, by the periodical enactments of councils and the frequent publications of ecclesiastical edicts, were excluded from the markets, and thus, being unable to compete with the Christian merchants, were driven to deal only in second-hand articles, while others, possessed of some capital but forbidden to invest it in goods, were compelled to put it out to interest. As has been seen, the money-lending transactions of the Jews had long continued to be carried on with the connivance of the Church and under the protection of the state, many princes being only too glad to avail themselves of the Jews' skill in pecuniary dealings for the improvement of their own finances. Under medieval conditions of financial administration, the Jew was literally indispensable to the state. The sovereigns of Europe, as yet unversed in the mysteries of systematic taxation, needed a class of men who would, for their own sake, collect money from the king's subjects and keep it, as it were, in trust for the king's treasury. At the worst, the Jew in a medieval country might be described as sponges which imbibed the wealth of the nation and then were squeezed for the benefit of the crown. At the best, they fulfilled the function of the clouds which collect the water in small drops and then yield it back to the earth in rich showers, the rainfall being only too often accelerated by artificial explosives. In either case, it was the duty of a Jew to be wealthy. The growing wealth of the Jews must have always excited the envy and the cupidity of their neighbors, but it was not until the awakening of religious bigotry by the Crusades and the mendicant orders that the dormant animosity declared itself in wholesale persecution. Nor is the violence of the popular feeling, apart from religious motives, quite inexplicable or inexcusable. The Jews from the earliest times evinced a first contempt for the Gentile. Despite the doctrine of universal love inculcated by certain Hebrew teachers, the bulk of the community clung to the older lesson. Jewish tolerance of outsiders, like Christian tolerance, was the glory and the property of the few. A Yehuda Halevi or a Maimonides might preach broad humanitarianism, but it would be unreasonable to suppose that their preaching was more effective under co-religionists than the similar preaching of a Thomas Aquinas or a Saint Bernard was on theirs. And it is important not to forget that in everyday life it is not the minds of the cultured few, but the instincts of the masses that count. With the ordinary medieval Jew, as with ordinary medieval Christian, charity not only began but ended at home. The tribal spirit of their religion made the Jews hard to the non-Jew and callous to his needs. Moses had already said, "Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother," and rabbinical law enforced the commandment, but the prohibition was accompanied by a significant permission. "Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury," an ominous distinction of which the Jews took full advantage, though Jewish moralists and rabbis constantly opposed the extent to which reliance was placed upon it. The racial and religious antagonism in which the Jew found himself engaged from his earliest contact with the nations widened the gulf. The grievous persecution to which he found himself periodically exposed since his advent in Europe further embittered his soul, and sore experience taught him that peace could only be purchased by gold. He had nothing but avarice to oppose to the fanaticism of those under whom he lived, and he strove to raise a wall of gold between himself and tyranny. He took shelter behind his shekels, and naturally endeavored by all means, fair or foul, to make that shelter as effective as he could. Even supposing that the Jew omitted no opportunity of fleecing the Gentile, he was more than justified in doing so. He was compelled by the Gentile's own treatment of him. It was the Gentile who taught the Jew the supreme virtue of money as a preservative against oppression, exile, and death, and he had no right to complain of the disciple's wonderful quickness in learning his lesson and bettering the instruction. His hatred of the Gentile, thus combined with love of gain and love of life,
render him impervious to compassion.
The Gentile merited little mercy at the hands of the Jew, and he got no more than he merited. The exploitation of the Gentile, begun as a necessity and promoted as a means of self-defense, thus found an abiding place among the lower orders of the medieval Jews. Besides, in the Middle Ages, borrowing for commercial purposes was rare. As a rule, a loan was resorted to only on an emergency, and the interest was determined by the necessity of the borrower. Under the circumstances, exorbitant rates were unavoidable. The discouragement of money lending, coupled with the scarcity of capital, by limiting competition, would in any case have tended to raise the normal rate of interest to a distressing height. Note, we hear, for example, that early in the 13th century, interest was fixed by law at 12.5% at Verona, while at Modena, towards the end of the same century, it seems to have been as high as 20%. The Republic of Genoa, 100 years later, despite Italy's commercial prosperity, paid from 7 to 10% to her creditors. Much more oppressive were the conditions of the money market in France and England. Instances occurred at 50%, and there is an edict of Philip Augustus limiting the Jews in France to 48%. At the beginning of the 14th century, an ordinance of Philip the Fair allows 20% after the first year of a loan, while in England under Henry III there are cases on record of 10% for 2 months. End of note. In obedience to the law of demand and supply, which now is one of the commonplaces of political economy, the uncertainty of recovery raised it to a greater height still. Like the Christian bankers in the Turkey of not long ago, the Jewish moneylenders of the Middle Ages must have lent their money at considerable risk, sometimes amounting to certainty of loss. The medieval baron, far more than the medieval burgess, was largely beholden to the Jew both in peace and in war. The pomp and pride of chivalry could not be maintained without money. For the pageant of a tournament, as for the more costly splendor of a campaign, the usurer's purse was appealed to. But if the baron found himself obliged to coax and flatter the Jew, and to submit the exorbitant terms when he wanted a loan, he revenged himself when he had the Jew in his power. Such opportunities were not rare, and then the borrower repaid himself with interest. The conditions of the transaction were such as to tempt avarice, but not to encourage moderation. A loan to a medieval pasha was a speculation which might result either in wealth or in penury and death. This a priori reasoning is amply confirmed by history. Among the Jews' clients, none were more conspicuous than the sovereigns of Christendom, and the devices to which these crowned robbers descended in their attempts to reconcile expediency with conscience would be highly amusing were they less tragic. King Louis VII of France, though a crusader, protected the Jews and disregarded the decree of the Lateran Council, which forbade them to employ Christian servants. His example was at first followed by his son Philip Augustus, who, however, gradually changed his attitude. Though nominally Lord Paramount of France, the French king in reality could call nothing but a small tract of the country his own, the royal domain being surrounded by the territories of the great feudatory dukes and counts. Philip wished to convert this theoretical suzerainty into actual possession, and to this end he needed money. The wealth of the Jews suggested to him a short-cut to the accomplishment of his desire. Though not the only usurers in the kingdom, the Jews were the most unpopular. He therefore caused a number of them to be cast into prison and held them on ransom. On paying 1,500 marks, they were set at liberty. The success of the experiment induced Philip to try operations on a larger scale. A few months later, he conceived the happy thought of ridding himself of his sins and of his debts at once by cancelling the claims of the Jews, by compelling them to give up the pledges held by them, by confiscating their real property, and by expelling them from his kingdom. Some years after, in consistency with the principle of expedience, he thought it advisable to mortify the Pope and to enrich himself by recalling the exiles and forbidding them to leave his dominions. Louis IX, as became a king and a saint of unquestionable respectability, released all his subjects of 1/3 of the money which they owed to the Jews for the salvation of his own soul and those of his ancestors, and in 1253 he sent from Palestine an order banishing all Jews except those who would take to legitimate commerce and handicrafts. Philip the Fair, whose cruel rapacity and vindictiveness were exemplified in the ruin of the Knights Templar, accompanied as it was by the torture and cremation of their persons and the confiscation of their treasures, showed the same tyrannical and predatory spirit towards the Jews. They had just concluded their severe fast on the Day of Lamentation in remembrance of the destruction of the temple, when the king's constables seized them, young and old, women and children, and dragged them all to prison, where they were told that they should quit the country within a month, under penalty of death. They were plundered of all their possessions, save the clothes which they wore, and 1 day's provisions, and were turned adrift, some 100,000 souls, leaving to the king cartloads of gold, silver, and precious stones. A few embraced Christianity, and some who ventured to tarry after the prescribed date suffered death, but the majority chose to lose all and quit the country in which their forefathers had lived from time immemorial, rather than to be false to their faith. Their communal buildings and immovable property were confiscated, and Philip the Fair made a present of a synagogue to his coachman. Most of the exiles settled in the neighborhood, waiting for a favorable opportunity of returning to their devastated homes. Nor had they to wait long. Financial necessity overcame fanaticism, and 9 years later, Philip's successor, Louis X, was glad to have them back and to help them in the collection of the money due to them, on condition that 2/3 of the sums collected should be surrendered to the royal exchequer. In Germany, also, the emperors time and again performed their duty to the Church by cancelling their debts to the Jews. But it would be a mistake to suppose that piety was an indispensable cloak for plunder. A law enacted in France condemned Jewish converts to Christianity to loss of all their goods for the benefit of the king or their lord paramount, for it was felt that conversion would exempt the victims from extortion. Thus, even the interests of religion were at times subordinated to rapacity. End of section 12. Section 13 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 9. The Jews in England, Part 1. The first mention of Jews on this side of the Channel is said to occur in the church constitutions of Egbert, Archbishop of York, towards the middle of the 8th century. The second in a monastic chapter of some 100 years later. But they do not seem to have crossed over in any considerable force till the Norman conquest. Among the foreigners who followed William to his new dominions were many families of French Jews. Their ready money and their eagerness to part with it rendered them welcome to the king and his barons. The former received from them advances when his feudal dues were in arrear. The latter had recourse to the Jews' money bag whenever the expense of military service or the extravagance of their life made a loan necessary. To men of lower rank, also, such as litigants who were obliged to follow the king's court from county to county, or to repair to Rome in order to plead their cases before the Pope's Curia, the Jew's purse was of constant help. No less useful was the Jew to the English taxpayer. In those days of picturesque inefficiency, taxes were levied at irregular intervals and in lump sums. The subject, suddenly called upon to pay a large amount at short notice, was only too glad to borrow from the Jew. However, such intercourse with the Gentiles, high and low, notwithstanding, the Jews formed in England, as they did on the continent, a people apart. In each town, the synagogue formed a center round which clustered the colony. Newcomers gravitated towards the same center, and thus spontaneously grew the Jewries of London, Norwich, York, Northampton, and other English cities. These Jewish quarters were the king's property, and, like his forests, they were outside the jurisdiction of the common law. But while their judicial and financial interests were under royal control, the Jews were allowed full liberty of worship, were permitted to build synagogues, and to conduct their religious affairs under their own chief rabbi, thus constituting a self-governing and self-centered community. The literary activity of the Jews during their sojourn in England reveals a marvelous detachment from their environment. Commentaries and super-commentaries on the Old Testament and the Talmud learned treatises on minute points of ritual and ceremonial, discussions on the benedictory formulas that are appropriate to each occasion of life, on rising in the morning or lying down at night, on eating, washing, or being married, on hearing thunder, and a myriad other profound trivialities. Such was the stuff that their studies were made of. And whilst Norman and Saxon, Celt and Dane were being welded into one English people, Israel remained a race distinct in face, speech, domestic economy, deportment, diet of the body, and diet of the soul. The singularity of the Jews' habits, their usury, their wealth accumulated thereby, and the ostentatious display of it, must from the very first have evoked among the English feelings of distrust and jealousy, dislike and contempt, such as at a later period inspired a genial poet to pronounce that hell is without light where they sing lamentations. But during the first century of their residence in the country, they seem to have suffered from no active manifestation of these feelings. William the Conqueror favored them, and William Rufus actually farmed out vacant bishoprics to them. The latter prince's easy tolerance of Judaism is denounced by the monkish historians in many quaint tales, which, though meant to throw light on William's irreligion, also served to illustrate his sense of humor. At one time, a Jew, whose son had been lured to Christianity, went to the king, and, by means of prayers and a present of 60 marks, prevailed upon him to lend his assistance in recovering the strayed lamb. The king did his utmost to carry out his part of the contract, but, on finding the youth obdurate, told the father that inasmuch as he had failed, he was not entitled to the present, but inasmuch as he had conscientiously striven to succeed, he deserved to be paid for his trouble, and he kept 30 marks. On another occasion, William summoned some Christian theologians and some learned rabbis to his presence, and telling them that he was anxious to embrace that doctrine, which upon comparison should have found to have truth on its side, he set them disputing for his own entertainment. The king's good-natured attitude was even shared by his antagonists. St. Alsem, the Norman Archbishop of Canterbury, for example, and other eminent ecclesiastics, in their efforts to convert the Jews, did not overstep the limits of argument. At times of peril, churches and monasteries afforded an asylum to the effects and to the families of Jews. No attempt was made to poison the relations, such as they were, between the two elements, and there are instances of Jews helping the monks with prayers and otherwise in their efforts to resist the encroachments of archbishops, and even of Jews drinking with Gentiles. Meanwhile, the continent was undergoing the spiritual travail which resulted in the tremendous explosion of the Crusades. England, as a member of the Catholic family of nations, and in many ways under continental influence, could not long remain deaf to the cry which rang throughout Christendom. The unsettled condition of the country under the first 3 Norman kings, and the convulsions to which it fell a prey under the fourth, had hitherto prevented England from responding to the Pope's call in an adequate manner, but the religious fever was infectious, and on reaching England, it translated any vague sentimental dislike of the Jews that might have existed into an open and determined hostility, which led to deeds of violence such as had already disgraced the continent. The atrocious charge of sacrificing Christian children and using their blood in their mysterious Passover rites or in medicine is now for the first time heard under the definite form which has since become familiar, and the English town of Norwich seems to be entitled to the unenviable credit of its birth. The populace of that city was one day, in 1144, horrified by the rumor that the Jews had kidnapped and murdered a boy named William for the purpose of obtaining his blood. A renegade Jew brought forth the libel, and the local bishop adopted it. The sheriff considered the evidence insufficient and refused to sanction a trial before the bishop's court. But the people, encouraged by the clergy, took the law into their own hands, and despite the sheriff's efforts to protect the Jews, many of the latter were slaughtered, while the rest fled in fear for their lives. Within the next 34 years, the same blood accusation recurred at Gloucester and Bury St. Edmunds, and led to a similar catastrophe. Note: the notorious legend of Hugh of Lincoln is placed by the chronicler Matthew Paris in the year 1255. The prolific nature of monkish imagination on this subject is shown by the subjoined facts due to Therwit's researches. In the first 4 months of the Acta Santorum by Bollandus, I find the following names of children canonized as having been murdered by Jews. 25th Marcius,
Willielmus Norvicensis,
1144, Ricardus Parisis, 1179, 17th Aprilis, Rudolphus Bernae, 1287, Bernerus Vesali, Anno Edum, Albertus Poloniae, 1598. I suppose the remaining 8 months would furnish at least as many more. Quoted by Dr. W. W. Skeet, Chaucer, Introduction, page 23. End of note. But during the reign of Henry II, anti-Jewish feeling, with the last exception, was firmly checked. The king, renowned in history as the greatest prince of his time for wisdom, virtue, and abilities, followed in the footsteps of William the Conqueror and William Rufus, and, in the opinion of the monastic chroniclers, sullied his otherwise stainless character by the favor which he showed to the Jews. He delivered them from the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical courts and granted to them the privilege of settling their disputes in their own Beth Din or religious tribunal, and of burying their dead outside the cities in which they dwelt. Henceforward, the Jews were to be regarded as the king's own chattels, and to enjoy the protection of the king's officers, as they did in Germany, and on the same terms. Royal favors, of course, are never granted without an equivalent. The wealth of the Jews, being movable and concentrated in a few hands, was much more accessible to the king than that of his Christian subjects. They were, accordingly, made to pay more than the latter. When in 1187 Henry levied a contribution, he received from the Jews alone nearly 1/2 of the whole amount, they contributing 1/4 of their property, £60,000, while the Christians 1/10, £70,000. But though the king's exchequer was the richer for the king's clemency, the Jews enjoyed the right to live and grow wealthy. England was not a loser by this toleration of the children of Israel. Their ready money, despite the high rates of interest at which it was lent, supplied a powerful stimulus to industry and to architecture. Many a castle and cathedral owed their existence to Jewish capital. And not only the means of erection, but also models for imitation were due to the Jews, who by their example taught the rude English burgesses the superiority of a stone house over a mud hovel, as is shown by the buildings at Bury St. Edmunds and Lincoln, which still bear the names of Jews' houses. Indeed, in these and subsequent reigns, we hear marvelous tales of Jewish opulence and magnificence, such as that of Abraham, Phil Rabbi, Jornet of Norwich, and Aaron of Lincoln, and even of unwelcome proselytes to Judaism. Both these blessings, however, material prosperity and religious popularity, proved curses in disguise to their possessors. The riches of the Jew could not but rouse the cupidity of medieval barons, and his descent the bigotry of medieval priests. Moreover, it would have been contrary to all the laws of probability and human nature had the Jew been left unmolested much longer in a land where the crusading spirit was abroad, where the popular hatred of the Jew had been recently fanned by abominable calumny and by royal favor, and where the civil authority was so frequently set at naught by feudal lawlessness. Last and most ominous sign, the Jews by an act passed in 1181 were forbidden to keep or bear arms. Where prejudice is, pretexts for persecution are not wanting. A favorable opportunity for the expression of public feeling was offered by the coronation of Richard Coeur de Lion. Richard was the first English king who took up the cross against the infidels, and his reign was appropriately inaugurated by an anti-Jewish demonstration. The Jews were by royal edict forbidden to show their own Christian countenances in the abbey during the ceremony, but some of them, armed with rich gifts from their people to the king, presumed to take up their station outside the church. The street was thronged with the servants and retainers of the barons and knights who assisted at the coronation, as well as by a miscellaneous mob drawn thither by curiosity. The foreign faces of the Jews were soon detected by the fanatical crowd in holiday mood, and were at once made the marks of insult and riot. The righteous tried to escape. The populace pursued them, and one at least was obliged to save his life by baptism. Later in the day, a rumor got abroad that the king had ordered a general slaughter of the Jews. The alleged command found many persons only too ready to carry it out. All the Jews that happened to be out of doors were cut to pieces, without remorse and without resistance,
while those who had wisely remained at home were attacked by this zealous and greedy crowd who broke into their houses, murdered the inmates, plundered their effects, and ended by setting fire to the Usury. The riotous and avaricious instincts of the populace once roused, the havoc spread far and wide, and the city of London soon became a scene of pillage and rapine in which no invidious distinction was made between Christian and infidel, but all were impartially robbed who were worth robbing. The king's endeavors to bring these atrocities home to the guilty resulted in the discovery that the punishment would involve so great a number that, after having hanged 3 offenders, he was forced to desist. The very magnitude of the crime saved its authors. Nor did the excitement terminate in the capital. The good news of the massacre of the Jews traveled to the provinces, and everywhere found the field ready to receive the seed. All the principal towns in England swarmed at the time with crusaders preparing for their expedition. The sight of these warriors stirred the martial and religious spirit of the people, and when they started the campaign against the Crescent by falling upon the native Jews, they found numerous and enthusiastic auxiliaries among the burgesses, the priests, and the impoverished gentlemen. Indeed, how could anyone refuse to help in the destruction of God's enemies, who in many cases also happened to be the assailants' creditors? In York, the immediate excuse for an attack was a certain Josius, who, being forcibly baptized in London on the day of Richard's coronation, on his return home renounced the creed thrust upon him, and thereby earned the odium of apostasy. Accompanied by a number of his coreligionists, the hunted man sought refuge with all his treasures in the castle. The mob, incited by a fanatical canon and led by the Castellan, laid siege to the castle. The Jews had recourse to desperate measures. Some of them, acting on the heroic advice of a rabbi, killed their own wives and children, flung the corpses from the battlements upon the besieging crowd, and then prepared to consign the castle and themselves to the flames. The others capitulated and were massacred by the mob at the instigation of a gentleman deeply indebted to them. Then the crowd, headed by the landed proprietors of the neighborhood, all of whom owed money to the Jews, hastened to the cathedral, where the bones were kept, and burned them on the altar under the benedictions of the priests. Like deeds were perpetrated at Norwich, Bury St. Edmunds, Lynn, Lincoln, Colchester, and Stamford, and in all these places, as in London, the king's officers found themselves powerless to prevent or punish. Richard, however, could not afford to have his Jews butchered or driven out of the country. He therefore issued a charter confirming to the wealthiest among them the privileges which they had enjoyed under his predecessors, the privilege of owning land, of bequeathing and inheriting money debts, of moving to and fro in the country without let or hindrance, and of exemption from all tolls. In return from his protection, the king claimed a closer supervision of their property and profits. His treasury was to know how much they had and how much they made. The staffs of Jewish and Christian clerks, appointed in various parts of the country, were to witness their deeds, enter them into a special register, and see that 3 copies were made of every bond, one to be placed into the hands of a magistrate, another into those of some respectable private citizen, and a third to be left with the Jew. Debts due to the Jews were really due to the king, and might not be compounded or cancelled without his consent. Disputes between Jews were to be settled at the royal courts, and, in a word, a severe and vigilant eye was to be kept on the Israelites and their money bags. John, Richard's miserable successor, whose reign brought nothing but ruin to himself and shame on his country, found it expedient to continue towards the Jews the lucrative generosity initiated by better men. The oppression of the Jews was a monopoly of the crown, and John made it quite plain that he would not tolerate any rivals. He invested Jacob of London with the dignity of chief rabbi over all the Jewish congregations throughout England, and styled him his dear, dear friend, warning his subjects that any insult or injury offered to him would be regarded by the king as an insult to himself. He extended to the whole colony the favors and immunities granted to a privileged few by Richard, and, like him, accompanied this act of grace with an even more rigorous control of their affairs. The Jews had to pay dearly even for this limited and precarious protection. The sole difference between the treatment of them on the part of the king and that meted out to them by his subjects was that the latter despoiled them spasmodically, the former systematically.
It was no longer a question of occasional contributions, such as the £60,000 wrung from them by Henry II, and like impositions levied to defray the expenses of Richard's crusade, but a steady and unsparing bleeding, tallages, inheritance duties, and a heavy percentage on all loan transactions, in addition to confiscations and general fines, or fines for breaches of the law, with which the king would now and again diversify the monotony of normal brigandage. The procedure was perfectly immoral, and yet perfectly legal. The king's treasury was replenished out of the pockets of men who were as absolutely his as his own palaces, and whom he could sell or mortgage as any other property according to his convenience. Even the king's commissioners, Jews deputed to collect the tallage, had power to seize the wives and children of their own coreligionists. It is computed that at this period the Jews contributed about 1/12 of the whole royal revenue. But John's cruelty was boundless as his meanness. Not content with ordinary measures of extortion, he suddenly ordered all the Jews, men, women, and children, to be imprisoned and forced to yield all they possessed. Thus, by one fell swoop, were snatched from them the fruits of a life's laborious accumulation, and many were brought to the verge of starvation. Men and women, until yesterday opulent, were seen begging from door to door in the daytime, and at night prowling about the purlieus of the city like homeless and hungry curs. Those who were suspected of being the owners of hidden treasure were tortured until they confessed, and, in the case of a Jew of Bristol, at least, a tooth a day was found an efficient test of a Jew's squeezability. Grinder after grinder was drawn from his jaw in horrible agony, till the victim, after having lost several teeth, paid the 10,000 marks demanded of him. By such a fiscal policy, the king's protégés were made to feel the full weight of royal favor. But even this condition of serfdom and occasional torture was preferable to the lot that was in store for them in the future. John, whatever his own standard of humanity might have been, when the citizens of London threatened an attack upon the Jews, stood boldly forth in their defense, and told the mayor and burgesses that he held them responsible for the safety of the Jews, vowing a bloody vengeance if any harm befell them. Henry III was as exacting as his predecessors, but he lacked the firmness by which some of them had prevented their subjects from trespassing on the royal preserves. Under his weak rule, the nobles and the towns grew in importance. The decline of the king's prerogative and the increased power of the subjects were alike fatal to the Jews. The burgesses hated them as the instruments of royal avarice, and as interlopers in a community for the freedom of which they themselves had paid a heavy price to king or lord paramount. Their exemption from municipal burdens and their independence of municipal authority irritated their fellow townsmen. The constant interference of the king's officers on behalf of the king's serfs were resented as a violation of privilege. These grievances, reasonable enough, were intensified by religious rancor and by that antipathy which the English, perhaps more than any other, bourgeoisie has always displayed towards foreigners. The Jew's isolation also added to his unpopularity, and all these causes, acting upon the minds of the townspeople, gave rise to frequent acts of aggression. The king, as has been seen, had always found it hard to curb popular license, each attempt at repression, each measure of precaution only serving to embitter the ill feelings towards those on whose behalf these efforts were made. Under Henry III, the wrath of the burgesses broke out again and again in many towns, notably at Norwich, where the Jews' quarter was sacked and burned, and the inhabitants narrowly escaped massacre, and at Oxford, where town and gown joined in the work of devastation and pillage. The animosity of the towns was shared by the smaller nobility, who lay under heavy obligations to the Jewish moneylenders, but, unlike their betters, had not the means of making their tenants pay their debts for them. The great barons played towards the Jews with their domains, and same role as the king, only on a smaller scale. They lent them their protection, were sleeping partners in their usurious transactions, and upon occasion made them disgorge their ill-gotten gains. This role was beyond the ability of the smaller nobility. So far from sharing in the spoils of usury, they themselves were among its worst victims. The king's continental expeditions forced them to mortgage their estates to the Jews, from whose clutches none but the lands of tenants on the royal domain were safe,
and if the holders of the pledge were afraid to enforce their claims in person, they passed the bonds to the more powerful nobles, who seized the lands of their inferiors and sometimes refused to part with it, even when the debtors offered to redeem it by paying off the debt with interest. In addition to these private motives, there were political reasons to foment the anti-Jewish movement, common interests which bound all the hostile elements together. It was felt by both lords and commons that, but for the Jews' ready money, Henry would not have been able to carry on his unpopular wars abroad or his anti-constitutional policy at home, and to indulge that preference for Provençal and other foreign favorites which his English subjects resented so strongly. That the source of the king's power to defy public opinion was rightly guessed is shown by the enormous sums which Henry extorted from the Jews at various times. In 1230, under the pretext that they clipped and adulterated the coin of the realm, a very common offense in those days. Note, a contemporary historian pathetically states that, in 1248, no foreigner, let alone an Englishman, could look at an English coin with dry eyes and a broken heart. Henry III issued a new coin, but it was not long ere it reached the condition of the older one. In England, the penalty for the crime was loss of life or limbs. End of note. They were made to pay into the royal exchequer 1/3 of their movable property. The operation was repeated in 1239. In 1241, 20,000 marks were exacted from them, and 2 years after, 60,000 marks, a sum equal to the whole yearly revenue of the crown, above 4,000 marks being wrung from Aaron of York alone. In 1250, new oppression, on a charge of forgery, elicited 30,000 marks from the same wretched millionaire, and from 1252 to 1255, Henry robbed the Jews 3 times by such exquisite cruelty that the whole race, in despair, twice begged for permission to depart from England. But the king replied, "How can I remedy the oppressions you complain of? I am myself a beggar, I am spoiled, I am stripped of all my revenues," referring to the attempt made by the council to secure constitutional government by the refusal of supplies. "I must have money from any hand, from any quarter, or by any means." He then delivered them over to Richard, Earl of Cornwall, that he might persuade them to stay, or, in the words of Matthew Paris, that those whom the one brother had flayed, the other might embowel. The same witty chronicler informs us that these spoliations excited no pity for the victims of Henry's Christian subjects, because it is proved and is manifest that they are continually convicted of forging charters, seals, and coins, and elsewhere he describes the Jews as a sign for the nations like Cain the accursed. The burgesses and the barons, in their anti-Jewish campaign, found powerful allies among the high dignitaries of the Church, who had a twofold set of grievances against Israel, practical grievances and grievances begotten of religious bigotry. Pope Innocent III, in pursuance of his aggressive autocratism, had claimed the right of filling vacant benefices all over the Catholic world. In England, the election to the See of Canterbury gave rise to a long struggle between Pope and King, which ended in John's shameful and abject surrender. Cardinal Langton, Innocent's nominee and instrument, on being raised to the primacy, made common cause with John's disaffected nobility, and the two acting in concert frustrated the unpopular prince's projected invasion of France in 1213. The same archbishop passed at his provincial synod a decree forcing the Jews to wear the badge and forbidding them to keep Christian servants or to build new synagogues. He also issued orders to his flock, threatening to excommunicate anyone who should have relations with the enemies of Christ or sell to them the necessaries of life. The Jews were to be treated as a race outside the pale of humanity. Langton's example was followed by the bishops, many of whom exerted themselves both officially and unofficially to check intercourse between Jews and Christians. The crusade was carried on after Langton's death. At one time, the Archbishop of Canterbury demands the demolition of the Jewish synagogues. At another, he calls upon the temporal power to prevent Jewish converts from relapsing into infidelity. On the third occasion, he writes to the Queen, remonstrating with her on her business transactions with the Jews, and threatening the royal lady with everlasting damnation. Similarly, time and again, bishops hold the thunderbolt of excommunication over the heads of all true believers who should assist at a Jewish wedding or accept Jewish hospitality.
These attacks by the Church were prejudicial to the king's pecuniary interests, and during Henry III's minority met with vigorous opposition on the part of his guardians. When the young king assumed the responsibilities of government, he found himself placed in a difficult position. His interests compelled him to protect the Jews, while his loyalty to the Church forbade him to ignore the behests of her ministers. He compromised by sanctioning the use of the badge and by building a house for the reception of Jewish converts, Domus Conversorum, on one hand, while on the other he shielded, to the best of his ability, the hunted people from the effects of ecclesiastical and popular wrath. The war declared by the papacy against the Jews on religious principle was continued on grounds of practical necessity. Owing to the enormous expenditure of money incurred partly by the architectural extravagance of the age, partly by an almost equally extravagant hospitality, partly by the exactions of kings and popes, and partly by bad management, the estates of the Church in England had begun to be encumbered with debt in the 12th century, and loans were frequently contracted at ruinous interest. End of section 13. Section 14 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 9. The Jews in England, Part 2. A typical case has been preserved for us in the contemporary chronicle of Jocelyn of Brakelond, a Norman English monk of Bury St. Edmunds. In his crabbed dog Latin, the good brother tells the story of his monastery's distress, how under old Abbot Hugo's feeble rule the finances became entangled, how deficit followed in the footsteps of deficit, and debt was added to debt, until there was no ready money left to keep the rain out of the house. William the sacristan was ordered by the old abbot to repair a room which had fallen into ruins, but as the order was not accompanied by the means of carrying it out, Brother William would fain go to Benedict the Jew for a loan of 40 marks. The room was repaired, the rain was kept out, but the creditor clamored for his money. In the absence of cash, the original loan grew rapidly at compound interest, and the 40 marks were swelled to £100. Then the Jew came to the abbot with his bills and demanded to be repaid, not only these £100, but also another £100, which the abbot owed him on his private account. Old Hugo, at his wits' end, tries to silence the Jew by granting him a bond for £400 to be paid at the end of 4 years. The Jew goes away not displeased, only to reappear at the expiration of the term. On his second visit, he, of course, found the abbot as penniless as on the first, and extracted from him a bond for £880, payable in 11 years by annual installments of £80. Furthermore, he now produced other claims, sundry sums lent 14 years before, so that the whole debt amounted to £1,200, besides interest. The matter was left pending until old Hugo was called to a world where there is neither borrowing nor lending at compound interest, but only paying just debts. Old Abbot Hugo is dead, and young Abbot Samson has succeeded to his honors and to his deficits. Samson's first anxiety was to free the house from the claws of the insatiable Benedict and other Hebrew and Christian harpies, and he did it in a manner characteristic of the age. In some 4 years he paid off the debts of the convent, but at the same time he obtained from the king permission to revenge himself on the Jews. The royal abettor of what followed was oblivious of the fact that he was himself more than an accomplice in the usurer's exactions. Huge sums were at that very moment being extorted for royal purposes from the Jewish communities, which were in as constant a condition of indebtedness to the crown as others were to them. Nevertheless, the Jews were driven out of the liberties of Bury St. Edmunds by men-at-arms, and forbidden to return thither under severe penalties, while sentence of excommunication was pronounced against anyone who should be found sheltering them. Such was the condition of an English monastery towards the end of the 12th century. Things went from bad to worse, until, in the 13th century, we are told, there was scarcely anyone in England, especially a bishop, who was not caught in the meshes of the usurers. We hear of archiepiscopal buildings and priories falling into decay for want of funds, and of churches that could not afford clergymen,
of a bishop seeking the intervention of the king in order to obtain respite of his debts to the Jews, and of a prior asking for permission to let one of his churches as a common building for 5 years in order to pay off part of the debt, of another bishop pledging the plate of his cathedral, and of an abbot pledging the bonds of a patron saint of his abbey. And we even read of an archbishop carrying his seal for retrenchment to the cruel length of imposing a limit to the number of dishes with which the good abbot of Glastonbury may be served in his private room. At the same time, the ancient superstition regarding usury had been invigorated in England, as on the continent, by the diligent preaching of Franciscan and Dominican friars, no less than by the economic distress of debtors. It is true that the practice was not confined to the Jews. Besides English usurers, the Italian bankers of Milan, Florence, Lucca, Pisa, Rome, and other cities had stretched their tentacles over Europe. In France, their position was confirmed by a diplomatic agreement with Philip III. In England, Italian usurers scoured the country collecting taxes for the Pope and lending money on their own account at exorbitant interest. As the Jews lent under royal, so did these Lombards lend under papal patronage. The extortions of the former were not amenable to any tribunal. The latter were in the habit of, in the words of the chronicler, cloaking their usury under the show of trade, and thus carried on their business under forms not forbidden by canon law, even supposing that the ecclesiastical courts would have cared or dared to condemn the Pope's agents. To the Italian usurers, the great barons extended the same protection as to the Jews, and for similar reasons, but the smaller nobility and gentry, the clergy, and the lower orders of the laity hated them intensely. One of these usurers, brother of the Pope's own legate, was murdered at Oxford, while in London Bishop Roger pronounced a solemn anathema against the whole class. Henry III was, after all, a Catholic and a king. The sufferings of his subjects moved him to banish the Cahors from his kingdom, and, were it not for his chronic impecuniosity, he might have adopted similar measures against the Jews. As it was, in spite of his religious scruples, he could ill afford to lose the rich income which he still derived from them. While the clamor against the Jewish usurers was gathering force from bigotry, penury, and policy, the Jews were fast losing the means which had hitherto enabled them to procure an inadequate protection in the hands of the king and his great barons. Early in the 13th century, the merchants of Lombardy and southern France, as has been shown, began to compete with the Jewish money-lenders. But the loss of the monopoly which the Jews had long enjoyed was, in England, followed by great losses still. During the civil wars, the ranks of the malcontents were filled with all sorts of ruffians, some driven to rebellion by discontent, others drawn to it by the hope of booty, and it was the policy of the rebel barons to let all these disorderly elements loose upon the king's friends and supporters. The royal domains were ruthlessly ravaged, and the fury of the revolutionists, who numbered amongst their allies both the lay and the clerical mobs, was directed against the king's protégés. Every success of the popular party over the king was duly celebrated by a slaughter of his Jewish serfs and the destruction of their quarters. The appetite for plunder and havoc was further stimulated by superstition, and at Easter 1263 the Jews were stripped and butchered in the city of London. This was the prologue to a long tragedy that continued throughout that troublous period. The spoliation of the London Jews was repeated, and the Usuries of Canterbury, Northampton, Winchester, Worcester, Lincoln, and Cambridge were attacked, looted, and destroyed. Many of the unfortunate race were massacred, while some saved themselves by baptism and others by exorbitant ransom. Deeds and bonds were burned, and thus the Jews were deprived of the one bulwark that had stood between them and annihilation. So much so that in the last year of Henry III's reign, their contribution to the revenue of the crown fell from £5,000 to 2,000 marks. Henry III died in 1272, and Edward I was proclaimed king. Edward, as heir apparent, had distinguished himself by his piety, no less than by his valor and public spirit, and at the time of his accession he was actually fighting the infidels in the Holy Land. His loyalty to the Church prejudiced him against the Jews both as enemies of Christ and as usurers.
His scrupulous regard for the interests of his subjects was calculated to deepen the prejudice. Edward's political ideal was a harmonious cooperation and contribution of all classes to the welfare of the state. The Usury, as constituted under his predecessors, formed an anomaly and a scandal. Measures of restriction had already been taken against the Jews and supplied a precedent for further proceedings in the same direction. One of these measures was the Statute of 1270, which forbade the Jews to acquire houses in London in addition to those which they already possessed, to enjoy a freehold howsoever held, to receive rent charges as security, and oblige them to return to the Christian debtors or to other Christians the lands which they had already seized on repayment of the principal without interest. A petition preferred by the victims of this act to be allowed the full privileges which accompanied the tenure of land under the feudal system, namely the guardianship of minors, the right to give wards in marriage, and the presentation to livings, had elicited an indignant protest from the bishops, who expressed their outraged feelings in language that was wanting neither in clearness nor in vigor. The perfidious Jews were reminded that their residence in England was entirely due to the king's grace, a sentiment with which Prince Edward had fully concurred. On his return from Palestine, he resumed the work of administrative reform which he had commenced as heir apparent. Despite the Statute of 1270, he found the Jews still absorbed in the one occupation which they had practiced for ages under the pressure of necessity and with the sanction of custom and royal patronage. The religious sensitiveness of a pilgrim fresh from the Holy Land, acting on the political anxiety of a statesman honestly desirous to do his duty by his subjects, compelled him to new measures of restriction. Moreover, the reasons of self-interest, which had influenced his predecessors, had lost much of their force. John's and Henry III's merciless rapacity had sapped the foundations of Jewish prosperity. The barons' even more merciless cruelty had accomplished their ruin, and while the fortunes of the Jews waned, those of their Italian rivals waxed. So the Jews, an unholy and unpopular class at the best of times, had now also become an unnecessary one. About the same time, the Church renewed the campaign against usurers. Pope Gregory X, by a decree passed at the Council of Lyons, requested the princes of Christendom to double their efforts to suppress the accursed trade. Edward hastened to obey the orders of the Church. The transactions of the Florentine bankers in England were subjected to inquiry and restriction by his order, and then he proceeded against the Jews. There were two ways open to him, either to withdraw his countenance from the Jewish moneylenders or to compel them to give up this sinful practice. He was too humane to adopt the former course, for the withdrawal of royal protection would have been the signal for instant attack on the part of the people. How real this danger was can be judged from the fact that in 1275 the Jews were driven out of Cambridge at the instigation of Edward's own mother. He therefore chose the latter alternative and issued a general and severe prohibition of usury, accompanied with the permission that the Jews may engage in commercial and industrial pursuits or in agriculture. The Jews were asked to change at a moment's notice a mode of life which had become a second nature to them, and one which they had been encouraged, one may almost say compelled, to pursue in England for 2 centuries. The hardship of the prohibition was aggravated by the impossibility of profiting by the permission. So long as the Jew was liable to violence from his neighbors, he could hardly engage in any occupation which involved the possession of bulky goods. Jewels and bonds were the only kinds of movable property that could easily be secured against attack. As a writer who can scarcely be accused of undue partiality to the Jews has observed, the ancient house at Lincoln seems to suggest by its plan and arrangements that the inhabitants were prepared to stand the siege, and men who lived under such conditions could hardly venture to pursue ordinary avocations. But there were more specific reasons explaining the Jews' inability to conform to Edward's decree. A Jew could not become a tradesman because a tradesman ought to be a member of a guild. As a general rule, no one could join a guild who was not a burgess, and the law forbade the Jews to become burgesses. But even if the law allowed it, the Jews could not, without violating their religion, participate in the feasts and ceremonies of the guilds. Nor were the handicrafts more accessible to the Jews, for most of them were in the hands of close corporations into which the despised Jew could not easily gain admittance. Moreover, an apprenticeship of many years was required. An apprenticeship necessitated residence in the master's house. Now the church forbade the Christians, on pain of excommunication, to receive Jews in their houses, and therefore a Jewish boy, even if his own parents' prejudices and the scruples of the synagogue were overcome, could not become a Christian's apprentice. Agriculture was likewise out of the question, because even if the landlords would have them, the Jews, being forbidden by their religion to take the oath of fealty, could not become villeins. The popular hatred of the Jew rendered the profession of peddler or carrier equally perilous. His Semitic face and conspicuous yellow badge, which he was compelled to wear from the age of 7, would have made him a target for insult and assault on every road and on every fair in the country. Thus the Jew, after 200 years' residence in England, found himself laboring under all the disabilities of an alien, the only occupation left open to him being that which foreign merchants were allowed to pursue, namely the export trade in wool and corn. But for this occupation, limited at the best, a great capital was needed, and therefore, after the recent sufferings of the race, few could find profit in it. For all these reasons, Edward's alternative remained a dead letter, and as the Jews could not suffer themselves to starve, usury continued rampant, and the second error proved worse than the first. The distemper was far too complex to be cured by Edward's simple remedy. It might have been encouraged by impunity. It certainly was accentuated by severity. The money lenders, no longer under official supervision, exceeded all bounds of extortion. The peril of detection had to be paid for. The demand for loans increased as the supply diminished. The rate of interest rose, and as the transactions had to be kept secret, all sorts of subterfuges were resorted to. A bond was given for a multiple of the sum actually received, and the interest often figured under the euphemism of gift or compensation for delay, or if the money lender combined traffic in goods with traffic in money, the interest was paid in kind. It was contrary to common sense and human experience to expect that a royal statute could have prevailed over what really was an inevitable necessity, and the abuses that followed were only such as might have been anticipated in a society where the borrowers were many and needy, the lenders few and greedy, and the two classes were impelled to deal with each other by the strongest of motives, the motive of self-preservation. But even clandestine usury required capital, and the poorer Jews, devoid of industrial skill or legal standing, despised by the people, denounced by the clergy, helpless, hopeless, and unscrupulous, betook themselves to highway robbery, burglary, coin-clipping, or baptism. The penultimate source of revenue, which, as has been noted, supplied already one of the most common charges brought against the Jews, forced Edward to strike hard and quickly. His severity was proportionate to the magnitude of the evil. The depreciation of the currency due to the prevalence of forgery had led to an alarming rise in the price of commodities. Foreign merchants had left the country, and trade fallen into stagnation. The greater share of the blame was generally, and not unjustly, attributed to the Jews. In one night, all the Jews in the country were thrown into prison, their domiciles were searched, and their effects seized. Edward, in his anxiety to punish none but the guilty, issued an edict in which he warned his Christian subjects against false accusations, such as might easily have been concocted by people eager to gratify their religious bigotry, private malice, or cupidity. The inquiry resulted in the conviction of many Jews and Christians. Of the latter, 3 were sentenced to death and the rest to fines. But no mercy was shown to the Jews. 280 of them were hanged, drawn, and quartered in London alone, and all the houses, lands, and goods of a great number were confiscated. A very few took refuge in conversion, and received the moiety of the money realized by the confiscation of their brethren's property. This deplorable state of things convinced Edward of the futility of his policy. Other causes intensified his anger against the Jews. In the first year of his reign, a Dominican friar embraced Judaism. A little later, a Jew was burned for blasphemy at Norwich, and in 1278, a Jewess at Nottingham created great excitement by abusing in virulent terms the Christians in the marketplace. All this despite the king's proclamation that blasphemy against Christ, the Virgin Mary, or the Catholic faith should be visited with loss of life or limbs, and the penalties not less severe which the Church reserved for apostates. Parliament now urged the expulsion of the Jews. Edward, his native moderation notwithstanding, could not defy public opinion. The precedent of his mentor, the brave and wise Baron Simon de Montfort, also pointed in the same direction. The latter had expelled the Jews from Leicester and given to the burgesses a solemn promise that they should never return. Note: the original charter of expulsion has recently been discovered. It was, by a gracious irony of history, found at Leicester at a time when the Jew had been thrice mayor of the town. End of note. The example could not but have its influence upon Edward, and his own mental attitude was too orthodox to render him impervious to the overwhelming prejudices of the age. He had endeavored to reconcile duty with humanity and had failed. Neither did the Christians wish to receive the Jews amongst themselves, nor would the Jews have embraced such an invitation. So long as they remained in England, mutual antipathy and mutual bigotry would bar amalgamation, and therefore, under the feudal system, the only calling which the Jews could pursue in a Christian country would be the sinful traffic in money. Since the Jews could not be improved, they ought to be removed. While Edward was slowly coming to the one inevitable conclusion, there arrived in England, at the end of 1286, a bull from the Pope Honorius IV, addressed to the archbishops and bishops. After a lengthy enumeration of the familiar charges brought against the Jews, their obedience to a wicked and deceitful book called Talmud, containing manifold abominations, falsehoods, heresies, and abuses, their seduction of brethren, snatched from infidelity, and their perversion of Christians, their immorality, their criminal intercourse with Christians, and other horrible deeds done to the shame of our Creator and the detriment of the Catholic faith, Honorius bade the bishops increase their severity and their spiritual and temporal penalties against the accursed and perfidious people. In consequence of this mandate, we find the Synod at Exeter passing ordinances restricting still further the Jews' discretion in matters of dress and behavior. The Apostolic Epistle accelerated Edward's decision. It is also probable that the king, on the eve of his struggle with Scotland and France, thought it prudent to conciliate his English subjects by yielding to their demand for the expulsion of the hated people. On the 18th of July, 1290, a decree was issued ordering that all Jews should leave England before the Feast of All Saints, sentence of death being pronounced against any who should be found lingering in the country after the prescribed date. The severity of the measure was somewhat mitigated by the king's sincere anxiety to spare the exiles gratuitous insult and injury. The officers charged with the execution of the decree were ordered to ensure the safe arrival of the Jews on the coast and their embarkation. They were permitted to carry away all the effects that were in their possession at the time, together with any pledges that were not redeemed by the Christian debtors before a certain day. As a further inducement for the payment of debts, the latter were given to understand that, if they did not pay a moiety to the Jews before their departure, they would remain debtors to the treasury for the full amount. A few Jews, personally known and favored at court, were even allowed to sell their real property to any Christian who would buy it. In a word, everything that could be done to alleviate the misery of the exiles was suggested by Edward. The autumn was spent in hurried preparations. Those who had money out at interest hastened to collect it, and those who had property too unwieldy for transport hastened to part with it for what it would yield. It is easy to imagine the enormous loss which this compulsory liquidation must have entailed on the wretched Jews. Their goods were sold at such prices as might have been expected from the urgency of the case, and the knowledge that all that could not be disposed of would have to be left behind. Their houses, their synagogues, and their cemeteries fell into the hands of the king, who distributed them among his favorites. Their bonds and mortgages were also appropriated by the royal exchequer, but the debts were imperfectly collected, and the remainder, after many years' delay, were finally remitted by Edward III. As the fatal day drew near, the emigrants, 16,000 all told, men, women, and children, might be seen hurrying from different parts of England to the coast, some riding, the majority trudging, sullen and weary, along the muddy roads, the men with their scanty luggage slung over their shoulders, the women with their babes in their arms. Thus they went their last journey on English soil, under the bleak sky of an English October, objects of scorn rather than of pity to the people among whom they have lived for more than 200 years. The king's biographer relates with great exultation how the perfidious and unbelieving horde was driven forth from England in one day into exile, and the English Parliament, which 9 years before had demanded the expulsion of the unbelievers, now expressed the gratitude of the nation for the fulfillment of their desire by voting a 10th and a 15th to the king. But if the English were glad to get rid of the Jews were not sorry to depart. It was only what they had already begged to be allowed to do. Though born and bred among the English, they did not even speak their language. They spoke the language of the Normans who had brought them to England for their own purposes, and ejected them when those purposes no longer held. They were as foreign to the land on this day of their departure as their fathers had been on the day of their arrival, full 2 centuries earlier. Their residence in England was a mere episode in their long career of sorrow and trial, only a temporary halt on the weary pilgrimage which began at Zion and would end in Zion. Nor were their last experiences such as to sweeten their feelings towards the land they were leaving. Despite the king's merciful provision, there was no lack of opportunities for expressing, otherwise than by looks and words, the bitter hatred nourished against the emigrants. The old chroniclers have handed down to us an incident which may safely be regarded as only an extreme specimen of the cruel memories which the children of Israel carried away from England. On St. Denis' Day, the Jews of London set out on their way to the sea coast and got on board a ship at the mouth of the Thames. The captain had cast anchor during the ebb tide, so that his vessel grounded on the sands. Thereupon he requested the passengers to land till it was again afloat. They obeyed, and he led them a long way off, so that, when they returned to the riverside, the tide was full. Then he ran into the water, hauled himself on board by means of a rope, and referred the hapless Jews to Moses for help. Many of them tried to follow him, but perished in the attempt, and the captain divided their property with his crew. The chroniclers add that the shipmaster and his sailors were afterwards indicted, convicted of murder, and hanged. Similar crimes of robbery and murder were brought home to the inhabitants of the Cinque Ports, but the punishment of the offenders brought little consolation to the victims. The sea proved as cruel to the Jews as the land had been. Fierce storms swept the channel, many of the ships were wrecked, and many of the exiles were robbed and drowned by the captains, or were cast naked on the French coast. Those who escaped shipwreck and murder reached the shore they sought only to find it as inhospitable as the one from which they fled. A decree of the Parlement de la Chandeleur, issued in obedience to the Pope's wishes, bade all Jewish refugees from England to quit the kingdom by the middle of next Lent. Some of them, thanks to their French tongue, may have escaped detection and remained in France, sharing the treatment of their co-religionists already described. Another party, mostly poor, took refuge in Flanders, but the majority joined their brethren in Spain, whither we shall follow them. End of section 14. Section 15 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 10. The Jews in Spain, Part 1. As we have seen in a previous chapter, the lot of the Spanish Jews under Mohammedan rule was supremely enviable. Their condition in the Christian parts of the Iberian Peninsula was less uniformly prosperous. We there find 2 forces at work, one favorable to the children of Israel, and the other the exact opposite. The people and the church were ill-disposed towards them. The princes and the nobles protected them. Their history is therefore marked by the vicissitudes of the conflict between those 2 forces, and their ultimate fate was to be determined by the result of that conflict. That this should be mulcted by the Christian princes was only what might have been expected. In Spain, they were subjected, among other burdens, to a hearth tax, a coronation tax, a tax of various kinds of their own food, and a tax for the king's dinner. In Portugal, under Sancho II, they had to pay, besides other things, a fleet tax, and were obliged to supply a new anchor and cable to every vessel built for the Royal Marine. On the other hand, they enjoyed a large measure of communal autonomy, settled their disputes in their own Beth Din or religious tribunal, and even passed capital sentence on culprits of their own persuasion. Despite manifold restrictions in the exercise of certain trades and handicrafts, they often succeeded in eluding the law, which in the earlier days was not rigorously enforced, and in pursuing a variety of occupations. They dealt in corn, cattle, silk, spices, timber, and slaves. They were goldsmiths, mechanics, peddlers, and pawnbrokers. The trade in cloth and wool, both domestic and foreign, was largely in their hands, but they abstained from the manufacture of clothes, partly owing to the prohibitive legislation by the state, as was the case in Majorca during the 14th century, and partly in obedience to the Talmud, which denounced weaving as an immoral occupation, inasmuch as it tended to facilitate undesirable propinquity between the sexes. Many of the upper classes found equally or more lucrative employment as physicians, clerks of the treasury, and public officials. Then was formed in Spain that higher type of Jew which compelled even the Christians to forget their contempt for the race. Visigothic legislation was ignored in practice, and the Jews ceased to be systematically trampled upon. Pope Alexander II, the coadjutor and immediate predecessor of Gregory Hildebrand, in a decree issued to all the bishops of Spain, draws a distinction between the Saracens and the Jews, the latter being described as worthy of toleration on account of their readiness to serve. Some of the municipalities treated them on equal terms with the Christians, and in both Aragon and Castile, the Jews were allowed to act as judges. The Christian princes found in them some of the qualities which commanded their respect towards the Arabs, and they would fain avail themselves of their lights. They employed Jewish physicians, Jewish financiers, and Jewish tutors. Alfonso VI of Castile began by diplomacy the liberation of Spain, which was to be accomplished by the military prowess of his successors. In this initial stage of the movement, despite the persecution proclaimed against the enemies of Christ by Pope Gregory VII, the Castilian king employed the astute and polyglot Jews, notably his private physician Isaac ibn Shalbib, and after the conquest of Toledo, he confirmed to the Jews of the town all the liberties which they had enjoyed under the Mohammedan rulers. Then Alfonso, resolved to attack the Saracen king of Seville, whom he had used as a tool in taking Toledo, thought it necessary to apprise his former ally of his change of policy and bid him defiance. The delicate task was entrusted to Ibn Shalbib, attended by 500 Christian knights. The Jewish diplomatist carried out his master's instructions so thoroughly and so boldly that the Mohammedan prince, in his fury, forgot the inviolability of the ambassadorial character and nailed the unfortunate envoy to a gibbet. The comparative liberty enjoyed by the Spanish Jews under the aegis of the kings brought with it opulence and luxury. The Spanish synagogues were renowned throughout Europe for their beauty, and the private dwellings of the Spanish Jews were not less noted for their magnificence. The Spanish Jews, as their brethren elsewhere, set much store by social distinction and knew how to combine extravagance with economy. The stately names and expensive equipages of the Christian nobility were copied by them, not wisely but too well. Their profuse ostentation of wealth in domestic decoration and personal apparel excited the envy and royal patronage to jealousy of their neighbors. These feelings, intensified by religious antipathy, laid up a fund of prejudice, which only awaited a suitable opportunity for converting itself into active hostility. The same causes which brought about the eruption of anti-Judaism in other countries operated in Spain also. First, the Crusading spirit, which, though it produced no immediate massacres in Spain as it did in Central Europe, remained longer alive by the Spaniards' undying enmity to the Jews' cousin, the Saracen invader, whose invasion, it must be remembered, the Jews had facilitated, or at all events welcomed. Secondly, the hatred of heresy, which, fostered by the monastic orders, found in Spain a more fertile soil than in any other Christian country. So strong and so pertinacious were these influences in the Iberian Peninsula that the kings who favored the Jews were often obliged to assuage public irritation and to save their proteges from the ebullitions of popular fanaticism by separating them from the Christians. Already in the 11th century, we hear of a Jewish barrier erected in Tudela. This separation was also countenanced by the Church, though from widely different motives. In Coyaca, in the Asturias, a council decreed that no Christian should reside in the same house with Jews or partake of their food. Persons caught transgressing this canon were sentenced, if noblemen, to 1 year's excommunication, if of lower degree, to 100 lashes. Thus, the normal isolation of Israel was encouraged by two powers which, acting with opposite intent, converged to the same dangerous result. But it was not until late in the 13th century that the gathering animosity came to a head and declared itself in more methodical efforts of segregation and humiliation, conversion, or extirpation. Meanwhile, the undercurrent of prejudice was checked by the action of the kings. When, for instance, the Crusaders from across the Pyrenees, red-handed from the massacre of the Albigenses, came to Spain as allies in the war against the Mohammedans and began the work of exterminating the infidels by attacking the Jews of Toledo, King Alfonso IX warded off the blows, and the misdirected zeal of the foreign fanatics was condemned even by the populace of Castile. When again Innocent III, at the Fourth Lutheran Council, ordered the Jews to be marked off by a special badge, the Jews of Spain, through their influence at court, succeeded in avoiding the effects of the decree. King Alfonso connived at their disobedience and vain-were the unwearied efforts of Innocent's successor, Honorius III, to enforce the Jewish disabilities. Similar immunity from the ignominious ordinances of St. Peter's See was secured by the Jews of Aragon through the exertions of the physician of King Jaime I. Several years after, King Ferdinand allotted 3 parishes to the Jewish community of Seville and surrounded them with a wall for their defense. Within this enclosure were the exchanges, markets, slaughterhouses, synagogues, and tribunals of the Jews, while their cemetery spread over an adjacent field. But how long could the court maintain its Judeophile attitude in the teeth of the growing animosity against the race? Alfonso X, surnamed the Wise, employed Jews as chamberlains and chancellors of the exchequer, as well as in the construction of his famous astronomical tables. But the same king was forced to throw a sop to Cerberus by enacting that the Jews may not enlarge, elevate, or beautify their synagogues. Another law of Alfonso's contained the following ominous statement: although the Jews deny Christ, they are still suffered in all Christian countries, so that they should remind everybody that they belong to that race which crucified Jesus. During this reign, conversion of a Christian to Judaism was punished with death. No Jew was to be elevated to any public office. The wearing of the badge was made compulsory, and anyone seen without it was, if rich, fined, if poor, scourged. Social intercourse between Jews and Christians was made a punishable offense. The Jews should not appear abroad on Good Friday. Though himself in the hands of a Jewish physician, Alfonso decreed that no Christian should take medicine prepared by a Jew. These restrictions, however, were tempered by measures protective of the religion, the persons, and the property of the Jews, and they did not really become active until a much later period. 2 years later, there occurred in Barcelona, under the auspices of Jaime I, the famous disputation between the Dominican Pablo Cristiani and the Rabbi Nachmanides, which led to the latter's exile and to the expurgation of the Talmud. In the meantime, the silly and sinister fables which caused the persecution of the Jews in England and elsewhere met with credence in Spain also. But if the pious were exasperated by these stories, less foolish persons found a sufficient food for their spleen in the better founded charges of rapacity constantly brought against the Jewish moneylenders, while the holy indignation of others was aroused by the occasional sight of Christian proselytes seeking in the arms of the synagogue a spiritual rest which they could not find in the church, or by the spectacle, even less edifying, of Christian noblemen seeking in the arms of a Jewish bride the wherewithal to regild their tarnished escutcheons. All these grievances, assiduously nursed by fanatical clerics and loudly voiced by insolvent debtors, culminated in violent attacks upon the accursed people during the 14th century. The Jewish colonies were repeatedly looted and burned, and the inmates slaughtered without mercy, and without regard to sex or age. In one attack of this kind in the kingdom of Navarre, no fewer than 10,000 Israelites perished. But the time had not yet come for the general persecution of Israel in Spain. The demon of Jew hatred, if irritated, was also curbed by kingly favor. Alfonso XI drew down upon himself the wrath of pious Christians by employing Jewish ministers in his treasury. Under this prince, the Spanish Jews, indeed, enjoyed what some writers have described as their golden age. They were powerful at court and equally influential with the great nobility, many Castilian magnates employing them as bailiffs and advisers. Their wealth and their power cowed clerical and popular fanaticism and overawed the avaricious proclivities of impecunious hidalgos. This prosperity lasted under Alfonso's successor, Don Pedro or Peter the Cruel. Samuel Levy, treasurer of the king and his victim, is reported to have left behind him the princely fortune of 400,000 ducats, an affluence which provided his undoing. Nor was royal favor limited to one class of Jews, any more than Jewish usefulness was limited to one province of activity. Henry II of Castile, the half-brother of Don Pedro, and other Iberian sovereigns employed the talents of the Jews in various capacities. Through their correspondence with their brethren all over Europe and the East, the Jews were the best agents for commercial and political negotiations. Their astronomical science and their skill in map drawing and in the construction of nautical instruments recommended them to princes anxious to profit by the exploration of new lands. Jewish pilots and navigators must have been in great demand, for they subsequently helped Vasco da Gama in his voyages, while Jewish capitalists and adventurers participated in many of the great transatlantic expeditions of later times. Jaime III, the last king of Majorca, describes Joseph Fagin, a Jew of Barcelona, as a man who had navigated the whole of the then known world, while Benjamin of Tudela's older itinerary is a work of worldwide renown. John II of Castile, in the ensuing century, even sought the assistance of Jews in the compilation of a national cancionero, for the Jews and Christian, as in Mahomedan Spain, attained high distinction as troubadours. One of them, Santo de Carrion, who flourished in Castile in the 14th century, produced the Spanish Book of Maxims, which, thanks to its charming quaintness, preserved its popularity far into the 15th. Not less important are the contributions of Iberian Jews to the vernacular drama. The Jews' old aversion to the language of Titus, the destroyer of the temple, had also partially vanished from Spain, and many Jewish politicians employed Latin in the diplomatic correspondence which they conducted for their Christian masters, while the Spanish language in the 14th century ever bade fair to oust Hebrew, the Book of Esther being, in some parts of the peninsula, read in the vernacular on the Feast of Purim for the benefit of the women, to whom the sacred tongue was no longer intelligible. Naturally, such liberalism scandalized straight-laced pietists who did their utmost to prevent the profanation of Holy Writ. But the real check to the gradual reconciliation between Jew and Gentile in Spain did not proceed from the Jewish side, as we shall see. All this sunshine was already overshadowed by the clouds which herald the storm. In the year of the Black Death, the charge of well poisoning stirred up the mob of Barcelona against the Jews, 20 of whom were slain and their houses sacked, a wholesale massacre being averted only by the intervention of the higher classes. A few days later, a similar outbreak of Cervera resulted in the murder of 18 Jews and the flight of the rest. Destruction threatened all the Jewish communities of northern Spain, and their members, panic-stricken, betook themselves to prayer, fasting, and other precautions of a more practical character against the impending attack, which, however, was prevented by the nobility and by a papal bull in which Clement VI, who, though no saint, was an accomplished gentleman and a broad-minded prince, exposed the absurdity of the poison charge and prohibited the Christians from assaulting the Jews on pain of excommunication. During the long civil war in Castile between Don Pedro and his brother Don Henry, the heirs of Alfonso XI, the Jews had the misfortune to back the losing side. They sustained heavy losses in many a battle and siege and suffered terribly at the hands of friend and foe alike. The great community of Toledo was decimated out of all recognition. Throughout Castile, congregations once flourishing were reduced to penury, and many of their members in sheer despair embraced Christianity. The Jews of Burgos, even after Don Pedro's death, remained stubbornly loyal to his memory, and when all Spain had recognized Don Henry's rule, they alone had the courage to defy him, a constancy which moved the usurper's admiration and secured to the besieged terms of submission honorable to both sides alike. Peace was restored, but it brought small comfort to Israel. Don Henry had always pretended that one of the causes of his enmity to his brother was the latter's partiality for the Jews. The vanquished enemy's favorites would now have been made to suffer the extreme rigor of Henry's vengeance but for the financial straits in which the victor found himself. Instead of annihilating, Don Henry preferred to exploit the Jews. But the king's forbearance roused the indignation of his followers, who felt despoiled of the fruits of their victory. In 1371, the Cortes assembled at Toro rebuked the king for employing the enemies of the faith at court, and for allowing them to farm the revenues of the crown. The representatives of the nation insisted that the Jews should be excluded from state offices, confined within special quarters, compelled to wear the badge, and forbidden to display their riches in their apparel or equipages, or to bear Christian names. The king, while dismissing most of these demands, thought it wise to concede the last three, and he also decreed some measures intended to restrain the rapacity of Jewish moneylenders. The clergy also, who had sanctioned Don Henry's usurpation to the throne, claimed their reward in the shape of anti-Jewish legislation. Religious disputations were, therefore, revived, and Jewish renegades were once more the protagonists in the sorry farce. At the same time, the Church renewed its efforts to prevent the Christians from mingling with the impure race. The necessity for this persistent confirmation of anti-Jewish regulations shows that, though the antipathy between Jew and Gentile was spontaneous, and though both church and synagogue vied with each other in their endeavors to keep the two elements in sempiternal alienation, yet the social instinct, which forms the strongest trait of human nature, often triumphed over the barriers set up by religious bigotry. But human nature was allowed little opportunity for asserting itself. The Council of Valencia passed a decision forbidding Catholics to dwell within the quarters assigned to the Jews and Moors under penalty of excommunication. 2 years later, the Jews of Majorca were forbidden to carry arms. Next year, thanks to the eloquence of the fanatical priest Martinez, a series of wholesale massacres took place in Castile and Aragon, in which thousands of Jews were sacrificed to priestly and popular rage, and the cities of Seville, Toledo, Córdoba, Catalonia, Barcelona, Valencia, as well as the island of Majorca, were colored red with Jewish blood, while great numbers of the unfortunate people sought safety in half-hearted apostasy. Efforts were made to confirm the hold upon these captured infidels, popularly known as marranos or the damned, by ecclesiastical preferment and by the bestowal of municipal dignities. While many impecunious aristocrats, anxious to restore their declining fortunes, brought riches to themselves and a lasting reproach to their posterity by courting the fair daughters of converted Israel, so much so that many a noble Castilian pedigree to this day can be traced to such an alliance. But neither ecclesiastical or civic honors nor social advancement were sufficiently potent to keep the new Christians in the faith. There were, of course, exceptions to the rule, a truism which we are apt to overlook in dealing with the history of the Jews. Some, no doubt, who had honestly outgrown the racial and religious swathings of Judaism were glad enough to adopt Christianity. Unfettered by spiritual convictions, they preferred the creed which entailed no social stigma. They deserve as little blame as admiration. Others, however, there were who, setting worldly advantages or the gratification of private grudges above principle, found both profit and pleasure in the persecution or vilification of their former brethren. But neither of these classes represented the majority. Most of the neophytes, as soon as they safely could, slipped the suffocating cloak and came forth in their true character, while others vacillated between church and synagogue, trying to serve at two masters, and by doing so increased the animosity of the priests against the race.
for the theologian does not agree with the psychologist in holding that a feigned or fictitious faith is better than none at all. As in the time of the Visigoth tyrants, so now thousands of Jews and forced converts fled to Africa. Many towns on the coast, from Algiers westward, were filled with the unfortunate refugees from Spain and Majorca who found the African Berbers more humane than the European Christians. The recent tribulations and the anticipation of worse sufferings in the near future gave rise to a new messianic frenzy. According to the scriptures, the advent of the Redeemer was to be preceded by terrible persecution. 3 messiahs appeared to voice the convictions and to try the faith of the hunted people: Abraham of Granada, Shem Tov, and Moses Botarel. All 3 were mystics, the last one also an impostor. The 15th century adds fresh scenes to the tale of sorrow, new black better days to the Jewish calendar, and more dark pages to the history of Europe. In 1408, the anti-Jewish statutes of Alfonso the Wise were revived. Ruinous fines were imposed upon any Christian who should confer, or Jew who should accept, municipal or other office. 4 years later, the intercourse of the Jews with the Christians was restricted and their commercial and industrial activity hampered by numerous prohibitions. They were forbidden to act as physicians, apothecaries, and stewards of the nobility, as bakers, millers, or vintners. They were debarred from selling oil or butter, from exercising the handicrafts of a smith, carpenter, tailor, or shoemaker, and of course from farming or collecting the public revenues. It was further decreed that no Jew should carry any kind of arms or be addressed as Don, that the unclean people should live in special quarters, juderias, provided with not more than 1 gate each, and that they should not employ Christian servants. Thus this seclusion, which was at first granted to the Jews as a privilege and a protection, was now enforced as a means of oppression. Furthermore, they were stripped of their gay apparel and compelled to wear a peculiar garment of coarse stuff and to display the hated badge, except such as could pay for permission to discard it, especially on their journeys. Lastly, they were forbidden to have their hair cut or their beards shaved. Confiscation of goods and corporal chastisement were the penalties inflicted for any breach of these and other regulations, the aim of which was, by humiliating and impoverishing the race, to induce it to embrace Christianity. A contemporary Jewish writer thus describes the sad effects of this edict. Inmates of palaces were driven into wretched nooks and dark and lowly huts. Instead of rustling apparel, we were obliged to wear miserable clothes which drew contempt upon us. Prohibited from shaving the beard, we had to appear like mourners. The rich tax farmers sank into want, for they knew no trade by which they could gain a livelihood, and the handicraftsmen found no custom. Starvation stared everyone in the face. Children died on their mothers' knees from hunger and exposure. In the midst of all this suffering, the Church was not idle. The chief of the apostles was Vincent Ferrer, a Dominican friar and indefatigable winner of souls, afterwards canonized for his exertions. This sincere, though forbidding saint, who called his bigotry religion and his hatred of heretics love of God, rushed from synagogue to synagogue, crucifix in hand, preaching the gospel of peace in a voice of thunder, and endeavoring to persuade the infidels to repentance by promises of comfort in this world and by threats of everlasting damnation in the next. Ferrer was more than an orator. His sermons were accompanied with exhibitions of the priest's dramatic genius and of the saint's thaumaturgic powers. Impressive processions and sacred hymns, banners, crucifixes, and assaults upon the Jews heightened the effect of his impassioned appeals. Thousands of wretches succumbed to Ferrer's eloquence, and many synagogues were turned into churches. This result was by contemporary piety attributed to the fiery exhortations addressed to the Jews and to the miracles performed for their benefit by Saint Vincent. But a 20th century heretic, while admitting the efficacy of exhortation and miracle, may be pardoned for suspecting that the systematic persecution on the part of the state and the spontaneous fury of the mob had at least some influence in turning the hearts of the infidels. From Castile, the preacher and persecution traveled to Aragon. The newly elected King Ferdinand, who owed his elevation to Ferrer's influence, showed his gratitude by placing his conscience in the saint's keeping and the royal power at his disposal. Saint Vincent, thus armed with both necessaries of success, enthusiasm and means, journeyed to and fro in the country, denouncing, exhorting, threatening, and baptizing, and the victims in his fervor and in the two kingdoms are said to have exceeded 20,000 souls. Such is the persuasive power of theological reasoning when assisted by brute force. In the same year, a compulsory controversy between Hebrew renegades and rabbis on the traditional lines was begun in Tortosa. No more splendid assembly ever met for the purpose of enforcing the gospel of divine mercy by the gratification of human vanity. The anti-pope Benedict XIII, clad in his pontifical robes, sat on a lofty throne, surrounded by cardinals and prelates, refulgent with brocade of golds and gems. 1,000 Spanish grandees thronged behind this glorious group, while before it stood a small band of Jews anxious to defend their faith without imperiling their lives. The truth of Christianity was beyond cavil. The falsity of Judaism after the advent of Christ was equally clear. Does the Talmud recognize Jesus as the Messiah or not? That was the question which was debated in 68 sittings, extending over a period of 21 months. And so the ruin of the Jews was progressing satisfactorily. The originators of the persecution passed away one after the other. Benedict XIII was deposed by the Council of Constance and denounced by Vincent Ferrer as an unfrugged and spurious pope. The renegade Jew Geronimo vanished into his native obscurity. King Ferdinand died in 1416, and Saint Vincent was translated to heaven 3 years later. But the tribulations of Israel did not cease. Pope Martin V indeed surprised the world with a bull of toleration, dictated, as one would gladly have believed, by Christian charity, as documents prove procured by bribery. But the plant of anti-Judaism had taken too deep roots to be permanently stunted by this tardy edict. Pope Eugenius IV addressed another bull to the bishops of Castile and Leon, withdrawing the indulgences granted to the Jews by his predecessor, and he renewed all the old restrictions, adding that the unclean people should be confined to their houses during Holy Week. Autograph letters to the Castilian ecclesiastics exhorted them to enforce the pontiff's orders without mercy. Pope Nicholas V aggravated all these measures of oppression. The Spanish Jews were now regarded simply as outlaws. The pious eschewed all dealings with them. Husbandmen deserted the fields and shepherds the flocks belonging to the proscribed people, while the towns framed new regulations for their utter suppression. King Henry IV of Castile and Juan II of Aragon, horror-struck at the terrible cruelty of this treatment, or rather alarmed at its consequences on the royal exchequer, endeavored to mitigate the sufferings of the Jews. But their efforts met with no success. The campaign on the part of the Dominicans was carried on vigorously. Backsliders were scented out and punished. Charges of child murder were preferred against the Jews, and the populace was stirred up to acts of violence which grew in ferocity and frequency as the years rolled on. In 1468, a charge of this description led to a massacre at Sepúlveda. In the following year, the Cortes of Ocaña insisted that the anti-Jewish edicts should be stringently enforced. Despite Henry's feeble protests, the Jews for many years continued to be exposed to the utmost cruelty of the priests and of the populace, in an age when the priests and the populace were most cruel. They were not members of the church, of the feudal aristocracy, or of the commercial and industrial corporations. Though living among the Christians, they were not of them. They were unpopular. They could not defend themselves, and neither bishops, barons, nor burgesses would lift a finger in their defense. They were, therefore, abandoned without reserve and without remorse to the tender mercies of clerical and civic fanaticism. The Marranos especially continued to be the pet aversion and occupation of the Church. A monastic writer of Andalusia, where the New Christians were most numerous and now most miserable, quoted by Prescott, summarizes contemporary feeling regarding them in the following eloquent lines. This accursed race were either unwilling to bring their children to be baptized, or, if they did, they washed away the stain on returning home. They dressed their stews and other dishes with oil instead of lard, abstained from pork, kept the Passover, ate meat in Lent, and sent oil to replenish the lamps of their synagogues, with many other abominable ceremonies of their religion.
They entertained no respect for monastic life and frequently profaned the sanctity of religious houses by the violation or seduction of their inmates. They were an exceedingly politic and ambitious people, engrossing the most lucrative municipal offices, and preferred to gain their livelihood by traffic, in which they made exorbitant gains, rather than by manual labor or mechanical arts. They considered themselves in the hands of the Egyptians, whom it was a merit to deceive and plunder. By their wicked contrivances they amassed great wealth, and they were often able to ally themselves by marriage with noble Christian families. Here we find all the old sources of the Gentiles' hatred towards the Jew, antipathy due to diversity of character, as manifested in occupation, daily diet, and conduct, stilled by economic jealousy, and edged by religious bigotry. End of section 15. Section 16 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 10. The Jews in Spain, Part 2. Such was the frame of the public mind when short-sighted statecraft, in the person of Ferdinand, King of Aragon, was wedded to narrow piety in that of Isabella, heiress to the crown of Castile. The legitimate offspring of such a union could be no other than persecution. But even if the sovereigns were enlightened and tolerant, it is doubtful whether they could have stemmed the current. In 1473, the mob massacred the Constable of Castile, Agen, because he attempted to repress its fury, and after Isabella the Catholic's accession to the throne, petitions poured in from all sides clamoring for the extirpation of the Jewish heresy. The bigots of Seville, headed by the Dominican prior of the monastery of St. Paul, agitated for the introduction of the Inquisition, a tribunal originally established during Innocent III's pontificate at the beginning of the 13th century for the suppression of heresy, and their demand was seconded by the papal nuncio. In 1477, Friar Philip de Barbary, inquisitor for Sicily, arrived in Seville to persuade the Spanish monarchs of the manifold virtues of his remedy for infidelity. The prospect of plunder lured Ferdinand, while Isabella's feminine tenderness was assailed by the importunities and the casuistry of her spiritual advisers. Torquemada, the narrow-hearted Dominican of universal notoriety, had already poisoned the queen's mind with his pernicious maxims of intolerance when he acted as the guardian of her conscience in early youth. In that susceptible age he had extorted from his pupil the promise that she would devote her life to the extirpation of heresy for the glory of God and the exaltation of the Catholic faith. He now reappears on the scene to claim the fulfillment of that fatal vow. The young queen, noble and generous though she was by nature, could not long withstand the unanimous exhortations of persons whose sanctity her religion taught her to revere, and the superiority of whose wisdom her own modesty prompted her to accept without question. Much less could she resist her own beloved husband's solicitations. All that was good or engaging in her conspired with all that was ignoble in her counselors to warp her judgment, to silence the voice of her heart, and to force her to give her consent to one of the greatest crimes of any time. It required but little effort to induce Pope Sixtus IV to allow the establishment of the Holy Office of Castile for the detection and punishment of backsliders to Judaism, and the necessary bull was issued on November 1, 1478. But the queen still hesitated to make use of the dread weapon, while her husband was not without misgivings regarding the absolute power claimed by the tribunal. As a last resource, before proceeding to extremes, the monarchs commanded Cardinal Mendoza, the Archbishop of Seville, to set forth the doctrines of the Catholic faith in a short catechism, and to cause his clergy to diffuse delight among the benighted Marranos throughout his diocese. This worthy and humane ecclesiastic gladly obeyed the royal command, and betook himself to the work of friendly persuasion, but with little success. The Christians were incited to acts of hostility by rumors of Jewish plots against the Church and the State, and of Jewish crimes of the traditional type, such as sacrifices of children and insults offered to the host. The government, yielded to public clamor, expelled the Jews from Seville and Cordova in 1478, and renewed the severe measures of repression in 1480. Furthermore, an ill-advised Jew, by the publication of a caustic criticism of Christianity at the inopportune moment, threw oil into the fire and precipitated a catastrophe which perhaps no power on earth could have averted in any case. A people whose inflexibility had triumphed over the temptations and the persecutions of 15 centuries was hardly likely to be bent by the good Archbishop's catechism, and after 2 years' fruitless endeavor, a commission appointed for the purpose returned a highly disappointing report. The term of grace having expired, the only remaining alternative was the Inquisition. On September 17, 1480, the tribunal was constituted of 2 Dominicans and 2 other ecclesiastics appointed by the crown, and was ordered to commence operations at Seville without delay. The civil authorities were instructed to lend the assistance of the secular arm to the judges, but owing to the opposition which the latter at first encountered on the part of the high-spirited Castilians, they were obliged to confine their activity for a while within those districts of Andalusia which depended directly from the crown. However, limited as the field at first was, it proved more than sufficient for the purpose. The next year, 1481, was inaugurated with an edict published on January 2nd, bidding all true Catholics to aid the tribunal in the fulfillment of its mission by indicating any person that might be known as, or suspected of, entertaining heretical opinions. The result was a monster hunt with men for quarry and hounds, and Satan for their master. Soon the number of victims grew to such an extent that the court was obliged to exchange its seat in the monastery of St. Paul within the city of Seville for the larger castle of Triana in the environs. There it established its headquarters and blasphemed the deity whom it professed to serve by the following inscription engraven over the portal: Exurge, Domini, judica causum tuam, capite nobis vulpes. Arise, O Lord, judge thine own cause, capture for us the foxes. Day after day, the satanic sport went on, and the number of foxes increased apace. The Jews were not even allowed the privilege accorded to the animal. Flight was forbidden under penalty of death, and was prevented by guards posted at the gates of the city. Nonetheless, some of the victims succeeded in escaping to Granada, France, Germany, and Italy, where they made an appeal to the Holy See from the barbarity of the Holy Office. Sixtus IV contented himself with a gentle rebuke of his subalterns for their excessive zeal, soon followed by a request for more strenuous purification addressed to Ferdinand and Isabella. Never, perhaps, since the fall of the Roman Empire did the detestable trade of the informer flourish so lustily as it did during the ensuing years in Castile. Bigotry, malice, cupidity were all invited to contribute to the havoc, and as the accuser's identity was sedulously concealed from the accused, the last motive for self-restraint was removed. A new coat or a clean shirt on Saturday morning, a cold hearth on Friday evening, avoidance of food popular among the Christians, or a taste for the kind of drink affected by the Jews, a visit to a Jewish house, these were some of the proofs of Judaism accepted as conclusive evidence by this model court of justice. The grave itself afforded no refuge from its clutches. A person who was observed to turn his face to the wall when dying was at once pounced upon, and his body shared the fate of living heretics. The Inquisition had been in existence for 3 days when 6 wretches suffered at the stake. 17 more followed in March, and at the end of 10 months the bag had reached the number of 298 in Seville alone, in addition to many effigies of those who had been fortunate enough to escape. The plague which devastated Seville in that year of evil omen did not interrupt the other plague. The Inquisition once more moved its ranks and continued its infernal work in Aracena. Meanwhile, its branch establishments carried on the brisk business in human lives in other parts of Andalusia, and their diligence is proved by the fact, which we owe to the Jesuit historian Mariana, that the net total of victims for the year amounted to 2,000 burnt alive and 17,000 sentenced to loss of property, loss of civil rights, or incarceration, mercies which figured in the balance sheet under the comprehensive euphemism reconciliation. In the 3rd year, Thomas de Torquemada was appointed by Sixtus IV, Inquisitor General of Castile and Aragon, invested with full powers to draw up a new constitution for the Holy Office. His labors resulted in the modern Inquisition, which for centuries after blasted the Iberian Peninsula and supplied historians, novelists, and dramatists with an inexhaustible mine of horrors. The Spaniards were not pleased to see the extension of the grim tribunal's operations, and Pedro Arbues, the first inquisitor who, in spite of popular protests, ventured to make his appearance in Aragon, was murdered in the Cathedral of Saragossa. But all opposition was soon silenced. Year after year, edicts were issued and read in every church on the first 2 Sundays of Lent, spurring the faithful, on pain of eternal damnation, to denounce their fellow citizens, and often their nearest and dearest, for loyalty to the cause cancelled all other bonds. Neither friendship nor family affection was permitted to interfere with the course of fanaticism, and the vilest crimes against nature and morality were hallowed by the blessings of the Church. The Marranos and their Jewish sympathizers and abettors, against whom the terrible engine continued to be almost exclusively directed under Torquemada's management, were decimated, mulcted, and mutilated at the average annual rate of 6,000 roasted or reconciled, not including an unknown number of orphan children doomed to starvation or vice by the confiscation of their patrimony. None were spared, but the most exalted were the first to be laid low. Judges and municipal officers, noblemen, and even clergymen suspected of Judaism were mysteriously snatched from their homes, conveyed to the subterranean dungeons of the Inquisition, and there, amid the terrors of darkness and solitude, were kept for a while in a strict ignorance of the specific crime with which they were charged. When sufficiently bewildered in his lonely, cold, and lightless cell, the prisoner was dragged before the court and asked to give straight and lucid answers to crooked and vague questions. It was accepted as a principle of judicial procedure that every prisoner was guilty until he proved himself to be innocent, and that it was better that 10 innocents should suffer than 1 infidel escape. Denial of guilt was visited with torture, persistence in denial with more torture, and confession of sin, to obtain which was an essential element in the inquisitorial process, was sentence of death or confiscation of goods, the greater part of which went to defray the expenses of the prisoner's trial and to fill the pockets of his judges, while the remainder was swallowed up by the royal treasury. Thus the martyrs, mangled by the rack, emaciated by privation, and almost maddened by mental suffering, were led to the place of execution. The spectacle partook of the pomp of a Roman pageant and the horror of a cannibal feast. Noble Castilians, arrayed in the dark library of the Holy Office, disdained not to act as banner-bearers and bodyguards to the monastic executioners. A brilliant throng of gorgeously apparelled ecclesiastics added to the magnificence of the procession, and enhanced by contrast the humiliation of the convicts, who, clad in coarse yellow frocks, made hideous with a scarlet cross and the signs of demons and hell flames, haggard and already half dead with torture and terror, tottered to the funeral pyre. This was piled on the quemadero, a spacious stone platform with the statues of the 4 major prophets erected at the 4 corners, to which the victims were bound. The semi-decomposed bodies of those convicted after death, turned out of their tombs, were placed upon the pile. The fuel was ignited, and the same flames gradually and slowly reduced the quick and the dead to ashes. The havoc of war and the massacres due to sudden eruptions of popular fury have frequently surpassed these hecatombs in number of victims. But in sustained and cold-blooded ferocity, authentic history contains nothing, and feverish fiction little, that can compare with one of them. And yet the inquisitors were men, no doubt honest, pious, and honorable men, most of them, some perhaps amiable, nay, even charitable men. Unfortunately, they imagined themselves to be something more, ministers of heaven's will on earth. It was this fatal certainty of the righteousness of their cause that turned the inquisitors into monsters. Man would less often become a fiend if he never mistook himself for an angel. Torquemada himself, who has been execrated through the ages as the red-handed protagonist of the appalling tragedy, hardly deserves his great reputation. There is little originality in his crime. He was not more cruel, but only more conscientious, courageous, and consistent than millions of the men of his generation and creed. When in the 19th century we find Cardinal Newman an English gentleman and scholar, preaching that to spare a heresiarch is a false and dangerous pity, it is to endanger the souls of thousands, and it is uncharitable towards himself. Can we wonder that a Spanish priest should have acted on that principle in the 15th century? Strong convictions do not, of course, excuse unscrupulous and unrelenting brutality, but they explain it. Given such a conviction, persecution becomes a duty and toleration a sin. If the persecutor cannot command our respect, he is at least entitled to our compassion. Torquemada deserves our pity almost as much as his victims. The drama in which he distinguished himself was an example of that highest kind of tragedy which needs no villain. Fate had spun the plot. Chance supplied the actor. Year after year the hunt went on, but in spite of Torquemada's unremitting endeavors, few Israelites hesitated in the option between the font and the stake offered to them. Few chose the first, and even with this, conversion was merely a device for escape from death. Inquisitors come and inquisitors go, but Israel endures forever, and the hope of a better future supplied an indomitable patience with the present. Disappointment infuriated the persecutors, but failed to increase the ranks of the proselytes. It was in vain that ancient calumnies were revived and fresh ones invented. It was in vain that the spies redoubled their activity and the judges strained their murderous ingenuity. It was in vain that a tempest of execration and derision raged round the children of Israel. Torquemada and his accomplices were at last forced to recognize the fact that Judaism could not be extirpated save by the extirpation of the Jews. And forthwith, all his influence was brought to bear on persuading the sovereigns to drive the unclean and accursed race out of the country. This was an unexpected blow for the wretched Jews, who feared exile even more than execution. They had borne imprisonment, ignominy, penury, and mutilation unflinchingly, in the hope that time would soften the heart, or at least wear out the arm of persecution. But final banishment, with all the terrible perils of shipwreck, of famine, of attack by pirates, and of disease, which a large and unprotected crowd, voyaging the high seas, was certain to encounter in those days, would mean irretrievable ruin for the whole race. Moreover, the Jews loved Spain with passionate devotion. Note, this attachment of Jews to countries with which they have long been identified recurs at the present day. Jewish immigration associations are constantly faced by the reluctance of very many Russian Jews to tear themselves from Russia. And of note, as is shown by the medieval Hebrew poetry, which assumes somebody's most glowing eloquence in praise of Andalusia. So, in order to avoid expatriation, the leading Jews offer 30, some say 300,000 ducats to the sovereigns as a ransom for their people. Ferdinand and Isabella, intent on bringing their costly Moorish campaign to a successful issue, were not disinclined to listen to a proposal which promised a reinforcement of their military resources. They received the Jewish deputy in audience, and there was every prospect of the negotiations coming to a happy conclusion, when, at the psychological moment, Torquemada, the sleepless and ruthless, burst into the apartment of the palace where the interview was held, and, lifting up a crucifix, which he drew forth from beneath his cassock, thundered at the king and queen. Judas Iscariot sold his master for 30 pieces of silver. Your highnesses would sell him anew for 30,000. Here he is, take him and barter him away. With these words, the terrible actor cast the crucifix upon the table and left the room. The effect of this scene on the sovereigns' minds was such as the crafty priest had anticipated. His sudden and opportune appearance and his equally sudden disappearance savored of the miraculous. His solemn warning seemed to issue from heaven. The same superstitious subservience to ghostly influence which had induced Isabella more than a dozen years before to sanction the persecution of the Jews now induced her to order their expulsion. Nor was there a voice to protest. The Castilians, who would have bitterly resented the arbitrary banishment of one of themselves, heard with complacency a similar decision taken against a whole nation. For Israel was a people apart. They had no share in its interests, and it had no share in their rights. It was the month of March in 1492, a year of incomparable moment for Spain, for Europe, and for the world at large. That year witnessed the capitulation of Granada and the downfall of the Mohammedan Empire in the West. a victory for the cross which was received with hearty thanksgivings throughout Christendom as a providential compensation for the loss of Constantinople. The same year saw the departure of Christopher Columbus under the flag of the Spanish monarchs on that memorable voyage which was to result in the triumph wherein the whole of mankind had reason to rejoice. The same hands which signed those two glorious treaties now affixed their signatures to the edict that banished the Jews from the land in which they had lived longer than their persecutors, which they had loved as much and adorned more than they. The end of July was fixed as the limit for their preparations. They were permitted to liquidate their possessions and to carry away the proceeds in bills of exchange, but not in gold or silver, for an existing law forbade the exportation of precious metals from the country. The consequence of the edict was that the Jews were forced to sell or barter away some of their effects at a nominal price, and to leave the greater portion behind them. If contemporary witnesses are to be believed, a house was in barter for an ass, and a vineyard for the suit of clothes. In Aragon, the property of the Jews was sequestered by the authorities for the benefit of their creditors, and the people, constantly reviled for their excessive wealth and usury, were found to owe more than they possessed. The last months of the Jews' sojourn in Spain were spent by the priests in frantic efforts at conversion. But those who had opposed an adamant firmness to temptation when they had much to lose could not be expected to yield when reduced to beggary. The consciousness of suffering for the idea brought with it an exaltation that shed a halo over their misery. This infliction also was a fatherly road to be borne with fortitude, an ordeal to be endured as a test of faith, a humiliation that contained in it a promise of future glory. The God of their fathers, who had led them out of the house of bondage, and fed them in the wilderness in the days of old, would not suffer his children to perish. The waters would again be divided for them, and the sea made dry land. This last expectation, confidently encouraged by the rabbis, proved vain when the exiles reached the coast. But failure did not shake the faith of the children of Israel. The severer the martyrdom, the greater the certainty of beatitude. Scattered and scorned though they were, the day would dawn when they would once more be gathered under Jehovah's parent pinion. The light of Zion still shone in the distance undimmed. Thus, poor in worldly possessions, but rich in hope, defenseless yet strong in faith, they journeyed from all parts of the country to the frontiers, the healthy and the sick, all men bending over their staffs, little footsore children tottering by their fathers' sides, and infants clinging to their mothers' breasts. Venerable rabbis and scholars, delicately nurtured maidens, young gentlemen, yesterday proud cavaliers, today penniless and broken-spirited paupers, they all dragged their weary limbs in various directions, some north, others south, one group to the east and another to the west. Many a wet eye followed the melancholy processions, and many a warm Spanish heart melted to pity, but no hand was held out to the wanderers, no word of comfort was addressed to them. The fear of God restrained many, the fear of Torquemada more. The time of the year added to the sadness of the spectacle. Andalusia was bathing in the exuberant beauty of a Spanish summer. The sky smiled blue and bright overhead. The earth was spangled with flowers beneath. The birds warbled blithely in the trees and bushes. The air was sweet with the scent of orange blossoms. Nature seemed to hold a carnival of joy in mockery of the misery and heartlessness of man. The banishment of the Jews from England at the close of the 13th century was mere child's play compared with their expulsion from Spain at the close of the 15th. The Jews who left England had only been in the country for 2 centuries. Those who now left Spain had lived there more than 12. The English exiles had borne a small part in England's greatness. The Spanish Jew had served the state in the highest capacities, had won universal fame in art, science, and literature, and had become to the rest of the world's Jewries an exemplar of that harmonious combination of piety with culture which was nowhere, outside Spain, so prominent a feature of medieval life. And in quantity as in quality, the Spanish banishment far surpassed its English prototype. The exiles from England amounted at most to 16,000. Those from Spain were computed at least as 160,000. Some accounts even raised them to 5 times that number. It was a movement on a scale comparable only to that of the exodus of Israel from Egypt, with the sole difference that, whereas the Jews had dwelt in Egypt as strangers and bondsmen in the land, in Spain they had become in many respects Spaniards. but the crime, augmented by a similar crime against the Moors,
brought its penalty with it.
Even accepting the lowest estimate as nearest the correct one, the price in skill, industry, and intelligence which Spain, despite her recent military achievements and her buying power beyond the seas, had to pay for the gratification of her religious fanaticism cannot easily be calculated, but it can be seen to this day. The same yoke which crushed the alien and the infidel could not but cramp the native and the Christian. Freedom of thought, speech, or action was dead. Intellectual culture was soon to be succeeded by monasticism, and material prosperity by mendicity. Meanwhile, the value of Ferdinand and Isabella's Hebrew subjects could not but have been realized immediately on their departure. The Spanish government, prompted by the Spanish Church, had said to the Jews, "Be baptized or be gone." The Jews went, and the life of Spain went with them. Stately mansions fell into mossy decay. Rich cornfields and vineyards
were turned into wasteland.
Busy and populous cities were suddenly silenced as by a magician's black art. In return, Spain nursed the cold comfort of having served the cause of the gloomy and bloodthirsty monster that the age called God. Nothing throws a clearer light on the spirit of the times than the comments of contemporary writers on Ferdinand and Isabella's suicidal policy. The Spanish historians join in a chorus of indiscriminate panegyric. The Spanish poets sing paeans to the triumph of the faith. Foreign spectators, while deprecating the severity of the methods employed, have nothing but praise for the motive. They all applaud the deed as a sacrifice of temporal to spiritual interests. It is true that Ferdinand's treasury was the richer for the confiscated property of the Jews. But though lust for plunder might be regarded as the mainspring of his own policy, it was not the primary motive of the Dominicans, nor had it any share in Isabella's conduct. This amiable princess has laid her soul bare in the confession. In the love of Christ and his maiden mother, I have caused great misery, and have depopulated towns and districts, provinces and kingdoms. The expulsion of the Jews, like the autos de fe, was a crime committed principally por amor de Dios. End of section 16. Section 17 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 11. After the Expulsion. 12,000 of Spanish fugitives sought shelter in Navarre, where, after a few years' peace, they were again confronted with the alternatives of baptism or banishment. Most of them, worn out with distress and disappointment, adopted Christianity, and some of these converts returned to Spain. 80,000 of the exiles crossed into Portugal and purchased permission to tarry in that kingdom for 8 months, preparatory to their departure for Africa. King John II even connived at the permanent settlement of some of them in the country. But the king's tolerance was not shared by his subjects. John had already been beset with complaints of Jewish cavaliers being suffered to parade the streets, mounted on richly caparisoned horses and mules, arrayed in fine cloaks and velvet doublets, and dangling gilt swords at their sides. Under his successor, popular hatred obtained the satisfaction which had hitherto been denied to it. King Emmanuel, a liberal but deeply enamored prince, was forced to yield to the wishes of his superstitious betrothed, the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, who made the banishment of the Jews a condition of her acceptance of his suit, and he ordered the hapless people to quit his dominions. But, as though the measure of Israel's woes were not yet full, the same king, yielding again to the pressure of love, caused all Jewish children of 14 years of age and under to be torn from their parents in order to be kept in Portugal and be reared in the Catholic faith. The scenes of agony which followed this diabolical edict would be revolting beyond endurance, but for their occurrence directly after the autos de fe. Many Jewish mothers, mad with grief and despair, slew their darlings with their own hands and then destroyed themselves. A contemporary writer concludes his description of these ghastly events with the characteristic comment, "It was a great mistake in King Emmanuel to think of converting to Christianity any Jew old enough to pronounce the name of Moses." In the writer's opinion, the age limit ought to have been 3 years. Many Jews, afraid to face the perils of the unknown, shielded themselves from the storm under the cloak of conversion and either remained in Portugal or returned to Spain to join the pseudo-converts left there, and for ages after supply the hounds of the Inquisition with a healthy occupation. The state, of course, aided the Church in her lethal work, for dissent in religion is close akin to dissent in politics, and domestic discord is incompatible with vigorous expansion abroad. Meanwhile, Torquemada's successor, Deza, surpassed the great inquisitor in ferocity and energy. One of his confederates, called Lucero, was nicknamed even by his own associates Tenebrero on account of the darkness and cruelty of his temper, which drove the people of Cordova to revolt. Immediately after Cardinal Ximenes became Grand Inquisitor, and, with his predecessor's fate before his eyes, proved less savage. But what the Inquisition lost in height of iniquity was amply compensated by the extension of its activity over the new field, the vanquished Mohammedans, who were also permitted to choose between baptism and banishment, while the Moriscos or Moorish converts were treated in the same manner as the Jewish Marranos. There were no fewer than 34 tracts by which the foxes could be run to earth. One of these was the eating of bitter herbs and lettuces at the time of the Passover. Every Christian was virtually a spy and an informer, sometimes unintentionally, more often with deliberate eagerness. Pedigrees were strictly examined, and those found tainted with Jewish blood were cruelly persecuted, or at least treated as social outcasts. Neither moral excellence nor even high position in the Church, accompanied by sincere devotion, was accepted as an expiation for the sin of birth. Detected heretics were punished by imprisonment, by exile, by ruinous fines, and by fire. And yet the pestilent sect, too clever to be convinced by theological reasoning or to betray its want of conviction, survived and flourished in secret, a vast Freemasonry of passive unbelievers spreading its crooked subterranean passages in every direction under the very foundations of the Holy Office. Neither the penalties inflicted by the state nor the tortures, even more terrible, of the Church availed against the treacherous tenacity of the eternal people. Persecution, which goads the brave to heroism, makes hypocrites of the timid. And these Marranos, compelled to pit their cunning against that of the Holy Office, developed all the unlovely qualities of those who lead a double life, who live a daily lie. They were forced to be false either to their God or to themselves. They chose the latter course. They aped their Christian neighbors in demeanor and dialect, participated in religious rites and sacraments which they abhorred, ate food which nauseated them, kissed relics which inspired them with repugnance, and sprinkled themselves with holy water which made them inwardly feel polluted. But the sad and sordid comedy could not always be maintained. The voice of conscience occasionally proved too strong even for the instinct of self-preservation, and many a Marrano ended a miserable life by a noble martyrdom. Again, the power of the blood, sometimes in the second or third generation, asserted itself, and the child or the grandchild of a convert, though he might be a priest or a monk, reverted to the faith of his fathers. The pseudo-converts of Portugal fared no better. In 1506 they were massacred, and their women were dishonored in great numbers at Lisbon and in the open country. In the midst of these tribulations, they heard of David Rubeni, who had arisen in the East to fulfill the ancient prophecies and to bring about the ever-expected and ever-deferred liberation of Israel. David came over to Europe, declaring himself to be the brother of a Jewish prince reigning in Arabia, sent to solicit the Pope's assistance for a holy war against the Mohammedans. Clement VII, a pontiff too mediocre to excel in virtue or in fanaticism, yet an adroit diplomat, received the envoy in audience and treated him with great distinction. David was acclaimed by the Roman and other Jews with enthusiasm, and was finally invited by the King of Portugal to his court, whither he set sail in a ship flying a Jewish flag. At Lisbon, David met with a magnificent reception on the part of the king, and with frenetic applause on the part of the Marranos, who saw in him the promised Redeemer and the future King of Israel. But he was soon after expelled from Portugal, owing to the relapse into Judaism of a young Marrano missionary, Diogo Pires by name. The new Christian, excited by David's mission, underwent circumcision and received mysterious and wonderful messages from heaven. He assumed the name of Solomon Molko and fled to Turkey, where he was welcomed with open arms by his co-religionists at Salonika and Adrianople, communicated his Kabbalistic hallucinations through Eastern and Central Europe, preached the pleasures of martyrdom, visited Rome in obedience to a divine vision, and made himself supremely ridiculous by prophesying multifarious calamities to the Eternal City. After an unsuccessful effort to win over the King of Portugal and Charles V, Solomon proceeded to Venice in order to secure the favor of that republic, and there he narrowly escaped the effects of a poisoned draught administered to him by a brother Jew. In the meantime, some of his predictions, strangely enough, had come true. Rome was sacked by the imperial troops and devastated by a flood. Lisbon was ruined by earthquakes, and a brilliant comet announced the approaching end of the world. Thereupon, Solomon returned to Rome, where the Pope honored him as a true, if mournful, prophet. But whilst in Rome he had another narrow escape, this time from the claws of the Inquisition, and was spirited away by the friendly Pope in the dead of the night, only to fall into them next year at Mantua. There at last the poor self-deluded Messiah was accorded the crown of martyrdom which he had so ardently coveted. He was burnt alive. Solomon's followers long refused to believe that he was dead, cherishing hopes of his miraculous escape and reappearance, but he was dead in earnest. David Rubini was denied even this last honor. The Emperor Charles handed him over to the Spanish Holy Office, in the vaults of which he languished for 3 years and was finally killed in an obscure manner. An uncharitable and uncritical world has branded Solomon as a fool and David as a rogue. Nothing feels like failure. If an unsuccessful patriot is called an adventurer and an unsuccessful financier a swindler, an unsuccessful Messiah must submit to be stigmatized as an impostor. Not many years afterwards, the Inquisition was erected in Portugal at the instigation of Ignatius Loyola, and at the beginning of the 17th century there occurred at Lisbon an event which supplied it with a fresh excuse for persecution. A Franciscan monk of noble descent, Diogo by name, declared that by reading the Bible he came to the conclusion that Judaism and not Christianity was the true religion. Diogo was thrown into a dungeon, but as he freely confessed his guilt, there seemed to be no occasion for torture. However, monks have seldom been governed by lay logic. Diogo was put to the rack in order to betray his accomplices. After 2 years of torture, varied with theological discussion, he was burned at the stake in the presence of a large concourse of people, including the regent. Diogo's example invigorated the courage of the Portuguese crypto-Jews and caused many to denounce Christianity openly, regardless of consequences. Diogo's martyrdom was celebrated by a young Jewish poet who, however, escaped the crown which his enthusiasm deserved by fleeing to Amsterdam. Another young Marrano poet was also induced by Diogo's constancy to revert to Judaism. This revival of zeal for the old faith spurred the Holy Office to a greater strenuousness on his part. At one time, 150 Marranos were arrested, tortured, and threatened with cremation. The multitude of victims, however, was embarrassing to the government. Moreover, the court lay under heavy pecuniary obligations to the Marranos, and the latter exerted themselves by might and money to procure the release of their brethren. They offered to Philip III not only a gift of the sums due to them, but, in addition, 1,200,000 cruzados, 120,000 pounds, and they also spent 150,000 cruzados among the king's councillors in order to convince them of the justice of their cause. Philip III was not deaf to a plea for mercy supported by so powerful an array of arguments, and he induced Pope Clement VIII to pardon the prisoners. The Inquisition was reluctantly obliged to content itself with the semblance of an execution. The captives, clad as penitents, were led to the auto de fe in Lisbon, where they publicly expressed a hypocritical contrition for their sin and were rewarded with loss of all civic rights. 5 years later, the Moriscos or Moorish converts were finally expelled by Philip III, while the Marranos endured and supplied victims for the grim altar of the Holy Office. Granada, Cordova, Lisbon, and other cities in both Spain and Portugal continued to be illuminated with the funereal flames of the autos de fe. As late as 1652, we find a distinguished Portuguese diplomatist of Jewish origin, Emmanuel Fernando de Villarreal, on his return from Paris, where he acted as consul of the Portuguese court, seized, tortured, and burned at the stake. 3 years later, 57 crypto-Jews were on one day sentenced at Cuenca, the majority to corporal punishment and loss of property, 10 to death by fire. In the same year, 12 more wretches were roasted in Granada, and in 1660, 60 Marranos at Seville were led to the autos da fe, where 4 of them were strangled and burned, and 3 burned alive, while the effigies of those who had fled were solemnly cremated. Amongst the latter was the picture of Antonio Enriquez de Gomez, the popular soldier and dramatist, contemporary of Calderon, and author of 22 comedies which earned great applause in Madrid. The original of the picture had fortunately escaped to France, where he died 5 years after at the age of 60. Another large contingent of Spanish emigrants repaired to the ports of Santa Maria and Cadiz, and was conveyed by a Spanish fleet to the Barbary coast. They landed at Ercilla, a Christian colony, on their way to Morocco. But long before they reached their destination, the desert tribes attacked them, plucked them of the little money which they had contrived to conceal on their persons before leaving Spain, massacred many of the men, violated many of the women, and the survivors, after untold hardships and almost starving, retraced their steps to Ercilla and sought repose in baptism. Many Spanish Jews found refuge in Turkey. Bayezid II, on hearing of their expulsion from Spain, is said to have exclaimed, "Do they call this Ferdinand a politic prince, who thus impoverishes his own kingdom and enriches ours?" The Turkish monarch's speech may be apocryphal. It sounds far too modern and occidental for a Turk of the 15th century. Bayezid was probably swayed by religious rather than by economic considerations. The Jews are regarded by the Mohammedans as a people of the book, and they have much more in common with them than with the Christians. Both sects believe in only one God and reject the doctrine of the Trinity as polytheistic. They both practice circumcision. They both indulge in ceremonial ablutions and similar forms of external symbolism. Hence, there has always existed a certain degree of sympathy between the followers of the Mohammedan and those of the Mosaic law. It is also probable that the Sultan was glad to emphasize Muslim benevolence by harboring the victims of Christian barbarity. But be the Sultan's motives what they may, his action is certain and highly creditable to his humanity. He welcomed the immigrants into his dominions, where they throve as long as the Ottoman Empire. In the golden age of the Osmanli, the Jews of the Levant eclipsed their Greek fellow subjects in wealth and rivaled their Turkish masters in display. All the physicians of Constantinople were Jews. A Jew became Duke of Naxos and Lord of the other islands of the Aegean, while other Jew was sent as envoy extraordinary to Venice. So great was Jewish influence over the Sultans Suleiman and Selim II that the Christian ambassadors were compelled to disguise their mortification, to court the favor, and to solicit the mediation of the Jews of Istanbul. Under the circumstances, the light of Zion, which had shone so bright through the clouds of adversity, was dimmed by the glare of prosperity. But the harmonic curve of the woes of Israel was not to be broken. The Osmanli, who had filled Europe with the fame and the terror of their arms a few generations before, began to decay as soon as they ceased to conquer. An essentially nomad race, the Turkish found a sedentary life pernicious to its vigor. The sultans sank into the soft dissipations of the harem, leaving women and eunuchs to rule the empire, and janissaries to defend it. The Jews had reason to lament the decline of their lords. The yoke of tyranny began to weigh heavily upon their necks. Their opulence attracted the rapacity of the pashas, and their impotence encouraged it. Fanaticism followed greed, and the Jews, among other forms of oppression to which they were subjected, were marked off from the true believers by a black turban, a badge which may still be seen in Turkey as a survival of a necessity that exists no longer. In that age of darkness and tribulation, the hope of the Messiah flamed up again. In the middle of the 17th century, the promised Redeemer made his appearance among the Turkish Jews in the person of Sabbatai Sevi, born at Smyrna in 1626. Sabbatai's boyhood was spent in solitude and prayer, his early youth in Kabbalistic mysticism,
in self-mortification, and in self-denial, all the easier because Sabbatai was one of those happy or unhappy mortals who are born blind to the temptations of the flesh and to its joys. His strange life and even stranger ideas soon excited attention. Some pronounced the young man mad and others inspired. He regarded himself as the Messiah and revealed himself as such in the year 1648, which, mystics had foretold, was to see the first dawn of the redemption. The synagogue excommunicated Sabbatai for his presumption, but many believed in the handsome and eccentric youth. Sabbatai's belief in his own messianic mission and the devotion of his disciples were confirmed by persecution. Banished from Smyrna, the prophet wandered to Istanbul and Salonika, gaining adherents, and he took care that the year 1666, which had been fixed as that of the Messianic era, should find him in Jerusalem. That city, both by virtue of its traditions and owing to the condition of its Jewish inhabitants, impoverished by extortion and ground down by oppression, afforded an environment eminently favorable to miraculous display. Thence Sabbatai journeyed forth in triumph to Aleppo, and finally returned to his native city, where his new glory made the synagogue forget his earlier condemnation and disgrace. At Smyrna, the enthusiasm of Sabbatai's followers reached the height of frenzy. The Messiah's fame and the madness of his disciples spread to the furthest corners of the earth: Venice, Langhorne, Avignon, Amsterdam, London. The rabbis of Prague and Hamburg were suspected by the Orthodox of being secret adherents to the prophet of Smyrna, and excommunicated each other as heartily as if they were Christian sectarians. In all these centers of Judaism, the kingdom of heaven was believed to have come, the belief being shared by Christian millenarians, and the Western Jews abandoned themselves to an extravagance of excitement scarcely compatible with elementary sanity. At Hamburg, the synagogue was converted into a theater of corybantic exaltation, wherein stately Spanish cavaliers and grey-bearded men of business might be seen hopping, jumping, and twirling solemnly about with the scroll of the law in their arms. Not less remarkable was the behavior of believers in the East. In Persia, the Jews refused to till their fields or to pay tribute, for, they said, the Messiah had come. From all these quarters, homage and treasure poured into the court of Sabbatai, who now was universally hailed as King of Kings, and signed himself, or allowed his scribes to do so, I, the Lord, your God, Sabbatai Sevi. But the Messiah's reign was brief and his end inglorious. Sabbatai resolved to repair to Constantinople that he might proclaim his advent from the very capital of the East. He was not unexpected. In the Straits of the Dardanelles, Turkish officers arrested him and took him fettered to Istanbul. The landing place was crowded with a multitude of believers and others, all eager to behold the man who had filled the world with so singular an epidemic. Among the latter class of spectators was a pasha who welcomed the Redeemer with a vigorous slap in the face. The treatment subsequently meted out to poor Sabbatai was in harmony with his reception. He was thrown into prison, and nothing but the Grand Vizier's unwillingness to create a new martyr saved him from death. Finally, he was summoned before the Sultan. After a short audience, the Messiah issued forth from the Padishah's presence a turbaned Mohammedan, and his name was Mehmed Effendi. But even this catastrophe failed to break the spell which Sabbatai's personality had cast over the minds of men. The masses clung to the hope which he had raised for ages after his death. Some of his adherents, including his wife, imitated his example and embraced Islam. The sect of these Hebrew Mohammedans, under the name of Donmes or converts, still endures at Salonika and other cities of the Ottoman Empire, and among them the belief prevails that Sabbatai is not really dead. They form a body apart, knit together by ties of consanguinity, detested by their former brethren in the faith as a sect of apostates, and suspected by their new brethren as a sect of hypocrites. The further decay of the Ottoman Empire, which brought humiliation to the conquerors and kindled the desire for national rehabilitation among their Christian subjects, however, brought peace and commercial prosperity to the Jews. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, in her account of the policy and the manners of the Turks in the 18th century, gives a glowing description of the Jewish colony of Adrianople. I observed, she says, that most of the rich tradespeople are Jews. That people are in incredible power in this country.
They have many privileges above all the natural Turks themselves, and have formed a very comfortable commonwealth here, being judged by their own laws. They have drawn the whole trade of the empire into their hands, partly by the firm union amongst themselves, partly by the idle temper and want of industry of the Turk. Every Bassa has his Jew, who is his homme d'affaires. He is let into all his secrets and does all his business. No bargain is made, no bribes received, no merchandise is disposed of, but what passes through his hands. They are the physicians, the stewards, and the interpreters of all the great men. You may judge how advantageous this is to a people who never fail to make use of the smallest advantages. They have found the secret of making themselves so necessary that they are certain of the protection of the court whatever ministry is in power. Even the English, French, and Italian merchants, who are sensible of their artifices, are, however, forced to trust their affairs to their negotiation, nothing of trade being managed without them, and the meanest among them being too important to be disobliged, since the whole body take care of his interests with as much vigor as they would those of the most considerable of their members. They are, many of them, vastly rich. At the present moment, the Jews, thanks to the profound incompetence and sloth of the Turks, the unpopularity, disunion, and unrest of the Christian rayas, and their own superior ability and concord, thrive in many parts of the Sultan's dominions, still preserving the speech of their Spanish persecutors. A few of the refugees from Spain found their way into France and England, while some of those who were subsequently persecuted in Portugal drifted to Holland. But a large number of Spanish Jews set sail for Italy. End of section 17. Section 18 of Israel in Europe by George Frederick Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by mpinedag. Chapter 12. The Renaissance, Part 1. While popes and emperors waged a fierce warfare against each other for the heritage of the Roman Caesars, the democratic spirit of the Italian people grew in safe obscurity, deriving fresh vitality from the feud between those two great enemies of freedom. The emperor's defeat saved Italy from political servitude, and the pope's victory came too late to endanger intellectual liberty. The people who claimed the right to act as they pleased were, a fortiori, ready to vindicate their right to think what they pleased. Thus, free thought, which was stunted by the popes of Rome in the far-off lands of the north, flourished under the very shadow of St. Peter's throne. It was natural that it should be so. They who sit nearest the stage are least liable to be duped by cynic devices. The Italians were too near the Holy See to be impressed by its tricks or to be terrified by its theatrical thunder. They had seen Gregory VII as an illiterate Tuscan lad playing in his father's workshop, and they had known Innocent III as plain Signor Lothario, son of the Count of Segni. No one is a demigod to his own parishioners. Hence the lofty pretensions of the popes were nowhere less respected than in their immediate neighborhood. The spiritual autocrats, whose anathemas made foreign princes and peoples tremble with superstitious terror, found many severe critics among their own countrymen. The Italian chronicler Salim bin 1221-1288, though himself a monk, in his vivid and varied picture of 13th century life, does not hesitate to comment freely on the greed, profligacy, gluttony, heresy, and other sins of many a contemporary pope, cardinal, and bishop. Even more significant is the attitude of the author of the Divina Commedia. There the judges are judged, and they who doomed others to everlasting torture are themselves consigned to a similar fate by the stern Florentine poet, the spokesman of the Middle Ages. Celestine V, who, yielding to base fear, abdicated St. Peter's chair in 1294, is sentenced by Dante to wander in hell naked, his face bedewed with blood and tears, and beset by wasps and hornets, one of the dolorous tribe of trimmers, wretches who never lived, sinners whose very disembodied shades are both to God displeasing and to his foes. Note: as a matter of fact, Celestine V hardly deserves this sentence. It was not cowardice, but native humility, the consciousness of the temptations of power, physical weakness, and the hermit's longing for tranquility that impelled the Pope to resign after 5 months and 8 days' pontificate.
Commentators have hitherto agreed in applying the above passage to Celestine V, but recent opinion rejects the traditional interpretation. However that may be, the point which concerns us is that Dante censures a pope. End of note. Pope Anastasius is condemned to an even worse plight as a heretic. Nicholas III is found planted with his heels upwards, waiting to be succeeded in that uncomfortable position by Boniface VIII, the chief of the new Pharisees, who, in his turn, is to be followed by Clement V, the lawless pastor, who, besides many other sins of omission and commission, abetted Philip the Fair in the suppression of the Templars, and with him divided the guilt, if he were defrauded of the fruits of the atrocious crime. To an equally sad eternity are doomed popes and cardinals, over whom avarice dominion absolute maintains, the monks of Cologne, and the joyous friars, frati cudenti, notorious for things worse than joyousness. Nor did the great religious upheavals of the Middle Ages, which helped to tighten the papal grip on the European mind, produce any injurious effects in Italy. Far otherwise, the most serious of those movements, the Crusades, proved of signal benefit to the Italian republics. The campaigns that drained other countries of men and money opened new sources of profit and power to Venice and Genoa, Florence, Milan, and Pisa. They invigorated their maritime trade and increased their knowledge of foreign lands. While the kings and knights of northern and central Europe dreamed dreams of military glory, of victory for the cross, and of conquest for themselves, the commonwealths of Italy realized for more solid, if less splendid, boons of extensive commerce and even more extensive credit. When Bayezid, surnamed the Lightning, towards the end of the 14th century, threatened to carry war into the heart of Holy Christendom, and boasted that his horse should eat his oats on the altar of St. Peter at Rome, it was not the Romans who resented the impious insolence of the infidel. Nor were they moved when the King of Hungary, Sigismund, panic-stricken, sent a bishop and 2 knights with letters to King Charles VI of France, the eldest son of the Church, imploring him to ward off the evils that menaced it. The Italians saw with calm unconcern the young Count of Nevers, heir of the Duke of Burgundy, and cousin of the French monarch, accompanied by 4 other princes, lead his brilliant host of knights and squires against the enemies of God. It was the villains of Burgundy and the burgesses of Flanders who paid the expenses of the ruinous campaign undertaken to save Rome from the Turk. And if the honest but credulous Froissart is to be believed, the Italians, so far from sympathizing with the aim of the expedition, actually assisted the infidels by information and advice. Bayezid, on hearing that the Christian forces had crossed the Danube, is reported by the chronicler to have said, "My wishes are now accomplished. It is now 4 months since I heard of the expedition from my good friend the Duke of Milan, who advised me to draw up my men with prudence." Furthermore, when the champions of the cross met those of the crescent on the fatal field of Nicopolis, and left upon it the flower of their chivalry, the Italians were the only people who had no reason to mourn the disaster. All useless prisoners were put to death, but the young Count de Nevers and a score other princes and barons of France were held by Bayezid to ransom. After a long and painful captivity, the survivors obtained their liberty for 200,000 florins. But while this immense sum and the cost of the negotiations and embassies, as well as the means for the prisoners' return home in a manner befitting their high estate, were laboriously raised by extraordinary taxes levied by the Duke of Burgundy upon all towns under his obedience, and more especially upon those of Flanders, Ghent, Bruges, Mechlin, and Antwerp, the merchants of Genoa showed their enterprising genius no less than their prosperity by giving prompt security to the Sultan for 5 times the amount stipulated. Lastly, when the French lords, on their arrival at Venice, found themselves hardly able to defray the expenses of their sojourn in one of the dearest towns in the world for strangers, as Sir John sensibly observes, they met with scant courtesy at the hands of the Venetians. The King of Hungary, though the revenues of his realm were ruined for this and the ensuing year, volunteered to assist the princes by offering for sale to the rulers of Venice the rents he received from that town, which amounted to 7,000 ducats yearly. But the Venetians, on hearing of the proposal, coldly replied that they would consider the matter, and after a fortnight's consideration answered, as I was told by one who heard it, that if the King of Hungary was disposed to sell his whole kingdom, the Venetians would willingly make the purchase, and pay the money down. But as for such a trifle as 7,000 ducats of yearly revenue which he possessed in the city of Venice, it was of so little value that they could not set a price on it either to buy or sell, and that they would not trouble themselves about so small an object. The narrative brings into vivid, if somewhat unpleasant, prominence the contrast between the Italians and their neighbors over the Alps. Their wealth, their pride, their eagerness to draw profit from other people's enthusiasms, and their utter want of interest in the question which agitated so deeply the rest of medieval Christendom. The sons of Italy were too much engrossed in the affairs of this world to make any sacrifices to the next. Already sensuous bliss was all the bliss they knew or cared for. Undistracted by celestial chimeras, they would gladly have exchanged all the dreams of eternity for one day's enjoyment of earthly realities. But if their worldly prosperity and their practical wisdom made the Italians selfish, they also made them tolerant. To them the prejudice of feudalism was as unprofitable as its idealism. The Jews reaped the fruit of Italian tolerance. By one of those wonderful paradoxes with which history loves to surprise the student, the people that had crucified Christ, the people that was held guilty of the sufferings of his disciples at the hands of the pagans, the people that was execrated as a perpetual source of heresy, dwelt and prospered in the very city which had witnessed the most terrible of those sufferings, and which had early claimed to be revered as the capital of Christendom and the supreme court of orthodoxy. While their brethren in France, Germany, and England underwent martyrdom, the Jews of Rome enjoyed a comparative, if not uninterrupted, peace. The fury of the Crusades, which stained the waters of the Rhine and the Moselle with Hebrew blood, found no parallel on the banks of the Tiber. The calumnies which stirred up the tempest against the Jews in Norwich aroused no responsive echo in Rome. The bulls which doomed the accursed people to persecution in those distant realms remained unheeded in the very place where they were framed and signed. The popes, who denounced and proscribed the unclean and perfidious race abroad, with few exceptions, cherished, protected, and trusted individual members of it at home. Pope Alexander III, the great antagonist of the German Emperor Frederick Barbarossa and of Henry II of England, had a Jewish minister of finance, or treasurer of the household, and on his return to Rome, after his voluntary exile in France, he was met by a jubilant procession of Jewish rabbis. The Roman Jews were not subjected to any special tax, nor was there evidence against Christians considered invalid. Even greater was the liberty enjoyed by the Jews of southern Italy and Sicily, where they chiefly abounded. The Norman kings confirmed to them the ancient privilege of trial according to their own laws. In Sicily, under Frederick II, there were Jewish administrators and Jewish landowners. A favorite minister of King Roger of Sicily frequented the Jewish synagogues and contributed to the expenses of a Jewish community. Broadly speaking, until the end of the 15th century, such ill feeling as existed towards the Jews in Italy proceeded entirely from their own aloofness and eccentricity, and was in no way fostered by priests or pontiffs. Nothing is more eloquent of the general prosperity of the Italian Jews in those days than the silence of history concerning any religious activity amongst them. Besides the absence of ecclesiastical fanaticism, there were other reasons to account for the Jews' normal immunity from persecution in medieval Italy. The Italians had no cause to envy the Jew his commercial success. In Italy, the sons of Israel found keen competitors in the native Christians. The financial genius of the Florentine and the Venetian was more than a match for that of the Jew. The Italians, therefore, did not exclude the Jews from their municipal and industrial organizations, but by making the entrance to their guilds less difficult for non-Christians, enabled the latter to engage in various trades elsewhere close to them. Nor was the Holy See strong enough to ban usury in Italy and to fan the superstitious antipathy towards moneylenders as it did in other countries. Among the Italians, the interests of the market counted for more than the interests of the church, and canonical prohibitions were easily set at naught for the sake of convenience. Furthermore, the division of the peninsula into a number of states politically sundered and often hostile to each other, but geographically connected, enabled the Jews to seek refuge in one place from persecution in another, and as soon as the tempest was over, to return to their homes.
For all these reasons, we find the relations between Jews and Christians in Italy more cordial than in any other part of medieval Europe. The foreign origin and foreign connections of the Jew, far from being a source of prejudice, proved an attraction to the educated Italian. It is easy to imagine those old schoolmen with their alert curiosity and unquenchable thirst for knowledge, in an age when books were rare, travel perilous, and all that was distant in space or time a desert, dimly known and utterly unknown, eagerly seizing at every chance of enlarging their mental horizon and of enriching their intellectual stores. A chance of this kind offered itself in the Jewish rabbis, physicians, and scholars, and the Italians did not neglect it. Friendships between learned Hebrews and Christian divines were not uncommon. In the 10th century, we hear of a Jewish doctor, Donolo, being on intimate terms with the Lord Abbot Nilus. One of the fruits of such friendships was the indirect transmission to the West of a few rays of Hellenic light long before the dawn of the Renaissance, through translations of the Arabic versions of the Greek classics into Hebrew and from Hebrew into Latin. The most illustrious of these literary connections between followers of the New and the Old Hebrew prophet was the tender affection which, towards the end of the 13th century, bound Emmanuel, the Heine of the Middle Ages, with Dante, the poet of all Catholicism, and the embodiment of all that was true and pure and truly noble in medieval Christianity. The two friends must have formed a pair of extraordinary incongruity. Dante, grand, stern, and somber, couching the gloomiest conceptions in the light and graceful language of Italy. Emmanuel, witty and caustic, venting his frolicsome sarcasms in the solemn tongue of the Hebrew prophets. The contrast is brought home to us with almost deliberate vividness by the works of the two friends. They both wrote visits to the land of the dead. Dante's is a tragedy, Emmanuel's a satirical comedy, almost a parody. But in one respect, the Jew shows himself superior to the Christian. His paradise includes the great shades of the pagan world. And yet, it would be an error to imagine that the Jew, even in those halcyon days of Italian freedom, was wholly exempt from the penalty which pursues descent. Whatever the feelings of the cultured and the thoughtful might be, to the populace of Italy, the Jew was a pestilent heretic. As early as 1016, we hear of a massacre of the Jews in Rome owing to an earthquake which wrought great havoc in the city. The calamity occurred on Good Friday, and it was ascertained that at the time of this occurrence, the Jews were worshipping in their synagogue. A coincidence to the medieval mind was tantamount to conclusive proof of cause and effect. The Roman rabble, under the influence of panic and superstition, wreaked a terrible vengeance on the supposed authors of the misfortune, and Pope Benedict VIII sanctioned the crime which he was probably unable to prevent. Innocent III proved his consistency by oppressing the enemies of Christ in Italy as scrupulously as elsewhere, and the Jews were also expelled from Bologna in 1171. In 1278, when Dante was a precocious youth of 12 years of age, already devoted to his mystic adoration of Beatrice, when Thomas Aquinas, the tolerant of Judaism, had been dead only 4 years, and 2 years after the birth of the great painter Giotto, to whom we owe the one portrait of Dante that has escaped the deluge of the centuries. At that period at which the rosy morn of the Renaissance was faintly gilding the eastern firmament, we find the Jews compelled to attend Christian services and to submit to sermons preached against their own religion. But, with few exceptions, no bloody persecution soiled the canvas of Italian history. In the ensuing century, synagogues, plain, gaunt, and ungainly, might still be seen in close proximity to gorgeous Christian churches in Rome, and the congregations which thronged the latter on Sundays had not yet discovered that it was their duty to punish their neighbors for worshipping their God on Saturday. But the discovery was not far distant. In 1321, the Jews of Rome were charged with insulting the crucifix as it was carried through the streets in a procession. The accuser is said to have been a sister of John XXII, a pope among whose principal claims to distinction love of gold ranked high. Several priests corroborated the charge, and the pope decided to drive the Jews out of the Roman state. The details of the occurrence are uncertain, but the reality of the danger to which the Jews found themselves exposed is proved by the extraordinary fast instituted that year. While fervent prayers were offered up in the synagogues, messengers were dispatched to the Pope at Avignon and to King Robert of Naples, his patron, who also was a great friend of the Jews, imploring that the decision might be cancelled. King Robert pleaded their cause successfully, for, it is said, his eloquence was supported by 20,000 ducats presented by the Roman Jews to the Pope's sister. In the middle of the same century, we find the Jews of Rome obliged to contribute towards the expenses of the popular amusements in the Roman circus, a form of entertainment which was an abomination unto the Lord of the Jews, 12 gold pieces a year, a small matter in itself, yet indicative of the direction in which the current flowed. But a new power came to stem for a while this current. We are in the heart of the 14th century. Dante died in 1321, and his obsequies were sumptuously performed at Ravenna. The tomb which closed over Dante's remains on that July day received more than the spokesman of medieval faith. In it was buried medieval faith itself. Catholicism, and all that it had meant to Dante, was already a thing of the past. One church and one empire for all men, the idols of the Middle Age, were to be deposed by the ideal of a church and an empire for each race of men, gradually to develop into no church and no empire for any man. The last of the Catholics was carried to his grave as the first of the humanists appears on the scene. Dante's censures of popes and cardinals were the rebukes of a brother. Petrarch's denunciations are the assaults of an enemy. Dante, while condemning individual churchmen, sincerely reveres the church which their malpractices disgraced. To him the papal court may be a home of hypocrisy, a nursery of shame, a cradle of crime, and he will have nothing to do with it, but that does not lead him to question the spiritual authority of that court. His hero still is Gregory Hildebrand, de la fede cristiana il santo atleta, the saintly athlete of the Christian faith. To Petrarch, the papal court is all that and more. It is the mother of human slavery and the fount of human misery, a Western Babylon, as he calls it in one of his sonnets. It fills him with unutterable abhorrence. Petrarch died in 1374, but the new spirit of which he was the exponent did not die with him. It was transmitted to his disciple Boccaccio, in whose hands the keen weapon of indignation was replaced by the keener one of ridicule. Boccaccio's popular tales spread the infamy of the monasteries and nunneries, and the hatred towards their inmates, far and wide. Henceforth, contempt shall be the portion of the Church which had inspired his predecessors with mere horror. Poggio, Pulci, Franco, and others followed in the footsteps of the master, and though they could not rival Boccaccio in wit, they surpassed him in virulence. End of section 18.